Chapter 84, The battle is over, go to the third main world. Isdeth waved her arm lightly. And the thousands of demons in front of her instantly condensed into ice sculptures. Each of the demons has the strength of the lower moon level. If it is a one-on-one fight between the non-Hashira level swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, I am afraid that they will be in a hard fight. But in front of Isdeth, these demons are not worth mentioning at all. She snapped her fingers, and these frozen demons instantly shattered. Although they were not completely dead, they were no longer able to resist her. In their eyes, she is the real monster. Leave the finishing touches to someone else, come on some interesting guy, please satisfy my fun a little bit. With a smile on her face, she continued to walk forward. On the other side, Sebastian has already entered the Infinity Castle with a large number of troops. Although there are many demons, there is nothing that can do anything to them. What's more, everyone in Sebastian's army has the one-cut killer, Murasame. This kind of weapon is a bug item for the demon, and they will die with a slight touch. It didn't take much effort. Sebastian and others had already arrived in front of Muzan Kibutsuji. There was a bloodstain in the Infinity Castle, and the tens of thousands of demons were nothing more than weeds to Sebastian and others. The other 5 upper moons are not worth mentioning in front of the individuals of Isdeth and Sebastian. Doma Blood Demon's art of controlling ice is not worth mentioning in front of Isdeth. He didn't even have a chance to get close to her, and he froze into an ice sculpture. It's more interesting than I thought. Isdeth stood in front of Muzan and said with a smile. Will you be stronger than the other guys? Muzan looked at Isdeth and Sebastian like a monster. He never thought that the demon with power beyond humans would be vulnerable in front of them. And what are those vehicles and soldiers? Muzan cares most about Murasame, the weapon in the hands of Sebastian and others. It looks like an ordinary samurai sword, but it is deadly to demons. Just touching the blade will cause immediate death. Even if the demon can resist poison, it cannot stop the spread of curse poison. Muzan was desperate at this time. He knew that even if he was killed by the Nichiren sword, he would never die, and he would not be able to be cut by the opponent. Who are you guys? Muzan asked a question, but his voice trembled a little. It was even more terrifying than seeing Yorichi Tsujikuni many years ago. What exactly do you want? I want your power, Sebastian said with a smile. I have warned you before, but you turned a blind eye, and now you will pay a little price. Muzan bit his lips tightly. He knew that if he continued like this, he would only die. He is going to use his ultimate life-saving trick. Self-destruction. Hundreds of years ago, he used this trick to blow himself before reviving. As long as there is a piece of him that escapes, then he can complete the regeneration. But at the moment when he blew himself up, Isdeth reached out her hand and froze him. At this time, Muzan was frozen in ice, but his consciousness did not disappear. His mind was full of fear, and he couldn't understand why such monsters suddenly appeared. Sebastian immediately brought Muzan back to the battle lab and began to extract his genes. Muzan Kibutsuji gene, Commander's privilege cost, 2 million G. After completing the research, during the night, the Commander's physique and regenerative ability will be significantly improved, but it will decrease during the day. Like a demon's physique, this gene cannot play an effective role during the day. After Sebastian added it to the research queue, he sent out a lot of troops to look for the blue spider lily and found the target very quickly. Analysis: blue spider lily cost, 500,000 G. After the research is completed, all demon genes will have no side effects. After having the blue spider lily, Muzan gene will not have any negative effects, and he will make a steady profit without losing money. Now that Sebastian's income is getting more and more, it is already very impressive, and the cost of these upgrades is nothing. Sebastian also passed the news of Muzan's death to the Demon Slayer Corps. To Oyakata-sama in the headquarters, it was a little hard to believe the news at first, but after learning the definite evidence, he almost fell to the ground with joy. He had heard of Sebastian's name from Tengen Yuzui before. Although he had never heard of him, it seemed that the other party knew him very well. But no matter what, for the Demon Slayer Corps and Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Sebastian is their hero. So they immediately brought their people to meet Sebastian in person. And because Muzan was eliminated, all the demons in the world were wiped out, so there was no need for the Demon Slayer Corps to exist to repay Sebastian's attack. They joined his group. After all the research was completed, Sebastian opened the portal to another world. The system had told Sebastian earlier that this world is not the main world, but a subworld. So the strategic value is relatively small, and there are no other threats except the demon. So Sebastian did not choose to stay in this world for long. He opened the portal and prepared to go to the next world. That is the third main world. Isdeth, Akame, Kurome, and the rest of you, are you ready? Sebastian turned his head and asked. Of course, an impatient smile appeared on Isdeth's face. Although there was nothing in this world could threaten her, it was more interesting than her world. She was looking forward to what kind of strong people would await her in the next world. Then let's go, Sebastian nodded and then led his groups into the portal. Chapter 85, New World, Re-0. After passing through the portal, Sebastian and others have come to a new world. He looked around. This time was different from the previous two crossings. He was not thrown into the forest in the wilderness, but in a city. On both sides of the street are buildings full of Western classical style, which are of different heights, completely different from the high-rise buildings. In the streets, there are bustling pedestrians, there are quite a few, and many carriages are speeding. It seems that it is a relatively prosperous area in the city. Sebastian can deduce from this that the technological level of this world is in the medieval era. But Sebastian noticed that these pedestrians were a little different. Some people are no different from ordinary people, but many people have animal-like heads and bodies, which are very special. This world has demi-humans. Sebastian squinted and carefully observed the surrounding scenes, trying to find clues about this world. And at this moment, a pair of confused eyes met his. The owner of that gaze is a boy who looks about 17 or 18 years old, standing side by side with Sebastian. Wearing clothes that are inconsistent with the world around him, which looks similar to the school uniforms of colleges and universities in the modern world, as if he does not belong to this world generally. What happened? No matter how I look at it, it's not a fake, I have been ice-kayed. After noticing the existence of Sebastian and others, he found that the clothes style of Sebastian and others were completely different from others, and he was very excited. Are you also an otherworlder? Otherworlder? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and observed the other party, feeling that the other party looked familiar. Judging from the other party's clothing, words, and acts, he does not belong to this world but has traveled through dimension. Are you also summoned here? Where is the person who summoned us? I don't know either, Sebastian said with a smile, feeling in his heart that although the boy in front of him did not belong to this world, he might be able to get some relevant information from him. Excuse me, what's your name? I'm Natsuki Subaru. The name Natsuki Subaru also lets him immediately know what kind of world this is, Re-0. This is a magical world with various species and swords such as humans, demi-humans, and elves, and since Natsuki Subaru appeared here, it shows that this is the kingdom of Lagunica. This is a prosperous country built and protected by the covenant that was made with the divine dragon Volcanica in the past. Whether it is war, plague, or even famine, all crises can be avoided under the protection of the dragon. But by relying too much on the covenant, this country is too fragile to survive independently. Once faced with a situation that shakes the country, it will do nothing but ask the dragon to lend its strength. However, the previous emperor died due to unknown reasons. And only the 5 candidates recognized by the dragon were eligible to have a badge with a dragon pattern on it to participate in the election for the throne. During the absence of a king, the entire country was represented by the Guild of Wise Men. Sebastian's expression is serious. If you want to develop this world, it may be more difficult than every previous world. Because in this world, there are people with magic and many powerful people. For example, the great spirit Puck who can freeze the entire continent, the lazy bishop who has the ability called the unseen hand, Roswell L. Mathers who is proficient in magic, etc. The strongest among them is Reinhardt, who possesses terrifying power and seems to be chosen by the heavens, possesses various protective effects and is the pinnacle of combat power in this world. The average combat power of this world is probably much higher than the Akane GA kill world. However, Sebastian also quickly made it clear that he must further improve his strength. First of all, he needs to obtain and analyze more powerful people in this world. At the same time, to gain a foothold in this world, one also needs a base. Now Sebastian not only represents himself but also represents a civilization. Excuse me, are you an otherworlder too? At this time, Subaru's voice brought Sebastian back to reality. That's right, Sebastian nodded. We are from an organization on Earth called the Global Defense Initiative, or GDI, for short. My name is Sebastian. You are really from Earth? Hearing the name of the planet that he is also from, Subaru felt joyous. After traveling to another world, it is always good to have companions. Natsuki Subaru carefully observed Sebastian and the others, and there were many more people on the other side than himself. Moreover, he found that other people were holding weapons, so they were not ordinary people, and they respected Sebastian very much. He guessed in his mind that Sebastian must be a higher up in the organization, so he couldn't help thinking of staying close to him. Mr. Sebastian, can you let me go with you? Although Natsuki Subaru is still immersed in the joy of an ice guy, in his cognition, he has been teleported to another world to become a hero, but it is a better choice to follow a larger army. Sebastian observed the other party, smiled slightly, and already had his considerations in his mind. In the story, although Subaru is an otherworlder, in this world, his travel has already been predicted. In the prophecy, Natsuki Subaru can prevent the destruction of the world. Roswell wants to use his ability to help the heroine Emilia ascend the throne, kill her when she makes a contract with the divine dragon, and resurrect his teacher, the witch Echidna. It can be said that no matter what, Roswell will take the initiative to find him, and Sebastian himself can take advantage of this. Roswell is one of the best magicians in this country. Maybe he can use this opportunity to learn about magic so that he can face possible future situations more easily. Besides, Roswell has a lot of power in Lugunica, and he can use it for himself. Of course, but there is also a condition. Sebastian showed a meaningful smile on his face and said, "You must not disobey my orders and don't act on your own." Sure, Natsuki Subaru didn't think too much and nodded immediately. After all, he wants to stay close to him, and he will be safe. Chapter 86, Encounter, a silver-haired girl. Sebastian plans to take Roswell's influence so that he can not only obtain the knowledge of learning magic from him but also obtain the resources he possesses. This kingdom has very abundant resources and a lot of magic ore, which will play a big role in his further development. Although the kingdom of Lugunica does not have a real king at present but is only represented by the Council of Wise Men, Sebastian is also considering establishing diplomatic relations with them, to exchange resources. He doesn't like war. After all, it will consume huge resources. But if the other party shows hostility, he will naturally not show mercy to them. Sebastian will use his military to sweep them away. After including Natsuki Subaru in his team, he first took the troops to understand the terrain around them and prepared to find a suitable base location. The place where they are located is the royal capital of Lugunica, the most prosperous place in the kingdom. When they passed by a street, a golden figure quickly shuttled from the crowd, bringing a gust of breeze, but after the people around reacted, that petite figure had already run away. Short yellow hair, an immature face, a petite figure, the knife hanging on her waist, and the seemingly absent wind around her. With just one glance, Sebastian recognized the other party's identity. Felt is the thief girl who stole Emilia's badges in the story. These badges are the symbols of the status of candidates for the throne. But in fact, she is also one of the 5 candidates for the throne and has a very keen skill. But behind her, a woman with silver white hair is chasing her. "Give me back the badge." She has a delicate appearance, her fair skin is inlaid with amethyst eyes, and her sharp ears show her identity as an elf, but there is a hint of anxiety in her bright eyes, and her long silver hair is scattered in the air. This woman is Emilia, the heroine in the story. Emilia is running wildly on the street. Although she is beautiful, after seeing her appearance and her conspicuous hair color, the passers-by around subconsciously retreat to the side as if avoiding the plague. They turn their eyes in the other direction unabashedly, obviously because he didn't want to have any relationship with this girl. This is because she is a half-elf, who looks the same as Satella, the Witch of Envy, who once almost destroyed the continent, so she is hated by many people. Anything related to the word which is not a good thing. Emilia didn't care about it, she was used to the eyes of people around her, and the most urgent task now was to snatch back her badge from Felt. Without the badge, she would not be eligible to run for the throne. Sebastian smiled slightly, he knew that it was no accident that Felt stole the Emilia badge. This is the plot designed by Roswell. He uses the Book of Wisdom and knows that there will be an otherworlder who will come to this world and appear beside Emilia, so he orders Elsa Granhirt, the Bowel Hunter, to steal Emilia's badge and fulfill the prophecy so that the otherworlder will appear. Felt is a thief hired by Elsa, but she doesn't know about it. Felt passed by Sebastian's side, and their bodies touched slightly. But at this moment, Sebastian keenly noticed that the belongings he carried were missing. While fleeing, Felt did not forget to steal on the way. "Esteth, grab her," Sebastian smiled and gave the order softly. Happy to oblige, Esteth nodded, stretched out her hand, and a huge ice cone suddenly rose from the ground, surrounding Felt, leaving the latter with no way to escape. Even if this petite girl has a very good skill, she will not be able to escape the tiger range. What's going on? Felt also never thought that her momentary action would cause such consequences. It's magic. It is so powerful. Is there a powerful magician in the capital? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, guessing the identities of Esteth and the others. Many, thank you. At this moment, Emilia ran up to Sebastian and the others. "Thank you for helping me catch this thief." "Esteth, release your Tgthegood," Sebastian ordered. Esteth snapped her fingers immediately, and the ice disappeared without a trace in an instant. Emilia walked up to Felt and questioned her, "Give me back my badge." I didn't steal anything." Felt quibbled. Although it is said that Felt is an offender, it is still a bit embarrassing to be caught in such a public place. There are also guards in this world, and she does not want to be caught and imprisoned. Amelia's badge was in Felt's hand. Don't lie, I've seen it all. Amelia pointed to Felt's clenched fist angrily and said, of course, she saw the other's small movements. I just picked it up by coincidence. Felt lowered her head slightly, but her voice was still loud. She had no choice but to return the badge to Amelia. After regaining her badge, Amelia expressed her gratitude to Sebastian again, with a very sincere tone. Sir has shown great kindness to me, and I don't know how to repay Mr. But while speaking, Amelia lowered her head slightly, not wanting the other party to notice her face. No need, Miss Amelia, Sebastian said with a smile on his face. Ah. Listening to Sebastian's words, Amelia was a little surprised, never expecting that the other party knew her identity. And from Sebastian's words and acts, she didn't feel the same disgust and hostility as others, which surprised her, because few people would not hate her because of her half-elf status. This gave Amelia a pretty good first impression of Sebastian. My name is Sebastian, and I am an envoy from an organization called the Global Defense Initiative, or in short, GDI. We came to Lugunica and wanted to establish diplomatic relations, Sebastian replied slowly. Naturally, I did my homework in advance and got to know you, who may be the future ruler of Lugunica. I see. Although Amelia nodded, her eyes were still full of doubts. Where is the GDI located? Chapter 87, Our Means of Transportation. Vehicle. Amelia had never heard of an organization named G. On this continent, but she quickly raised her head and looked at Sebastian. To repay everyone's kindness, why not follow me? I am going to Roswell's territory. He is my supporter. Besides, he is also Lugunica's court mage. Presumably with his help, it will be very convenient for Mr. Sebastian to do things. In that case, I will trouble you. Sebastian nodded meaningfully, then turned his head and looked at Felt on the other side. At this time, Felt was about to look for a chance to escape, but all of this was caught in the eyes of Sebastian. Is death, stop her, Sebastian gave the order with a smile. With a wave of her hand, a huge ice wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone again, blocking Felt's way forward. Are you trying to escape so soon? Mr. Sebastian, Felt just heard the conversation between the two and remembered Sebastian's name. I have nothing to do here, I'd better leave. That can't be done. Do you think this matter has nothing to do with you? You want to steal the badge of the heir to the throne, can you bear the crime? These words made Felt a little flustered and quickly explained, I didn't want to steal it, I was also instructed by someone. Didn't you say you picked it up just now? Why did it become ordered by someone now? And Felt's answer just now made Amelia a little concerned. Who wants my badge? I don't know. Amelia pursed her lips, seeing that Felt didn't look like she was lying, so she didn't continue to ask. After all, in the capital, there are quite a few people who find half-elves displeasing, so it is not surprising that some people want to steal her badges. Forget it, Mr. Sebastian, I think this kid is just doing things for others, so don't make things difficult for her. Amelia turned her head and said to Sebastian. She has a kind heart. As long as the badge is recovered, she is not going to make any trouble for Felt. Hearing Amelia's words, Felt also heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he could finally escape. But Sebastian said with a smile. That can't be done. This child seems to have grown up in a slum, and the living environment is not good. If the mission fails, she will be silenced by others. We can shelter her temporarily, and maybe we can find out who the perpetrator is, so I think it's better to have her with us. Mr. Sebastian is right, Amelia nodded, but Felt couldn't find a reason to refute. With so many people around Sebastian, she didn't dare to refuse the other party now and could only follow them. Sebastian naturally had his reasons for bringing Felt with him. After all, Felt is also one of the candidates for the throne. But no one knows this at this time. Sebastian controlled it by having her close to his side, which is equivalent to giving himself an extra trump card. They soon set off with Amelia and began to head for Roswell's territory. But in the dark alley of the street where he was just now, there was a person who was silently observing all this. It was so much fun. Compared with the kingdom, Roswell's territory is a distance away. Amelia brought Sebastian to the edge of the capital, planning to rent a few carriages to Roswell's territory. The dragon carriage is a special means of transportation in this place. Similar to a carriage, but replaced by a creature called an earth dragon, which is very fast, but it still takes a full day to reach Roswell's territory. Moreover, the number of people that the dragon carriage can carry is dragon carriages. Roswell's territory is a little far away from us, and it will take a while to take a dragon carriage, Amelia said to Sebastian. It's okay, our organization has prepared the transportation, and it happened to be parked nearby. Please wait for me a moment. Sebastian smiled slightly and walked into the nearby forest. A few seconds later, Sebastian came out of the forest with 2 multigunner IFVs. This is... Emilia was dumbfounded, she had never seen such a thing before. And Subaru on the side was also speechless. Obviously, they are otherworlder, so why does he have vehicles? This is a transportation of our organization, Sebastian said with a smile. Come on up quickly. Then let's go in. After Emilia finished speaking, she got into the vehicle and summoned a cat-shaped spirit. Emilia, who is this person? He is called Puck, a spirit who is in a contract with Emilia and is Emilia's guardian. But different from his cute appearance, Puck has a very terrifying power, and can even destroy the whole world. If it exerts all its strength, it will be no less than his death. After being summoned, the Great Spirit was already looking at Sebastian with vigilance. The moment Puck saw him, he immediately dilated. The soft light grey fur stood up, making Puck, who looked very petite before, abruptly enlarge. It's just that this cute little thing contains extremely terrifying power in its body. Looking at the furious Puck in front of him, Sebastian chuckled and ignored him. Emilia looked at Puck in embarrassment, pulled him down from the air, hugged him in her arms, and whispered in his ear. It's okay Puck, Mr. Sebastian is not a bad person, he helped me retrieve the badge of the king's election from the thief before, you can't be rude. After saying this, Emilia followed quickly, showing an apologetic expression towards him. Although he heard Emilia say this, the vigilance in Puck's heart has not diminished in the slightest. After all, Puck just came out but found that he and Emilia were in another environment, surrounded by strangers. So he was inevitably very vigilant. As a spirit, he has a natural affinity for magic elements and everything in the world, so he can also read people's superficial consciousness for spiritual communication. Just the moment he saw Sebastian, he felt a terrifying power in the other person's body. Chapter 88, Arrival at Roswell's Mansion. Puck felt that there seemed to be a mixture of various energies in Sebastian's body, like thousands of trickles converging into a huge wave. Puck also noticed that besides Sebastian, there were also other existences with impressive powers. His eyes met Esteth. Esteth also keenly felt the power contained in Puck's body. Is this a spirit? I didn't expect it to exist. Mr. Sebastian, don't you have spirits from where your organization is located? Emilia asked suspiciously. There are very few, Sebastian said lightly, his eyes fixed on Puck. Now that Emilia was present, even if Puck didn't trust Sebastian, he would not dare to act rashly. He didn't feel any hostility from Sebastian and others. So he relaxed his vigilance a bit, squatting on Emilia's shoulder, and further observed Sebastian. Even if he can't feel the malice from Sebastian, the power emanating from him is noticeable. Emilia lay on the outside of the window, looking out the window carefully. The scenery outside was receding behind them at an alarming speed. She never thought that this kind of transportation would have such a fast speed. It is a transportation that can move by itself. And with such incredible speed. Even Puck, who had existed for many years, had to marvel at the wonder of such a means of transportation. On the other side, Felt firmly grasped the armrest next to the seat with her hands, like a child who was going out for the first time, for fear that he would be thrown out by the vehicle. During the journey, Emilia also asked many things about the G. And Sebastian replied one by one, which made her more curious about this organization she had never heard of. A few hours later, when it was almost dusk, Sebastian and others arrived at Roswell's territory. It takes at least one day if we ride the fastest dragon carriage, but we got there in only a few hours. Emilia couldn't help admiring. What caught their eyes was a huge courtyard, in which stood countless carefully tailored plants, and behind the courtyard was a classical and luxurious building, which is not too much to think it is a castle. Emilia took Sebastian and the others to step inside. As soon as they entered the door, there was a very spacious staircase leading directly to the second floor. On both sides of the staircase were two thick stone pillars, supporting the entire hall. There are many decorations displayed in the center of the hall. These decorations all reveal the charm of history, and the whole mansion looks extraordinarily elegant. Of course, if you don't look at the ridiculous portrait in the center of the hall. On the wall in the center of the hall is a portrait of Roswell, who is almost 1 person tall, with a clown-like face covered in foundation and exaggerated attire, making it even more difficult for people to see from that portrait. Although Roswell has a very high status in the kingdom, he pretends to be a clown every day. And at this moment, a voice came from upstairs. "Welcome, welcome, it's abnormal, this is the first time Emilia brings friends back." This voice has a slightly weird tone. Of course, Sebastian knew who the owner of the sound was, and he looked towards the place where the sound came from. In the middle of the stairs on the second floor, a person exactly like the one in the portrait was standing on the steps and gently patted raised palms, as if to express welcome. Looking at this person, Sebastian noticed that the shallow smile on Amelia's face slowly disappeared with changes imperceptible to the naked eye, and was replaced by seriousness and a hint of disgust that was hard to grasp. This is the same as what was said in the original book. Amelia hates Roswell because she thinks Roswell is a pervert. In the story, Roswell nominally serves as Amelia's backing, supporting and helping her to participate in the king's election, but his real purpose is to find the dragon and then kill it. Roswell is also a bewildered man. He has lived for many years and continues his life by constantly seizing the bodies of his direct descendants. His purpose is to find opportunities and resurrect his teacher, the Witch of Greed. To achieve his goal, he will do whatever it takes, even if it is his subordinates. At this time, Roswell was squinting his eyes, staring at Sebastian. Although there were a large number of people, he could tell at a glance that Sebastian was their leader. Roswell has the Book of Wisdom. He knows that an otherworlder will appear beside Amelia, and sending the Bowel Hunter to steal Amelia's badge is also to attract this person. He glanced at them and knew the identity of Natsuki Subaru. It's just that Subaru at this time is an unimportant person in Sebastian's military. And his position in Roswell's mind has been replaced by Sebastian. He believes that Sebastian is the person in the prophecy. However, Roswell did not expect that Sebastian would have such a large number of subordinates. At this moment, two girls in maid outfits appeared in front of Sebastian and others. They almost have the same face, delicate and cute, but their gem-like eyes have different colors, which makes them completely different characters. They are Ram and Rem, the maids in Roswell's mansion. Master Roswell, the meal for the evening is also ready. Rem bowed to Roswell. Well, a lot of guests came to the mansion today, let's prepare some more meals, Roswell said with a smile, turning to look at Sebastian and the others. Guests, please follow me. Sebastian and others followed Roswell to the diner of the mansion. In the luxurious hall decorated with crystal chandeliers, there is an extremely long dining table. Warm yellow lights illuminate the entire hall, exuding a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Sebastian sat at the table and asked Death and others to sit down. As for the other units, Sebastian asked them to patrol and stand guard in the courtyard. Looking at Sebastian's actions, Roswell was a little curious about the identity of the other party. He looked out the window, and the multi-gunner IFV parked outside the courtyard also attracted his attention. What is that? Chapter 89, Chronoshift, Obtain the Machine God. The crowd didn't have to wait long. Rem and Ram had already held up the plates and placed all kinds of dishes in front of Sebastian and the others. Dear guest, I don't know if these meals meet your preference. With a faint smile on his face, Roswell gently sipped the red wine in a glass, which was as bright red as blood, put down the glass, and asked Sebastian with a smile. Roswell asked Rem to prepare the meal for today, but he didn't expect that there would be more people than he imagined. Well, the workmanship is not bad. Sebastian looked at Roswell's slightly weird face under the light and also smiled. I don't know the guest's name yet. According to Amelia, you are from far away, right? Roswell asked, wanting to get more information from Sebastian. Hearing Roswell ask this, the smile on Sebastian's face did not weaken. He just put down the knife and fork in his hand gently, with a hint of playfulness in his expression. I'm Alexander Sebastian, from Japan, where my organization GDI was created. Roswell's brows twitched slightly. He had never heard of the name Japan nor the organization. He also knew that Sebastian came from another world, so he didn't think much about it. However, Sebastian's natural demeanor at this time caught Roswell's attention. Are you here to establish diplomatic relations with our kingdom? Yes. Looking at Sebastian's appearance, Roswell frowned slightly unconsciously, but he didn't feel any impatience and just smiled covertly. Since Mr. Sebastian is an ambassador from another country and is also a distinguished guest in my residence, then as the court mage of the palace, I can help Mr. Sebastian report the situation to the Council of Wise Men in advance and make preparations in advance. Roswell said. Thanks for your hard work. Sebastian glanced over at Roswell. Amelia glanced at Sebastian, then turned her head to look at Roswell, feeling a little puzzled about the attitude of these two people. It's just that she didn't ask any more questions, and silently dealt with the meal in front of her. The dinner was finished in this inexplicable atmosphere, during which Roswell never tried to test Sebastian anymore, and kept silent all the time. After dinner, Roswell left the mansion as he was heading to the capital. He cast magic, rushed into the sky like a rocket, moved quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Death looked at Roswell's leaving figure, and a smile appeared on her face. It seems that this guy is quite strong. Roswell territory, in the forest. A dragon carriage was parked on the side of the road as if waiting for someone to arrive. At this time, Roswell fell from the sky and landed beside the dragon carriage, but he did not arrive in the capital. A black figure gradually emerged, and the figure was completely enveloped by the surrounding night. With the help of the moonlight, Roswell saw the whole person. Purple pupils, bright red lips, delicate and glamorous face, and long black hair. The jet black hair color is her trademark. Whenever she shows that sweet demonic smile, it seems that the god of death has come, making her exquisite face a little more seductive. Sorry, the mission failed, the shadowy woman smiled and said to Roswell. That person named Sebastian showed up out of the blue and disrupted the situation. She was the person who had secretly observed Sebastian and others in the dark alley, Elsa Granhirt the Bowel Hunter. In the story, it was she who killed Subaru Natsuki, who had returned from death countless times. She possesses great strength. Can be ranked among the best in this world, is proficient in various assassination techniques, and was affected with Curse Doll, so she will not be killed easily. No, you've done a good job. Roswell responded with a smile. Elsa was hired by Roswell to find a way to steal the badge held by Amelia, thereby forcing the prophesied person out. When Roswell saw Sebastian, he took Sebastian as the one prophecy. But then, there's still work to do. Roswell's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of malice. He ordered Elsa to attack his mansion to test out Sebastian's strength. If Sebastian is the character in the prophecy, then he will not be affected in any way. As I wish, Elsa smiled and said. It just so happens that there are people in the crowd that need to be silenced. What she was referring to was Felt. Elsa had previously hired Felt to steal the badge but failed. Although she had put on a hood to hide her appearance when she hired Felt, she still planned to silence her. She was curious about what their organ will look like. In Roswell's mansion. At this time, Sebastian was in his room and transferred his consciousness back to another body in the world of A. Because today was the day when the false HIATUS was completed, he wanted to get the machine god from the Empire. But at the same time, he didn't want to disturb the people of the Empire, so as not to add unnecessary trouble to himself, he ordered Dr. Stylish and Dorothea to create a fake machine god that can be replaced. Sebastian is going to use the power of Chronoshift to replace it. And because Death and the others had joined him and went to another world, Sebastian also dispatched a spy to pretend to be Death. At this time, he has returned to the world of A. Are you ready? Sebastian came to the underground laboratory in the embassy, which is the lab he set up for Dr. Stylish and Dorothea. Dr. Stylish is loyal to the G. Because he can conduct scientific experiments casually, and Dorothea has been mind-controlled by Yuri and is loyal to Sebastian. Of course I'm ready. Dr. Stylish proudly patted his chest and brought Sebastian to his masterpiece. It was a huge statue. Just from the outside, it was almost the same as the real national defense machine god, HIATUS, without any difference. Chapter 90, Analysis of the Strongest Taigu. Then let's go. After Sebastian gave an order, he used a portable Chronoshift device to teleport. Although this kind of device is not as good as the chronosphere that can teleport in a large area regardless of distance, the number and distance of teleported targets are limited, but it is more than enough within the imperial capital. Sebastian pressed the switch and brought Dr. Stylish, Yuri, and others to the underground of the palace. This is where the HIATUS is hidden. As the earliest and strongest Taigu. The existence of the HIATUS has always been a mystery. Only existences like honest, imperial scientists and Death are qualified to know these things. But for Sebastian, who knows all the plots of the story, there is nothing he does not know. Under the palace, there is a huge space, which is a huge laboratory. There are many researchers dressed in white scurrying around inside. Seemingly studying and monitoring a mysterious object. And in the center of this huge space, there is a huge statue, sitting on a huge stone dragon chair that matches its figure. Although this statue is only in a sitting position, its height has exceeded 100 meters, and the people under him are as small as ants. It was wearing a cloak like a waterfall. Hanging vertically on the ground without any folds. Its body was inlaid with all kinds of luxurious jewels, which were far more dazzling than the rising sun, just like the statue standing in the main hall of the imperial palace. This is the HIATUS, the strongest Taigu that symbolizes the 1,000-year history of the empire. Doctor, may I ask why you are here so late? These researchers are the most elite scientists in the empire, and their job is to maintain the Taigu every day. Although Dr. Stylish is the chief scientist, he is usually immersed in his invention experiments, so he rarely comes here and only occasionally collects data and reports work to Honest. Because the power of the ultimate Taigu is too powerful, once it is activated, it will cause very serious damage, so it has hardly been used since the establishment of the empire. But the ultimate Taigu is the symbol of the emperor, and it is also the last insurance provided by the empire in the face of a possible huge crisis. Even if it has not been used for thousands of years, these craftsmen and scholars must ensure that this piece of Taigu is intact. Even if there is a little bit of rust, they may all face the risk of being decapitated. I'm here to check, Dr. Stylish said with a smile. Don't worry, doctor, our work must be fine. the researcher patted his chest confidently and said to Dr. Stylish. "Of course, I believe in your level of work," Dr. Stylish said with a smile. "Leave for now." Ah. The researchers were all in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on. Their job was to monitor and detect ultimate Tgthegood all the time, and they could not leave casually. Even the chief scientist could only guide them in their work and had no right to do so. And at this moment, they noticed the existence of Sebastian and Yuri. "This is the forbidden area of the royal palace. How can you bring people from other nations here, doctor?" The researchers were shocked, and they had all heard of Sebastian's fame. And Sebastian smiled slightly. "Yuri." "As you command." Yuri closed his eyes, and the devices connected to his brain burst into light like a spider's silk thread that instantly controlled all the researchers present. They are all just ordinary people, without Tgthegood's bonus, and their mental power is relatively weak, so Yuri can control them all in an instant. However, because rewriting takes time and a lot of energy, it is impossible to alter what he has in a short time, so Yuri chooses temporary thinking control, and the mind control will be released after he leaves. And the person under control will not remember what happened during this period. All the researchers froze in place as if they had pressed the pause button. Sebastian immediately walked in front of Ultimate Tgthegood and smiled slightly. In the face of such a large Tgthegood, the portable chronoshift devices are useless, he needs more efficient equipment. Activate the chronosphere for a chronoshift. This superweapon is unlocked by Sebastian using allied technology, which can teleport targets within a certain range regardless of distance. Previously, he used the chronosphere to send a large military in the face of the revolutionary army. It takes a lot of resources to use chronoshift every time, but Sebastian has no shortage of resources. Sebastian has recovered several countries in the H world. In the world of A. Except for the Empire, all the nations have joined him. For him, the world of Demon Slayer has also been influenced. He can easily obtain abundant resources every day. A burst of light shot from nowhere shrouded the Shikudazer, and after a few seconds, the light gradually disappeared. And the Shikudazer completely lost its shadow. It's gone. It was as if it never existed at all, leaving only a huge and empty space. The real Shikudazer has been teleported to Sebastian's domain. It's not over yet. Sebastian used the chronosphere to teleport the manufactured fakes here. Dr. Stylish immediately connected various devices to the fake Ultimate Tgthegood made by himself, and the data presented on it was the same as the real one. If it is not used, no one will find out that the Tgthegood is a fake. It's time to go back. Sebastian smiled slightly, and immediately used the portable chronoshift devices to teleport the group of them back to the embassy as if they had never been there. After Yuri left, all the researchers released their mind control one after another. However, none of them noticed any abnormality and continued to carry out the work at hand, and the previous memory had completely disappeared. After returning to his base, a new research project appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Analyze the National Defense Machine God, Shikudazer. Cost, 1 million G. Time, 72 hours. Note, the High Throne requires royal blood to activate. Such expenses did not exceed Sebastian's expectations. After all, the Ultimate Tgthegood is the strongest and the first Tgthegood, with a huge size. If it needs to be fully analyzed, it will require a huge cost. Chapter 91, The Hunter Breaks In. If Sebastian can mass-produce the Ultimate Tgthegood, it will be a huge improvement for them. The Ultimate Tgthegood has destructive power no less than a nuclear bomb, and it can also carry out continuous operations. However, Sebastian also noticed that the use of the Ultimate Tgthegood is limited, that is, the user must have the blood of the royal family. In this world, only today's young emperor still has royal blood. However, this is not a problem for Sebastian, he just needs to find a way to bring the young emperor back to his stronghold and perform gene extraction. Sebastian immediately added the Ultimate Tgthegood to his research queue. At this moment, Sebastian heard the voice of the system. Commander, Tanya has sounded the alarm. There is a possibility of an enemy attack. Even though separated by different worlds, he can still receive the radio information of his unit and the system. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. Tanya had been ordered by him to guard Roswell's mansion. As soon as Roswell left, an intruder arrived, so he knew what was going on without even thinking about it. Sebastian smiled and immediately sent his consciousness back to another world. Re-0, Roswell's mansion. At this time, Sebastian has moved his consciousness to the body of this world, and Tanya's voice came from his ear. Commander, someone is approaching outside the mansion. The target person is a female, very fast, and dressed in black. Female in black, are they fast? Sebastian smiled slightly, and immediately knew the other party's identity. It could only be Elsa Granhirt the Bowel Hunter. I'm afraid she was ordered by Roswell to test their strength. Don't expose it for now, Sebastian gave the order with a smile. Let her in. At this time, Emilia was sitting in her room, looking at the night scene outside the window, thinking about everything that happened during the day. If Sebastian wasn't there, I am afraid that I will lose my badge and also lose the qualification to participate in the king's election. But why does it feel like Lord Sebastian doesn't have a good relationship with Roswell? Shouldn't they be meeting for the first time? And at this moment, Emilia vaguely saw out of the window, a ghostly figure flashing past in the courtyard, with a blood-red cloak. A very evil-looking woman. What? Emilia was puzzled, and hurriedly opened the window, trying to make sure if she had been mistaken. And the moment the window opened, another gust of night wind hit. And the purple-red cloak was blown with a rustling sound. But amidst this, the woman suddenly disappeared in front of Emilia. It was like a ghost, as if what happened just now was just Emilia's hallucination. But Emilia can be sure that what she just saw is not a hallucination. And Emilia was already overwhelmed by that at this moment, and she was already extremely nervous at this moment. The seemingly safe room was like a cage at the moment, trapping her tightly inside. And she didn't dare to rush out. After all, Emilia hadn't figured out where the enemy was, so it would be irrational to act rashly. However, Emilia also began to slowly activate her magic element at this time, and she looked around very vigilantly, trying to confirm the enemies. At this time, Puck, Emilia's spirit, has returned to back. It has a limited time to maintain its physical form every day. Now it is late at night, so it is naturally dormant to replenish its magic, so Emilia can only rely on herself now. Although she kept telling herself in her mind to calm down, her heart beat faster and faster instead. Looking at the dark environment outside, Emilia was both nervous and worried. Emilia didn't know what the other party's purpose was, so she wanted to remind Sebastian, who was traveling with her, to be alert to the attacker. After all, this kind-hearted girl doesn't want to see the people around her being murdered silently at all. However, she was also afraid that because of her rash actions, she would startle the snake, and Sebastian, who was originally safe, would encounter an accident. If the other party's target is her, then her warning may drag Sebastian into a dangerous situation. All of a sudden, Emilia fell into a dilemma. And just when Emilia was in a state of extreme tension at the moment, amidst the hidden wind, a sound breaking through the air suddenly came. A dagger went towards Emilia's throat like a poisonous snake that had found its prey. If it wasn't for Emilia's elven blood, she wouldn't have noticed it. At this critical moment, Emilia turned her body slightly, and the sharp blade was directly inserted deeply into the wall. The moonlight poured onto the blade of the dagger, making the cold light particularly irritating. Emilia was a little surprised. The figure was still in the courtyard just now, so why did she arrive at her house so fast? Even if the opponent specialized in agility, this speed is too fast. It was as if she knew the layout of Roswell's mansion very well. The response is quite fast. A miss. The tall figure immediately jumped out from the darkness. The purple-black cloak was blown by the night wind passing through the window. Right at this moment, an ice pick with a shining cold light pierced the place where the person was dormant just now. In front of this attack, the solid wall was as fragile as paper, leaving only a deep hole, but it didn't hit. Is it an assassin sent by the other? Emilia questioned the other party. She thought the other party was coming for her. After all, she is a half-elf and has the same face as the witch, which has caused countless people to hate her. What's more, Emilia is now a potential heir to the throne, and she has established quite a few political enemies. It should not be surprising if they want to assassinate her. But she still didn't know how the other party came to Roswell's mansion accurately. Is it because of my identity that you come to kill me? What is your identity? Who cares? The uninvited guest smiled and said that she was Elsa Granhirt, the Bowel Hunter. Chapter 92, This is no ordinary ice magic. Elsa's gaze was locked on Emilia's face, and she stretched out her fingers to lightly touch her lips, which seemed to be stained with blood. I only care about your intestines. Is there any difference between the intestines of a half-elf and an ordinary person? Elsa reached out her hand as if imagining that she had grabbed someone's intestines and played with them in her hands. I'm curious about all of your intestines, especially the kid who is not good at things, and the man who broke out halfway. You hired that kid to steal my badge? Emilia questioned. I think we should save a little time. Elsa was no longer ready to answer the other party's questions and rushed towards Emilia with a dagger in her hand. Her speed is extremely fast. Emilia's forehead was already dripping with sweat. Although she can still deal with the opponent now, once her magic power is exhausted, it will be difficult. From the words of the other party, she knows that Elsa's goal is not just for her, but for everyone. If this continues, everyone will be in danger, and it is necessary to remind others. But at the moment of Emilia's thought, Elsa has already gone to her in an instant. What's wrong? The sharp dagger in her hand was aimed at Emilia's throat. At this moment, Elsa felt a biting cold, and her body could not move a bit. She lowered her head, only to find that her legs had been frozen by ice. What happened? Elsa was a little puzzled, and cast her eyes on Emilia, not knowing when she was under the other's magic. But she found that Emilia's eyes were also confused. I caught a fly. The door of the room was pushed open by Sebastian, and a voice came in from outside the door. It's Esteth. Not only Esteth, but Sebastian and others have also appeared around. Is it a trap? Elsa had a smile on her face. When she was in the capital, Elsa clearly remembered Esteth's ability that she used on the streets, and the personal experience was far more different than watching. Judging from the weapons and your attire, you must be Elsa Granhirt the Bowel Hunter. Sebastian squinted his eyes, like a hunter looking at prey. Presumably you must be following someone's orders. Then who is it? Hearing Sebastian's words, the smile on Elsa's face just now gradually disappeared, replaced by seriousness. She could keenly feel Sebastian's murderous intent, and he seemed to know everything. Who are you? Elsa asked. An ambassador of the GDI, Sebastian smiled and said. Shouldn't you have heard it when you're on the street? Only then did she realize that Sebastian knew her whereabouts all along. Interesting, but it seems that I have been underestimated. A smile appeared on Elsa's face again. She pulled her feet out of the ice abruptly, and the skin on her feet was torn off abruptly. But she didn't change any expression, as if she couldn't feel the pain. She broke away from the shackles of Esteth's ice. Emilia was shocked by the scene in front of her. She never thought that Elsa could do such a horrible action. Looks like I can have a little fun. Standing opposite her, Esteth said. Elsa was covered with weapons all over her body, and 2 daggers immediately appeared in her hands, stabbing toward the position where Esteth was. But an ice wall rose suddenly in front of Esteth, blocking her attack. Esteth still had a smile on her face, as if she would be very happy to appreciate Elsa's resistance. Elsa recalled Esteth's attack method just now, and at the same time moved quickly in the room with a strange movement. She thought that if she moved fast enough, it would be impossible for her magic to hit her. But Elsa underestimated Esteth too much. Suddenly, large ice spears protruded from the entire room at the same time, leaving Elsa with no room to escape. The latter was slightly taken aback, completely unaware that the other party's ability range is so wide, and the accuracy is so precise. In just a moment, Elsa was pierced by the ice spears from Esteth. A chilling cold spread throughout her body. But seemingly mortally wounded, she is still free to move about. With all her strength. She held the dagger in her hand, and then slashed down, cutting off the ice that pierced her body, and then pulled out the part that was inserted into her body. It hurts, Elsa sneered. What? Emilia was a little surprised. She thought that Elsa just now should have died, but she didn't. Elsa can be revived many times in one day, which is why she cannot be killed. Oh, another person who can't be killed. Esteth looked at Elsa in front of her, not surprised. In the last world, she had already seen the existence of unkillable ghosts. While she was speaking, she pulled out the long blade from her waist. However, if you are cut by this knife, you should surely die, she said with a smile. The weapon in her hand is the one-cut killer, Murasame. But it is different from the one held by Akame. This is a mass-produced model created by Sebastian using the system. Not only does it maintain the one-hit kill characteristics of the original Taigu, but it also doesn't consume mental power like the real Taigu. Normally, a person can hold at most 1 Taigu at the same time. If they hold more than 1 Taigu, it will not only consume a huge amount of mental power but also cause fatal damage to the body. But this Taigu is made by Sebastian, so there are no such problems. Elsa felt the murderous aura emanating from Esteth, and her brows twitched slightly. Although she has immortality, it does not mean that she can regenerate rapidly, and the hole in her chest has not disappeared. Since that's the case, then when we meet next time, I will take out your intestines, Elsa said, then retreated suddenly, and jumped out of the window in Emilia's room. Chapter 93, You Are Worthless. Elsa knew that in the current situation, she could not be Esteth's opponent, so she chose to retreat. Like a black shadow, she quickly disappeared into the night. This person is quite interesting, Esteth said with a smile, staring at the window, and did not choose to follow. Sir Sebastian. It took a long time for Emilia to come back to her senses, and walked in front of Sebastian with gratitude. If it wasn't for Sebastian, I'm afraid I might have been wounded by the other party. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have. Don't mention it, Sebastian said lightly. Mr. Sebastian, who is that person? Emilia asked curiously. She's Elsa Granhirt the Bowel Hunter, a hired killer. When he spoke, his eyes narrowed. It seems that someone has ill intentions for us. Sebastian knew that all these things were planned by Roswell, but he didn't name him now. Although we are safe and sound now, but will those guys? Emilia was a little worried that the killer might come again in the future. Now that someone has already set their sights on them, the other party will not let it go. Don't worry, Sebastian said with a smile. She won't be any more trouble. At this moment, the two maids, Rem and Ram, trotted in front of Emilia and the others. They also heard the commotion here, so they rushed over immediately. Sir, what happened? The two of them didn't know Roswell's plan, so they were also pawns used by Roswell. The order the sisters received was to take care of these guests during Roswell's absence. If something happened to Sebastian and the others, they would be responsible as the maids of the mansion. Just a little accident, Sebastian said lightly as if the assassination just now was just a trivial matter. The window in Emilia's room is broken, please both of you give her a new room, it happened that I took my men out for a walk. After finishing speaking, Sebastian left the mansion with his death and the others, leaving only Ram and Rem who were confused, and Emilia who was just getting over it. At this time, Emilia was confused, she didn't notice it until just now. Although the release from death did not look any different from magic. She didn't feel any magic from it. Is that magic? In her mind, the identities of Sebastian and others are even more vague. But at least she knew that Sebastian was not a bad person, and she had a little more trust in Sebastian in her mind. A few kilometers away from Roswell's mansion, Elsa who had just pulled out just now finally chose to stop and rest for a while. Based on what she had just experienced, she was confused. She had never heard of such a strong person in the kingdom. From Estetha's words, she heard that the other party seemed to have killed many beings with resurrection abilities. This made her a little concerned. As an elite killer, her intuition told her that the weapons in Estetha's hands were anything but ordinary. She ran into the forest, and Roswell was already waiting there. I didn't expect that the magnificent hunter would be in such a sorry state, Roswell said in a strange tone, looking at the embarrassed Elsa in front of him. He already knew that the other party's assassination plan must have failed. But Roswell didn't worry, because his purpose was to let Elsa test Sebastian's strength. He regarded Sebastian as the prophesied traveler, so he sent Elsa to test it out. Elsa has good strength, if even she loses, it means that Sebastian does have a certain strength, and he didn't miss it. Isn't that because of force majeure? Elsa also replied with a smile, after going through the mission just now, she also knows what Roswell's purpose is. What do you mean by force majeure? Could it be us? At this moment, Sebastian's voice sounded behind Elsa and Roswell. Sebastian came in from the other side of the forest, and Sebastian and others followed him. Elsa's pupils dilated slightly, and even Roswell, who had always been scheming and calculating everything under his control, was a little surprised at this time. This means that his conspiracy was caught by Sebastian. But what concerned him the most was how Sebastian, who was still in his mansion, came to his side in an instant. As an assassin, Elsa has excellent agility, and Sebastian can keep up with her speed. She didn't know that this was because of the portable chronoshift device owned by him, which was capable of short-distance teleportation. I didn't expect you to have such an ability, Elsa immediately somersaulted, trying to distance herself from Sebastian and the others. But at this moment, the surrounding space was completely frozen. All the trees turned into ice sculptures in an instant, and the amber in the forest also turned into ice and stopped flowing. This weird cold made Elsa instantly feel terrified. It's a completely different level than just being in the room. It's only when I come to a place that is a little more open that I can show my skills a little bit, Estetha smiled and said, then a huge ice spear protruded directly from the ground at such a fast speed that even Elsa had no chance to escape. She was directly penetrated by this ice spear, and before she had time to resist, countless smaller ice thorns split out from the ice spear, which directly penetrated her arm, making her unable to make any movements. What, how can it be? Roswell looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Estetha possesses a very terrifying power, but Roswell can't feel any magical aura in it. To be honest, you're quite interesting, but I'm a little tired now. Estetha pulled out the sword from her waist again, walked slowly in front of the other party, and smiled slightly. Now you have no value in existence. She slashed out with the knife, drawing a tiny wound on Elsa's body. Chapter 94, Since you want an army, I'll give it to you. Are you kidding me? Elsa looked at the tiny wound on her body with a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Roswell was also very puzzled. What is the significance of such wounds? Could it be that the other party showed mercy? Or did they not take Elsa seriously at all? Due to her being a vampire and having a special protective effect, she can be resurrected several times, and ordinary attacks can't kill her. While the two were puzzled, Elsa noticed an unforgettable pain in her wound, as if countless poisonous insects had entered her wound. She lowered her head to look at her wound, only to find that a strange spell was crawling on her wound like a snake, gradually entangling her entire body. As the spell moved, Elsa felt an unbearable itching. At the same time, an ominous premonition grew in her mind. She struggled desperately, but the ice created by his death was so hard that it couldn't compare with the previous hardness. Even if she broke all the bones in her body, she couldn't break free. The ominous premonition grew stronger. Soon the spell covered Elsa's whole body, devouring her life continuously. Even if she can regenerate, there is a limit to the number of times, and the effect of the curse on her body cannot be cleared. The cursed poison constantly devoured her life, dying, resurrecting, and dying again, and soon, it exhausted her resurrection. Finally, she ushered in the end of death, as if a doll had its string cut. Roswell on the side was shocked by the scene in front of him, which completely exceeded his expectations. Estetha's strength is so powerful. And the weapon in her hand is an artifact beyond common sense. And she is just one of Sebastian's subordinates. This makes Roswell even more curious about Sebastian's identity. Even if it was determined that Sebastian was a person from another world, the power displayed by the other party had already surpassed many. Roswell, do you need to make up a reason to explain it? With a smile on his face, Sebastian cast his eyes on Roswell. Are you still going to test me according to the instructions of the Book of Wisdom? What? The clown makeup on Roswell's face could not hide his astonishment. As an existence that has survived for many years, he has been able to hide his emotions and thoughts. But at this moment, Roswell could no longer hide the surprise in his mind. He felt that everything about him had been seen through by Sebastian, who even knew the existence of the Book of Wisdom. I know everything about you, Roswell. You want to support others to ascend to the throne, and then wait for the opportunity to kill the dragon, right? While Sebastian was speaking, he walked slowly towards Roswell. We can help each other. Roswell couldn't help taking a few steps back, with an awkward smile on his face. Your purpose does not conflict with mine. Purpose? Do you know what my purpose is? Whatever your reason, if you send people to attack us, it can be regarded as a declaration of war on the GDI. Can you afford the consequences? Sebastian's tone became cold. In the previous world, the Revolutionary Army was the one that provoked them ignorantly. In the end, they were destroyed and suffered by him. But now, this irritation has turned to Roswell. Roswell was keenly aware of the terrifying murderous aura on Sebastian's body, and his hands were already open, ready to fight. Mr. Sebastian, I don't think there is a need for a war between us. It's something that benefits no one. Besides, please don't underestimate my strength. I believe that with the strength of the few of you may not be able to easily defeat me. Roswell's words are not bluffing. He does have powerful strength. The reason why he was appointed by the kingdom as the head was because they wanted Roswell to be used as a force to resist monsters and possible foreign enemies. Roswell is adaptable to all 6 types of magic attributes and can fully master any kind of magic, so he can become the head court mage. His fighting power is no less than that of the military. If they were to fight recklessly, even his death would need to go all out to do it. So although Roswell was a little surprised by Sebastian's prowess for a moment, he believes that the initiative is still in his own hands. Mr. Sebastian, you should have heard that my fighting power is comparable to that of an army. This battle is meaningless. Let's eliminate the barriers and have a good talk. Maybe we can reach a consensus on some aspects. We still talk. Sebastian smiled and interrupted Roswell's words. I'm sorry, we never negotiate with forces that are hostile to us, so you are not qualified to negotiate with us. Since you said that your combat power is comparable to that of an army, then I will give you an army. Do you think you can take it? While speaking, Sebastian stretched out his hand and created a huge portal. Countless troops emerged from the portal. This time the troops are stronger than the ones attacking the Revolutionary Army before. All the troops have been enhanced by Dr. Stylish's cutting-edge technology and Dorothea's alchemy. It will soon be a wasteland. Compensating for terrain flux. Magnetron on standby. Apocalypse tank, prism tank, magnetron, etc. Rows of heavy vehicles were parked in front of Roswell, and their weapons were aimed at him. At the same time, countless infantrymen were standing around the vehicle, aiming their weapons at Roswell as well. More than 10,000 troops had appeared in this forest, causing all the surrounding trees to the ground. Roswell's brows twitched slightly. He had never seen such an army. There was magic in this world, but he didn't know exactly what method Sebastian used to suddenly summon such a terrifying troop into this world. What exactly is going on? Roswell's expression became more and more serious. Chapter 95, Magister. Not worth mentioning in technology. Seeing that he was surrounded by enemies, Roswell knew that he couldn't sit still, so he immediately raised his hands and released scorching fireballs, devouring all of these vehicles. Undoubtedly, He does have the terrifying strength to match the name of the head court mage of the palace, and each fireball can surpass the power of several bombs. Seeing the army in front of him being engulfed in flames, the corners of Roswell's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that these troops were nothing extraordinary. He raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at Sebastian. But found that the other person's expression did not change at all, as if these losses were insignificant at all. The flames gradually dissipated, and this row of vehicles became a pile of scrap iron. At this time, Roswell noticed that the vehicles that should have been scrap metal began to move and were reassembled. After a few minutes, these vehicles returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Roswell's pale and the vehicles in front of him seemed to be alive in his eyes. This is because of Dorothea's alchemy, and Sebastian also reproduced the ability of demon armor, in Curcio, so that these vehicles have biological skins and can regenerate in a short time. Such troops are almost unstoppable. Sebastian smiled and locked his eyes on Roswell. Open fire. In an instant, the units around Sebastian blasted out with fearsome firepower, directly submerging Roswell, and the huge flames almost illuminated the night sky. Even the monsters hidden in the forest didn't dare to approach this direction, and could only escape with their tails between their legs. Roswell used defensive magic immediately. As the strongest magister in the kingdom, he could indeed resist for a while. But only for a while, a few seconds later. A crack appeared on Roswell's magic barrier, and his hands were numb from the shock. The ground under Roswell's feet has been blasted into huge potholes by the terrifying firepower, and the soil has turned into scorched earth. He knew that he couldn't hold on too much anymore, and he already felt timid in his heart. Everything Roswell did was to get Emilia on the throne. And then he killed the dragon himself. For this reason, he kept taking away his direct descendants, just to live until the day when his teacher would be resurrected. So Roswell was unwilling to lose his life no matter what, and he is ready to escape from this place. But at the moment when Roswell only had this thought, the sudden ice had already frozen his legs, making him unable to move at all. His death made a move and this completely distracted him, and the defensive magic was also interrupted at the same time. Boom! A cannon hit Roswell, blasting him into the air, falling to the ground, and unable to stand up. Lord Roswell. At this moment, Rem, and Emilia hurried over. Even though they were in Roswell's mansion, they also found a huge commotion in the forest, as Roswell's maid, Rem were naturally worried about his safety, so they came here. Emilia and Subaru were worried about whether something happened to Sebastian. After all, she didn't know that Elsa Granhier the Bowel Hunter had been killed by Sebastian. After seeing the terrifying army and Roswell who fell to the ground, Rem immediately go into an offensive posture. I will give you two a warning: once you attack me, it will be equivalent to declaring war on us and you will bear the consequences. Sebastian didn't show affection because of the cute appearance of the two maids, and his tone was extremely cold. Lord Sebastian, what's going on? Emilia asked anxiously. It was Roswell who hired Elsa to assassinate us, and I caught him now. Sebastian stretched out his finger and pointed to the other side. Elsa's body was lying on the ground. Her body had been submerged in the poison of the curse. Her exquisite face was only left with horror and bewilderment. By the way, let me remind you too that it was Roswell who instigated the witch cult to attack your village, Sebastian said lightly. When Rem heard Sebastian's words, they were stunned. No, it's impossible. Roswell was our savior. Rem were members of the Oni clan, and Ram was even the most qualified among the Oni clan. But not long after, the witch cult invaded the village. And Ram's horn was cut off. In the end, the two of them were rescued by Roswell, so they became his maids. But what the sisters don't know is that all of this was planned by Roswell. He set up this game just to use the two as his pawns. Sebastian didn't respond but stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, opening the door to another world and teleporting Yuri to this world. Yuri, show Roswell's memory to the two of them. A trivial matter, Yuri nodded. He can control the mind, so he can spy on the mind and read other people's memories. Roswell possesses very strong strength and mental power. So Yuri can't invade his brain. But now Roswell is seriously injured and his mental power is greatly weakened, so Yuri can easily spy on his thoughts. Then Yuri transmitted Roswell's memory to Ram and Rem's minds. They saw that it was Roswell who designed the witch cult to attack the Oni, and it was he who cut off Ram's horn himself. The two were shocked by the picture in their minds and couldn't speak. Because they had always regarded Roswell as their savior. Now everyone knows, the other party is the hand behind the tragedy of their family. At this time, Roswell had just used water attribute healing magic to get himself out of danger, but because he had just suffered a serious injury, it would take a long time before he fully recovered. Seeing that what he had done in the past was exposed, Roswell did not intend to hide it, but looked at Sebastian with a smile. Sebastian, you didn't choose to kill me, it seems that you know the importance. After all, I am the court mage of the kingdom, and I am also the border enforcer. Once the news of my death by you spreads, then you will become the enemy of the entire country. No, Sebastian smiled slightly at this moment. It's just because your body is still useful. Chapter 96, Capture Roswell alive and inherit the territory. What? At this time, Roswell was in a daze, completely unaware of the value of Sebastian's words. But Sebastian still kept smiling. Building a Tesla reactor. Building a battle lab. Build an Air Force Command headquarters. Build walls. Following Sebastian's order. Countless buildings suddenly rose from the ground. He has instantly transformed the forest outside Roswell's territory into his new base. It has abundant resources and vast lands, making it the most suitable development territory. This is also one of the reasons why he is willing to come here with Amelia. All the people present were shocked by the tall buildings appearing from the ground. They couldn't believe what they saw. This is completely beyond the scope of magic. Subaru was so surprised that he couldn't even speak. They are both otherworlders, so why does Sebastian have such abilities while he has none? Even Roswell marveled at Sebastian's ability to create something out of nothing. Before he could react, Sebastian had already ordered his subordinates to send Roswell into the battle lab. Roswell never imagined in his dreams that he would encounter such a solution after running out of tricks. The system sounded as expected. Analysis of Roswell gene. Cost, 1 million G. After the analysis is completed, units will be able to use magic. Sure enough, looking at the options in front of him, Sebastian said with a smile. There is magic in this world, but the first condition is that one's body needs the adaptability of its magic corresponding attributes. The world that Sebastian's troops lived in before did not have the concept of magic. So they couldn't learn magic. But if Roswell's gene can be successfully extracted, Sebastian can let his soldiers perform magic. And if Roswell's genes also have the command privilege, maybe Sebastian himself can become a powerful magician. Previously, he could use the system to analyze Istetha's battle memory, so he was able to skillfully use Istetha's Tgthegood ability. Then he might also be able to inherit the magic he learned from Roswell. After sending Roswell away, Sebastian focused on the other people. At this time, Amelia was still in a dazed state. And it was already difficult for her to keep up with what happened that day. Originally, she didn't have a good impression of Roswell, but now it seems that person is worse than she imagined. From now on, I will take over Roswell's territory and mansion, Sebastian said slowly, his eyes cast on Rem and Ram. What will you two do? Ram lowered her head, with mixed feelings in her heart, and she had not yet come out of the shock of knowing the truth. Rem looked at Ram, knowing that they had no place to live in the outside world. We are willing to stay and continue to serve as maids in the mansion, Rem said, but there was a hint of worry in her tone. But my sister, Ram, she. Ram's horn was cut off, which meant that her magic power would be lost every day, and Roswell had to supplement her to be able to live. This is Roswell's way of controlling the sisters. But now that Roswell has become Sebastian's experimental subject, naturally, he can no longer replenish magic power to Ram. Now the only possibility of survival is to rely on Sebastian. So in fact, the two of them have no choice. That's not a problem, Sebastian said lightly. As long as you volunteer to be my assistant. Rem and Ram nodded and bowed in front of Sebastian to show their allegiance. Since that's the case, it's getting late, so let's go back quickly. On the second day, Sebastian had completely replaced Roswell's existence and became a leader in the territory. There are also villages in the territory. In the story, they were involved in various conspiracies again and again. They were either attacked by monsters or attacked by the witch cult. They are very tragic. The reason for all this is also because of Roswell's inaction. He has done nothing for the people in his territory, and he only wants to achieve his own goals. And Sebastian took everything from Roswell and now became the leader of these villages. He came to these villages, informed the villagers that they had been taken over by him, and gave them a choice. Either join him or move to another place. The villagers didn't care too much about the identity of the Lord, they just wanted to guarantee their own lives, so no one rejected Sebastian's leadership. Immediately afterward, Sebastian remodeled the village, and the wooden houses were turned into high-rise buildings. He also built a power plant in the village and informed them of the existence of electricity. As this world has existences such as magic, technology is not yet developed. Electricity has greatly improved the lives of the villagers, and they even thought it was magic at one time, but after understanding its function, they realized that electricity can make their lives easier. At the same time, Sebastian also built a large number of defensive facilities on the edge of the territory, such as pillbox, sentry gun, and prism tower. In the story, the forest outside the village was set up to block the enchantment of monsters, but it was destroyed, and many people in the village encountered the monsters. With the new defensive buildings, there is no way for monsters to take advantage of them, and once they get close, they will be shot. What used to be an ordinary small village has now turned into a high-tech city. In the evening, Sebastian also completed almost all the matters and completely transformed this place into his territory. Although the villagers have not fully adapted to it, there is no doubt that after following the new leader, the quality of life will be greatly improved. At this time, Sebastian had already returned to the mansion. And now he had nothing else to do, so he was going to search for the forbidden library in the mansion. There are many unknown histories of this world and various high-level magics recorded there, and Sebastian thinks that it may be useful to him in the future. He walked to the corridor and pushed open doors one by one, looking for the hard-to-find forbidden library. Chapter 97, The Little Lowly in the Forbidden Library. My Patreon, https www. Patreon.com Tgthegood. Sebastian walked alone in the corridor, slowly pushing open the unlocked doors one by one, trying to find the little lowly in charge of the forbidden library. In the story, the forbidden library is in charge of by a lowly, and she is an artificial spirit that has existed for many years. She can freely travel through all the places in the mansion that are connected to the door and can prevent others from entering the forbidden libraries. The forbidden library is connected to any room in the mansion. Finally, after the 11th door was pushed open, the bearings of the wooden door made a slight sound. Before he could see the scene inside clearly, the scent of books that was completely different from other rooms came out from inside. Accompanied by it, there was a slightly surprised whisper. Well? The corners of Sebastian's mouth raised slightly, he pushed open the door in front of him, and the first thing he saw was a simple and elegant wooden bookshelf. These bookshelves are all painted with brown-red paint, and each one is very tall, giving people a deep and connotative impression from a distance. All kinds of books on the bookshelves are filled, and there seem to be no gaps in them. At a cursory glance, there are at least hundreds of palm-thick books displayed on the entire bookshelf, and this kind of bookshelf, in this mysterious space, is endless at a glance, like a building made of books. In this forbidden library, the most conspicuous thing is not the magnificent crystal chandelier or all kinds of exquisitely shaped decorations, or those thick and heavy old classic books. The most eye-catching one is the lowly in the twin-tailed princess dress sitting at the small round table between the two bookshelves, drinking black tea and flipping through the books leisurely. The pale yellow curly double ponytails hung down on both sides, and they swayed in the air as she turned the pages of the book. The gorgeous curly princess dress looks like a flower from a distance. And in the center of the flower, there is naturally the pretty and indifferent lowly elf Beatrice. Little lowly, Beatrice, hooked a beautifully crafted teacup with her slender index finger, and slowly drank it, making a soft sound in the quiet forbidden library. The gaze that had been on the book in her hand before was also directed at Sebastian. How dare you break into Betty's library? Betty is Beatrice's nickname, as she likes to call herself, and so does the rest of the mansion. The killing aura on your body is enough to suffocate others, this is not the place you should come. Beatrice stared at Sebastian in front of her, and there was a deep fear in those immature and clear eyes. Unlike Rem and Ram, Beatrice and Puck are both spirits. Spirits are known as the darlings of nature, and they are extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras. Sebastian is like a beast with endless blood and a killing aura. After all, Sebastian once gave an order without changing his face to slaughter the entire revolutionary army. Even if he doesn't show his killing aura or intend to fight, as long as he opens his mouth, even if he just smiles, it will make people tremble in fear. However, compared with Puck, Beatrice is in the forbidden library, so it can be said that she has the right time, place, and people. Although Sebastian is very strong, in the forbidden library, Beatrice also has the confidence to defeat the opponent. You came here too, Beatrice asked vigilantly, observing the other party, and then seemed to remember something. Could it be that you are Sebastian? When Amelia came to the mansion yesterday, Puck also came to the forbidden library and mentioned the existence of Sebastian to her. Although Sebastian exuded a dreadful killing aura, he helped Amelia a lot. Beatrice has a close relationship with Puck, so although she is afraid of Sebastian, the hostility is a little less. That's right, I am Alexander Sebastian, Sebastian said with a smile. I came to find some books about magic and wanted to learn magic. Beatrice pursed her lips, feeling that the person in front of her felt a little special to her. Although he was full of blood, he didn't feel like a bloodthirsty person. However, Beatrice also felt a little disappointed in her mind. Since you're here, you can look for it yourself, Beatrice agreed to Sebastian's request and ignored him. Sebastian quickly pulled out a few books from the library and then sat directly beside her. What are you doing? Beatrice asked quickly. Reading. Aren't you allowed to read in the library? Sebastian said with a smile, then opened the book and cast his eyes on the rows of literature above. Although he could understand it, he couldn't write it. Analyze the language. Sebastian issued an order in his mind, and after a while, the words in his eyes gradually became clear, as if they were very similar to his original language. Immediately, he began to study all kinds of magic seriously. Beatrice forcibly focused her attention on the books at first, but she was still unable to calm down and read. After all, no one has accompanied her to read for so many years. Beatrice pursed her lips lightly, staring at Sebastian in front of her. Do you have any other purpose? When Beatrice heard Sebastian's words, her delicate little eyebrows frowned tightly. Do you know who you have been waiting for? Do you know about the abilities they have? How did you come across these things? No matter who I'm waiting for, that person can't be you, because my book didn't respond the moment you came in. Beatrice became more and more vigilant against Sebastian because no one should know about these things. If it wasn't for the fact that the book didn't respond, she even felt that Sebastian was the person she had been waiting for. Looking at Beatrice's current appearance, Sebastian also felt a bit sympathetic for this spirit. After all, this little lowly, who has been guarding her from the witch, is too pitiful even though the witch made her. Chapter 98, The Method of Replenishing Magic. Forget it, I'm just a little curious about this place. Sebastian didn't say anything more, just continued to read the book in front of him, because he knew that the stubborn little girl in front of him would not believe what he said. Are you going to kick me out? Leave after reading the book. This is not a place for you to hang out at will. Although Beatrice's tone was very arrogant, she acquiesced that Sebastian could continue to stay here. Beatrice has spent many years in a forbidden library and has almost no contact with outsiders. The so-called indifferent appearance is just an illusion of maturity under the influence of books. She is just a lonely little lowly with a cold face and a warm heart. During the long time guarding the forbidden library, Beatrice was so lonely that she already had dark thoughts. If it wasn't for some contract, she might have acted. Although she was not satisfied with the aura of Sebastian, Beatrice saw that he didn't intend to leave, so she felt a little bit happy in her heart. One more person added a bit of feeling to the entire dull forbidden library. In the quiet forbidden library, there is only the soft rustling sound of the pages being turned when the two of them are flipping through the books. There is a reassuring feeling to this calm and serene atmosphere. Sebastian is now carefully watching the knowledge in the book in front of him. These theories are completely beyond the framework of the previous world. This makes Sebastian realize that even if he gets Roswell's genes and knowledge, if he wants to master all the magic, it also takes a lot of practice. At this moment, Beatrice's voice sounded in the room, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Hey, would you like some tea? Sebastian smiled slightly. Please. Beatrice snapped her fingers lightly, and a delicate teacup appeared on the table. Beatrice picked up the teapot, and a slightly dark red water line bent an arc in the air and poured it into the teacup. The elegant tea fragrance spreads in the air in an instant. Here you go. Beatrice pushed the teacup in front of Sebastian, looking very polite. Sebastian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and tasted it carefully. The mellow and smooth taste reverberated in his mouth, making people feel more peaceful and serene. Your tea art is indeed very good. Sebastian put down his teacup after finishing his drink and did not hesitate to praise himself. Hearing Sebastian's words, Beatrice was naturally a little happy in her heart, but she quickly coughed a few times, pretending not to care. She was secretly happy in her mind. Well, that's natural. Time passed quickly, and several hours had passed before they knew it. And at this moment, the voice of the system rang in Sebastian's ear. Research complete. Roswell's gene extraction was successful. It's getting late, so I'm going to leave today. Sebastian closed the book and stood up. If you want to read these books, take them with you, Beatrice said. But don't forget to return. The reason Beatrice said this is actually to let Sebastian return to the Forbidden Library again. After all, there are too few people who can accompany me in the Forbidden Library. Sebastian nodded and smiled. Sebastian walked out of the room. At this time, the mansion had been transformed into a new base by him. Sir Sebastian, Rem and Ram, who happened to pass by outside the door, bowed to Sebastian. Now the two of them are Sebastian's loyal maids. At this time, Ram's complexion was a little pale. After all, she had almost lost her magic power for a day now. Sebastian simply responded to them and then went directly to the stronghold outside the mansion. He called up the system page, and new lines of data appeared. Roswell gene. Commander's privilege. After the research is completed, the commander will have the adaptability of all attribute magic. Roswell's magic skills. After the research is completed, the commander will get Roswell's magic skills. The most important reason why Roswell was able to become the head court mage is that he has a high adaptability to the 6 magic attributes, which allows him to learn and use various magics. Roswell has survived for hundreds of years. And he has countless magic moves, so it is not an easy task to fully master his magic skills. Sebastian immediately chose research, and the cost is not a small number. Soon, a strange force surged in Sebastian's body. He closed his eyes and began to feel, in his mind, there seemed to be countless lights flashing. They were like a dense group of fireflies wrapping around Sebastian's body. Immediately, Sebastian acted according to his memory, and recalled that he had just seen the magic knowledge in the Forbidden Library, and then called the magic power in his body, and suddenly a huge fireball shot out. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball smashed a huge hole in the ground, and the soil on the ground was scorched black by the high temperature. The power is not small. Sebastian looked down at his hands. The power of the blow just now was no less than that of Roswell himself. However, further improvements are needed. By the way, I still need to prepare a battery for RAM. Sebastian saw the method of extracting magic from the human body from Beatrice's Forbidden Library today. Naturally, he can do the opposite and transfer the magic in Roswell's body directly to Ram's body. After a period of trying, Sebastian created a small bottle, which was filled with the magic extracted from Roswell's body. He called Ram and Rem in front of him, and within less than an hour, Sebastian noticed that Ram was weaker than before. Sir Sebastian, with Rem's support, Ram bowed to Sebastian with difficulty. Try this, don't break it. Sebastian handed the magic bottle to Ram, whose hands were already trembling. But the moment Ram finished the bottle, the magic power in the bottle gushed out like a fountain and got into Ram's forehead. Ram's breathing became short, and a smear of blood finally appeared on her exhausted face. It was not until several seconds later that she opened her eyes in disbelief. Sure enough, Sebastian succeeded in replenishing Ram's lost mana with the magic bottle. Chapter 99, Panicked Wise Men. Many, thank you, Master Sebastian. Ram and Rem expressed gratitude to Sebastian at the same time. Ram needs to replenish her magic power every day to be well, and for Ram, there is nothing more important than her sister. Looking at Ram before him, Sebastian lowered his head and thought deeply. Although he has mastered the skill of replenishing magic to Ram, it is too cumbersome to need this every day. And if Ram didn't have short horns, she might be one of the most powerful beings in the world. But after her horn was cut off, her vitality was seriously injured, and her strength was not as good as before. But if Ram can regain her horns, perhaps her fighting power can be restored. At that time, Sebastian will have a leader. So his strength will be greatly improved. It is not a simple matter to make Ram grow horns, but he believes that he can find the answer in the Forbidden Library. Beatrice's Forbidden Library contains all kinds of forbidden knowledge, and Sebastian also has a systematic bonus. Since you are my aides, I will protect you while working for me, Sebastian said with a smile. Maybe I can figure out a way to regrow your horns. Really? Ram opened his eyes wide, full of expectation. That's right, but it depends on your performance first also. It's time to eat, I'm a little hungry. Yes, master. Rem and Ram bowed to Sebastian together. The two of them were wary of Sebastian before. Even if he exposed Roswell's true face in front of them, the two of them were not at ease with him, although they would be loyal to him as agreed, and at the same time, they will not let down their guard. But until now, they finally began to trust him. But it's easy to gain weight if you eat late at night, master. That's right, if master becomes fat like a wild boar, we as maids will be very distressed. Every day after that, Sebastian continued to expand his base. Although Roswell's territory is very large, the size of the territory to be developed is limited, because most of the territory is forest. And countless monsters hide in it, so it is very difficult to fully develop it. Although Roswell himself has very powerful strength, it is very troublesome to eliminate them all, and he is not willing to do so. But Sebastian never gonna give it up. The forest is full of important resources, and some of them can even be converted into system resources. As for the monsters inside, Sebastian took all of them as his trophies, and extracted genes to strengthen non-human units, such as police dogs. The people in the territory have gradually adapted to life under Sebastian's leadership. Because their living standards have been greatly improved, they have extra respect and idolize Sebastian. Soon the entire stronghold was almost developed, and Sebastian was also planning to look beyond the base. Moreover, he discovered that the bodies of some high-level monsters contain huge energy, and because their bodies contain magic, they can even be used as new building materials. It can be said that some monsters can match the super danger beasts of the A.K. and can become new materials for making Tgthegood. This made him realize that these creatures are very precious biological resources. When he got ready to hunt more monsters, he couldn't help thinking of a special monster, the white whale. 400 years ago, the witch created it on the premise of feeding the starving with the sheer quantity of meat it could provide. However, she made the white whale too powerful under the pretense of fairness. The white whale can be said to be one of the strongest existences, and its strength should not be underestimated. In the story, the white whale terrorized the world for centuries, devouring merchants, entire armies sent to kill it, and even whole towns and cities. But now it is very different. He, who knows the plot of the story, of course, knows when the white whale appears and how to deal with it. At the same time, in the main palace, the wise men were in a mess because they had just finally learned the news that Roswell's territory had been taken. Where is the GDI from? How can there be such a power in this world? What happened? Roswell was defeated. How is this possible? The kingdom does not have a king now, so the wise men will act as agents to handle various affairs. All the members of the Council of Wise Men are now in a state of disarray. After all, Roswell is the mage of the kingdom and owns a very large territory. Once it is lost there, it will be a huge loss for the kingdom. Moreover, the reason why the Council of Wise Men appointed Roswell to the border of the king's capital was also to use his powerful ability to threaten the surrounding forces that had ill ideas about the kingdom. No one thought that Roswell would be defeated. For the kingdom, this is a very big deal. But now the kingdom is also very chaotic, and the kingdom dares not rush to deal with this unknown force, otherwise, it may face unexpected risks. At this time, the Council of Wise Men split into two factions. One part was more radical, and believed that Sebastian's behavior was a declaration of war against the kingdom, and it was necessary to go to war directly. Another part of the members thought that the other party came as an ambassador, and there was no major action at present, and they should send envoys to negotiate with the other party. The Council of Wise Men, which was supposed to be very inviolable, turned into chaos. Quiet, a majestic voice resounded in the palace. He was Miklatov McMahon, the most respected existence in the entire council. His thoughts alone may directly determine the final decision of the council. The originally noisy environment quieted down instantly, and everyone's eyes were cast on Miklatov. Since neither side could convince the other, the final decision could only be handed over to him. His brows twitched slightly. It was obvious that such a thing made him a little difficult to handle. After several seconds, he spoke slowly. We can send a small army to check the situation first. After understanding the other party's situation, we will see what kind of diplomatic means to adopt. Chapter 100, Hunting White Whale. Maybe let Marcos, the head of the Royal Guards, lead a small team to check the situation in GDI first, Miklatov said slowly. His decision can be regarded as a reconciliation, and he did not offend the ideas of both parties. As the head of the Royal Guards, Marcos Gildark is very powerful. If he is allowed to lead the team out, it will have a deterrent effect. Their primary task is to investigate the other party's situation, not to fight directly, so there is room for maneuver in politics. Hearing Miklatov's words, other members of the Council of Wise Men also nodded in agreement. Get Miklatov immediately and prepare some troops for him. Outside Sebastian's mansion. At this time, Sebastian had already begun to prepare for the campaign against the white whale. For him, the whale itself was a huge mobile resource pile, and as a monster created by the witch, it was also an extremely important research target. In the story, the white whale is a very powerful existence. Its body can weaken the damage of any attack. And it can release a special mist. People who are swallowed by the mist will also be forgotten by everyone in this world. It can even create clones, and use them to fight and protect the main body. In the plot, Subaru gathered various forces and defeated the white whale relying on his special ability. But the army still suffered huge losses. But for the current Sebastian, the characteristics and skills of the white whale are well known, and the number of troops he owns far exceeds the scale in the story. Moreover, he knows the location of the white whale, and the spy satellite can easily find the location of the target, so he also set up many defensive buildings along the way, just like traps waiting for prey. This battle is inevitable. Master Sebastian, I heard that you are going to hunt down the white whale. While Sebastian was making preparations, Ram and Rem trotted in front of him anxiously. Sebastian nodded. I might be able to help. Rem raised her head and said. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Sebastian asked with a smile. Because Master has been kind to us. The two sisters raised their heads at the same time, and they were projected onto Sebastian. For the two of them, Sebastian not only helped them tear off Roswell's hypocritical face but also improved Ram's physical condition. During this period, Sebastian commissioned Beatrice to find a way to regenerate Ram's horns. Although the goal was not fully achieved, it greatly reduced the magic loss of Ram's body. Therefore, the two of them are extremely grateful to Sebastian and are much more loyal than they were to Roswell before. "No need, you just need to do a good job of guarding the mansion," Sebastian said with a smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Prevent other enemies from appearing, for example, the witch cult." In the story, when the white whale appeared, the witch cult also attacked the villagers in the territory almost at the same time. It is a church that worships the Witch of Envy. It was founded 400 years ago, and all actions follow the instructions of the gospel. Its purpose is to let the Witch of Envy descend, and it is constantly looking for a suitable container. In the plot, a large number of witch cultists led by Betelgeuse Romani Conti attacked Roswell's territory. The purpose was to test whether Amelia was suitable as a container for the witch to descend, and if not, they would kill them all. The protagonist, Subaru, also overturned countless times at this stage. This time, the bishop who leads the witch cult is also a powerful person, possessing the power, the unseen hand, manipulating limbs that cannot be detected by the naked eye, and being able to possess one's body through a compulsory contract. His strength should not be underestimated. If the plot is the same after dealing with the white whale, the witch cult will act together. Sebastian naturally does not allow anyone to invade his territory, so he has already set up a lot of defensive measures in his territory in advance. Moreover, Sebastian has the chronosphere. Even if he is commanding troops to deal with the white whale, he can teleport back to the territory in an instant. But just to be on the safe side, he also decided to keep Ram and Rem in the territory. Witch cult. Hearing Sebastian's words, Ram and Rem frowned because it was the witch cult who attacked their village and slaughtered all their people. Reminiscing that the instigator of all this was Roswell, whom they once regarded as their benefactor, the two had mixed feelings in their hearts. "The witch cult's people may have ill thoughts about us, so I have work for the two of you to help deal with it," Sebastian said, and both Ram and Rem nodded at the same time. "Yes, Master Sebastian, we will never disappoint your entrustment." Soon after, Marcos was somewhere on the plain. A small group of people is heading towards Sebastian's territory. They are members of the Royal Guards. And the leader is Marcos, the leader of the Royal Guards. They came to contact the G. Represented by Sebastian under the order of the Council of Wise Men. Although Roswell's death was an earth-shattering event for the kingdom, because they didn't know the situation on Sebastian's side, they sent Marcos and some people to investigate the situation of him and others in advance. And this behavior is quite similar to wanting them to deter the opponent. As the head of the Royal Guards, Marcos is powerful, only inferior to the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Istria. And has strong combat effectiveness. If he can fight hand-to-hand, his strength may be higher. In addition, he has rich combat experience, so the wise men think that he is the best candidate for this mission. Even if the opponent's strength is very strong, they can also make political detours. If it doesn't work, they will dispatch their strongest card, Reinhard. He also belongs to the Royal Guard. As a contemporary juggernaut, he is the strongest in the world and is also the strongest among the juggernauts of all ages. Reinhardt can be said to be the strongest combat power in the world. As long as he is dispatched, no enemy can survive. What kind of people do you think the GDI are? Why have I never heard of it? I didn't expect that a person like Roswell would be killed. Several members of the Knights were discussing, but at this moment, they heard a huge roar. Chapter 101, The White Whale Falls. What happened? Marcos heard a roar, followed by explosions as if dozens of thunderbolts exploded together at the same time. The ground was shaking, and their group seemed to be able to hear the sound of some kind of giant beast. The other guard knights were very puzzled, not knowing what was going on at all. Such a motion is like a war. Go and investigate what's going on. Marcos immediately issued an order and moved quickly toward the source of the sound. The closer to the source of the sound, the denser the fog appeared. An ominous premonition gradually emerged in Max's heart. And when he saw the source of the sound, even he, the head of the Royal Knights, was dumbfounded. Through the mist, they could see a massive figure floating in the air. Its body length is large, with huge sharp horns on its head, and a huge pink light circle above its head. It is the white whale. It has a very similar appearance to a whale, but it regards the sky as its ocean. This is a monster made hundreds of years ago by the witch, aiming to fill the stomachs of more people, but the powerful fighting power it contains makes human beings bleak. Even the former master swordsman, Teresa van Istria, died because of it. Why did the white whale appear in this place? The members of the Knights were also dumbfounded because the whereabouts of the white whale were unpredictable, so even if the kingdom wanted to crusade against it, it would be quite difficult. But at this time the white whale appeared here, which made them a little at a loss because it was not enough to rely on dozens of them. At this moment, in the dense fog under the white whale, countless flames erupted, and then a burst of violent artillery fire directly hit the white whale. Even if there is a defensive pelt on its body, it can't resist such an attack. The white whale groaned in pain, and the immense sound echoed between the sky and the earth. As a last resort, its body began to split and turned into 3 identical bodies. This is a tactic used by the white whale to save its life. It uses 2 clones as a cover, while the main body stays away from the battlefield. Marcos looked at all this with shock. Because in the kingdom's known information about the white whale, it was a single entity. And now there are 3. What shocked him was not only the white whale that suddenly appeared and split but also the dense and powerful artillery fire below. Who had the guts to hunt the whale? He had not heard of a plan to hunt the whale organized by anyone in the kingdom. They didn't know that the army attacking the white whale was Sebastian's army. In the sky, although there are 3 white whale, all the artillery fire is concentrated on the top one. Because Sebastian, who knows the plot, knows that the side farthest from the battlefield is the main body, and any damage to the clone will have no effect. On the ground are countless flak troopers, Guardian G.'s, flak tracks, and apocalypse tanks. The flak trooper used its portable flak cannon and kept shooting at the white whale. The Guardian G. squatted in a special trench, turning themselves into a personal fortification, and fired their anti-tank missile launchers. The firepower of the flak tracks and the apocalypse tanks is even more ferocious, and every time a shell is fired, it is deafening. Not only that, but there are also numerous aircraft flying in the sky. They continuously release powerful attacks in the air. Nighthawk helicopters and siege choppers are also covering the side, causing huge damage to the beluga whale. Moreover, Sebastian has already built a large number of anti-aircraft structures on the route of the white whale. Patriot missile system and flak cannon are all available, and the firepower network is airtight. Sebastian has also given his soldiers the ability to use magic, and together they released fiery fireballs that almost submerged the white whale's body. The white pelt on the white whale's body was ignited by the terrifying firepower and then turned into scorched black. Blood poured down like a waterfall, and the mist it could create became thinner and thinner. What? The knights were shocked. They have never seen such a weapon. Just like the world of the A. There is no flying vehicle in this world. If they want to fly, they must rely on magic. Or only flying monsters can do it. And Sebastian's army has completely exceeded their cognition. What's more, their attack had a huge effect on the white whale. At this moment, the white whale let out a mournful cry. It could no longer withstand the intense artillery and was about to run away. But countless icicles shot up from the sky, surrounding the white whale and turning it into a cage made of ice, making it impossible for the white whale to escape. It is the ability of his death. The white whale hit the icicle desperately, but it had no effect. And another round of attacks from the army directly hit it. After countless rounds of artillery fire, the white whale finally couldn't hold it anymore. It had lost the ability to keep floating in the air, and it kept dropping like a falling airship. After a few moments, this huge monster finally landed on the ground, like a bomb exploded on the ground, raising dust like a sandstorm, and battered the knights. The latter had to lift their hands in front of themselves to ensure that they would not be affected by this sandstorm. What the hell is going on? Marcos looked at the scene in front of him, a little dazed, and he didn't come to his senses until a few seconds later. The white whale was killed. Killed by unknown forces. This was a monster that the kingdom had been unable to solve for a long time, but they were able to solve it so easily. This military. This power, and the magic. Suddenly Marcos's brows twitched a few times, and a terrifying guess arose in his heart. Could it be, are they the GDI? This place is very close to the territory under Roswell's jurisdiction, and with an army of that size and incredible military strength, it can only be the G. Then it is not surprising that Roswell was lost in their hands. Marcos took a deep breath. As the head of the Royal Knights, he couldn't show a flustered look. Let's go and see them. Chapter 102, Why is it the G? Just as the Royal Guard moved quickly towards the place where the white whale crashed, a flare of light from nowhere directly shrouded the whale's body. In the next second, the white whale disappeared. It is the chronosphere used by Sebastian. Transporting a body as big as a whale back to his base is a very large project, so it is more convenient to directly use chronoshift. As a superweapon, chronosphere is expensive to use. And every time it is used, it needs a long cooling time. However, Sebastian has no shortage of funds now, and he has already manufactured multiple chronosphere in advance. The cooling time is calculated separately between them, so he can use more than 10 times of chronoshift in one day. Marco didn't know what happened, but he still let his aides approach Sebastian. This guy is more interesting than the danger beasts. Esteth clapped her hands, with a smile on her face. A guest is coming. Sebastian heard the sound of horseshoes on the other side, narrowed his eyes, saw Marco's group, and also smiled. Through the other party's clothing, he knows that the other party is a member of the kingdom's royal guard. Presumably. It must be because Roswell's territory was occupied by him, that the Council of Wise Men had no choice but to send members of the royal guard to contact him. Sebastian knew that the other party would come back to find him, so he didn't choose to send someone to take the initiative to go to the capital. Seeing that the number of opponents was less than 100, he knew that the cautious members of the Wise Men did not dare to fight against him recklessly. "Hello, I'm Marco, the leader of the royal guard, for the hero who killed the white whale. May I ask your name?" Marco got off his horse and paid respects to Sebastian. He is still unable to determine the identity of the other party, but there is no doubt that the person in front of him is the leader of an army and also the hero who killed the white whale, which must be a great achievement for the kingdom. In these hundreds of years, the loss by the white whale to the kingdom is very huge. It can be said that whoever can kill the white whale is equivalent to the hero of the entire kingdom. But Sebastian did it. "Alexander Sebastian," Sebastian said slowly as if he had mentioned a trivial matter. "Alexander, Sebastian," Max nodded and continued to ask. "It seems that you don't look like people from our kingdom. May I ask why you came here?" "We're the GDI," Sebastian narrowed his eyes and said. "You must have come here especially because of the matters concerning us." Marco heard the other party's words, and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Just now, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Hoping that the other party was not from G. If they are, it means that the G has a powerful military. If they want to be an enemy of the kingdom, the consequences may be disastrous. Sebastian's answer made Marco's last bit of luck disappear, and the way the other party seemed to know him well made him feel a little nervous. As Sir Sebastian said, "The royal guard came here precisely for the activity of your GDI, Max said. "You have illegally occupied a large area of our realm." No, you're wrong," before Marco could speak, Sebastian said with a smile. "I am not occupying illegally, it should be represented as self-defense. Originally, as the ambassador of the GDI, I wanted to have friendly exchanges with your kingdom, but your people hired an assassin to assassinate me. Is this how your kingdom treats guests?" While Sebastian was speaking, all the gun barrels of the troops were aimed directly at Marco's group, as if they could instantly break them into pieces with just one order. A few words allowed Sebastian to take the initiative in the conversation as if it was the kingdoms who were at fault. No, there must be a misunderstanding. As the head of the knights, Marco's strength must not be underestimated, but he has no political experience. Originally, his purpose was to show his strength in front of Sebastian's group. To show his strength while knowing the details of the other party. But now it seems to be the other way around. Instead, Marco himself was suppressed by the other party. Sebastian has already demonstrated his military strength in front of them. When it spreads to the capital, there will be an uproar. Is it because your kingdom doesn't welcome us at all? Sebastian asked. The smile on his face did not disappear. "When we return to the capital, we will explain to you, Sir Sebastian," Marco quickly said. "Our kingdom hopes to establish diplomatic relations with your organization. What's more, you also helped us get rid of the white whale. Which is a huge achievement for our kingdom. I will inform the Council of Wise Men of what Sir Sebastian has done." Marco has already seen the strength of Sebastian and his army. If they can establish diplomatic relations with the kingdom, it will greatly improve the kingdom's national defense. As for Sebastian, he hopes to be able to conduct simple exchanges and trade and exchange resources from other worlds for unique resources in this world. After all, war is a very resource-intensive act, and with such a powerful existence as Reinhardt in the kingdom. If they want to deal with them, it may not be such a simple matter. However, if the kingdom is hostile to him, then Sebastian will naturally not be polite. Even Reinhardt, even if he has very potent strength, he still has weaknesses that can be exploited by Sebastian. For example, his kind character. Alright, Sebastian nodded to Marco. That being the case, the territory here will be used as the embassy of our organization. No problem, I need to go back and ask the council for direction. Marco said with some embarrassment that even if he is the head of the royal guard, he is not qualified to make decisions on such a choice involving major national affairs, and the final arrangement is still in the hands of the wise men. And at this moment, the system's voice rang in Sebastian's ear. "Commander, intruders have been detected in the region. They are here." A meaningful smile appeared on Sebastian's face. Chapter 103, An Uninvited Guest and the Witch Cult Attacks. Sebastian knew that the intruder this time was the witch cult. In the story, they invaded Roswell's territorial village and massacred it. But this time, Sebastian was well prepared, not only staying with enough manpower in the area but also building enough defensive measures in advance. I still have some personal matters to deal with here, so I will not accompany you for the time being, Sebastian said to Marco. Understood, Max nodded. But before he finished speaking, Sebastian had already activated the chronosphere, taking himself and the troops away together. Marco and the other members of the royal guards looked at the empty grassland in front of them, a little dazed as if nothing just now had ever existed. There were tens of thousands of troops, but they disappeared in an instant. What the hell is going on here? He was here just now. Is it all an illusion? No, Marco said slowly, his eyes were on the wheel marks left by the army just now and the potholes created by the cannon. The GDI has abilities beyond our knowledge. This is just too scary. It must be reported to the council immediately. A few minutes ago, Ram, and others who were in the territory also received the alarm of an intruder. Sebastian also installed a psychic radar in the territory, which can detect intruders who are hostile to Sebastian and find out their location accurately. They rushed to the location of the alarm immediately, and a group of people wearing black robes and holding black daggers appeared in front of them impressively. It is a member of the witch cult. In the story, they once slaughtered innocent villagers in several reincarnations of Natsuki Subaru. The hem of Rem's maid skirt fluttered gently in the wind. She stared at the followers of the witch cult in front of her. The feeling is getting deeper and deeper. In her memory, her parents and the village she lived in were killed and destroyed. Those images flashed in Rem's mind one by one. Even those shrill screams were so clear as if they were echoing in her ears right now. Witch cult. Go to HLL. Ah. Without any warning, just when the killing intent and anger in her heart reached their peak, Rem uttered an extremely shrill roar. Her right hand conjured a magic hammer out of thin air. And the arm holding the hammer suddenly exerted force. The blue blood vessels under her skin were visible, and people could even discern the sound of blood rushing in her blood vessels, as if the waves were constantly beating against the boulders on the shore. Accompanied by this roar, the heavy hammer suddenly rose from the ground as if it were nothing in Rem's hands. It cut through the air, causing a terrifying whistling sound in the air. Amidst the whistling sound, the petite body rushed towards the witch cultists brazenly, without paying any attention to the number of enemies in front of them. Boom! The hammer slammed down. The hard steel, wrapped in huge force, penetrated deeply into the human body, and then the huge weight accompanied by the impact smashed the witch cultist directly into a paste. In front of this steel, the soft flesh has no defense at all. The dark red liquid gushes out from the body in an instant, like a fountain that has been dug out. The scene was instantly soaked in blood red, and the strong smell of blood spread in the environment. But this terrifying scene did not cause any sense of panic to these witch cultists. For these fanatical witch believers, death is not something that frightens them. Only the witch and everything related to the witch can arouse their interest. The battle is imminent. With red eyes and a hammer in her hand, Rem rushed into the crowd of witch cultists and started killing. Many of these witch cult followers are just ordinary people who have been bewitched by those teachings. Apart from the steel knife in their hand, they don't have any fighting strength. Even if Rem's combat strength is not that strong in this world, it can still set off a wave among the crowd. And what those people would do was just brandish the steel knife in their hands and slash toward Rem. As long as they can cut a knife on the girl standing in front of them, that would be their victory. Looking down from the sky, Rem's figure is like a drop of rain falling into the black ink, which is submerged among the witch cultists in black robes from the very first entry to the last instant. Bang! Bang! Intensive crashes and screams can be heard endlessly and blood splashes everywhere. The knife in one hand was broken, and there was a huge slump in the chest of a witch cultist who was lying on the ground and howling. If it wasn't for the knife blocking it a little bit, I'm afraid that the terrifying hammer would directly smash his chest. But even so, with those deep hollows in his chest, he is already doomed to die soon. The bright red liquid soaked the ground into a blood red. A small foot wearing a black patent leather shoe stepped on the ground, crushed the flesh and corpses on the ground with one foot, and rushed into the crowd again, surrounded by blood, screams, and wailing. And on Rem's forehead, there suddenly appeared a horn that only belonged to the Oni clan. Anger and hatred made Rem lose her mind and turn into an Oni. In that state, Rem's combat power will be greatly improved, but at the same time, she will completely lose her thinking ability and be immersed in killing. A hard blow to her horn is necessary to change her back to her original state. Rem. Ram was shouting her sister's name from the side, and it was obvious that Ram was already tearful at this time, and Rem didn't pay much attention to her words. But Ram also knew that now was a critical moment, and the primary goal was to kill all the witch cultists, so Ram also began to cast magic on the side to cover Rem. After being treated by Sebastian, the speed of her magic loss slowed down a little. And her strength recovered a lot. However, she also knew that even though she and Rem had very strong combat power, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If the fight continues like this, they will be the ones who suffer. But at this moment, the surrounding area began to vibrate, as if something was about to burst out. Chapter 104, Witch Cult. Useless in the face of technology. The ground began to deform. And several metal branches rose from the originally empty underground. That was the sentry gun and pillbox that Sebastian had built in advance. Sebastian made some modifications to them so that they could be hidden underground without being noticed. Even the witch cultists who have seen countless bloody scenes or weird rituals have never seen such a scene. They forgot their mission for a while and stood there dumbfounded. But at the moment when they were dazed, the turret installed had already opened fire, and countless shells poured. Those witch cultists were pushing, their bodies exploded, their black robes and their flesh and blood were blasted into pieces, and blood bloomed in the air. It's as if there are many explosives buried in their bodies. Flesh, carcasses, and bones flew in the air, even the blades in their hands, they were also turned into fine fragments, flying around. In the blink of an eye, their side was completely emptied, leaving only blood rain drifting in the air. Bad, bad. The shattered corpse fell into the pool of blood, making a clear sound. Seeing the shocking scene in front of them, the originally high-spirited witch cultists couldn't help but stop their attacking momentum. Even after training in the church, they don't know how to deal with such high-tech weapons, because there is no concept of firearms in this world. It took several seconds for the witch cultists to regain their composure and charge forward again. These guys who have been thoroughly brainwashed by the organization have become extremely indifferent to feelings such as fear. If these special weapons were not too shocking before, they would not even stop. Master Sebastian. After seeing these defenses, Ram said happily that even Rem couldn't help but stop. Countless rays of light appeared, and after the light dimmed, what caught everyone's eyes was a vast army. Sebastian had already teleported all the troops who had just hunted down the white whale back to his territory in an instant. It seems to be in time, Sebastian said with a smile. Sebastian's troops numbered in the tens of thousands, easily crushing the witch cult's people in terms of numbers. The number of witch cult members participating in this operation was only 1,000 at best. And the original number advantage over Ram and others disappeared in an instant. But the followers of the witch cult don't care about these things at all. Now they can be said to be just tools to complete the task. They don't even have the concept of self-aware, and they don't know how to think for themselves. They rush forward. However, this time the attack was a little bit more intense than before because, at the end of the crowd, several flashes of light of different colors were passing through the air, flying towards Sebastian at a very fast speed past its magic. Sebastian smiled slightly. This level of magic couldn't be compared with Roswell's at all. Fire and destroy them. As soon as Sebastian gave an order, his units began to unleash a hail of attacks, as if to engulf everyone in it. Eradicate them. Resolving target coordinates. The cannon of the Apocalypse tank blasted all the witch cultists in a straight line into bit, and the huge impact force shattered their bones. The refracted light from the prism tank danced among the witch cultists, and anyone touched by the light instantly melted into a puddle of flesh. Moreover, Sebastian's subordinates can also release magic. They created ice or fireballs, collided with the magic used by the witch cultists, and then exploded in the air. Isdeth just looked at the believers in front of her with a smile and didn't choose to make a move, because there was no need for her to make a move here. In this short time, more than half of the witch cult was killed or injured. Many people were seriously injured on the ground, their bodies were incomplete, their hands and legs were broken. Or their internal organs gushed out from the abdominal wounds. Lost, as if cut in half. They could feel the endless pain coming from their bodies. This kind of pain was so irritating that they couldn't even fall into a coma, and could only bear this pain passively. For a time, the entire territory was soaked in a pool of blood. The lush and verdant grass became extraordinarily moist under the influence of this thick blood. If people stepped on it, they would leave a deep footprint, and there would be blood gushing out continuously. To say that it is a bloodied field somewhat underestimates the horror of the scene in front of them. I am afraid that such a terrifying scene can only be seen in hell. Hundreds of physically disabled witch cultists rolled and howled on the ground, crawling forward with difficulty. There are even quite a few people who crawl to their colleagues, wanting them to kill themselves as soon as possible to end the pain. Faced with such a scene, even though the witch cultists have been deeply brainwashed, they still can't help but feel fear in their hearts, as if a sharp blade is provoking their nerves to test their limits. facing these companions rolling and howling on the ground like zombies. The followers of the witch cult no longer had the kind of fearlessness they had when fighting against Rem. After all, the companion who was fighting side by side with you 1 second turned into a miserable half-body in front of you the next second. No one can hide this kind of fear from the heart. The wailing continued, and the screams lingering in the entire manor continued for a long time. The remaining witch cultists are usually the small part at the back who release their magic. All those who dared to rush to the front had already died under the battery fire of Sebastian's troops. Now even these people dare not face these guns directly, and with those wailing lingering in their ears, they also start to retreat one after another. This kind of massacre, which can be called cruelty, is useless even if it is brainwashed. Even if they can be favored by the witch after death, they don't want to die in that painful way. The deterrent force caused by the hail of bullets directly cut off the people who were aggressive just now. Ram and Rem were dumbfounded, they never thought of it. This was the first time they witnessed the strength of Sebastian's army. Although they knew that Sebastian had defeated Roswell before, they did not expect that Sebastian's army had such fearsome strength. In less than a minute, all the witch cultists in the village, there aren't many left. Chapter 105, Changes in Battle. Thank you, Leah Jeffers, and Detective Jones, for becoming a member. There were still some survivors of the witch cult, but they were completely terrified by Sebastian. With such weird weapons and troops, if they were given another chance, they would rather attack the kingdom of Lagunica than come here to attack his territory. Just when all the witch cultists were desperately waiting for the arrival of death, they had completely given up resistance, and a very strange voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. He 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 he. This sound seemed to come from the deepest part of the throat, like the mournful whisper of a ghost. Hearing this voice, the members of the witch cult's desperate faces suddenly became a little more eager for life. Caw, caw, caw. There were a few crisp sounds from the spine, and with the eyes of everyone, one of the surviving witch cultists was standing there. The standing figure was like a marionette, with his eyes closed. Sebastian, who was standing not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched such a scene. Crack. The neck of the witch cultist, who seemed to embody a puppet, suddenly bent his head at 90 degrees and leaned on his shoulder. With that crisp sound, you thought he was going to break his neck. Ha! Its tightly closed eyes opened suddenly in this voice. The black and white eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes at this moment, and the pair of pupils were constantly turning irregularly in the eye sockets, full of madness. There. Voices sounded in the crowd, and the temperament of this believer became completely different from the previous one in a short moment, as if it were a different person. It's just that before he could finish his sentence, an ice arrow blasted his head into pieces. Boom! The sound of the head exploding was so crisp. But the fear contained in it is indeed a bone-chilling chill. It's disgusting. There was a trace of disdain on Estef's face. It was her who launched the attack just now. There was a smile on the corner of Sebastian's mouth, and he looked a little more interested. The reason why this believer had such strange behavior just now, if Sebastian's guess is correct. That person should be the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse Romani Conti. The Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse Romani Conti, can manipulate these things by possessing them. At the same time, depending on the physique, Betelgeuse can also use his power. Unseen Hand. To fight, which can be said to be a very difficult opponent. In the story, he was simply the big boss in the end stage, who tortured the protagonist Natsuki Subaru from death to life and severely injured the protagonist group several times. It can be said that Natsuki Subaru and others have gone through all kinds of troubles to kill Betelgeuse. If Subaru hadn't spoken of the return of death to drive away the soul of Betelgeuse in his body. The appearance of the Witch of Envy drove Betelgeuse's soul back to his seriously injured body. The final victory or defeat was uncertain. But these things are unconcerned to Sebastian because this matter itself is a stress-free matter. No matter how powerful the unseen hand is, it can't compare with aircraft and tanks, and his possession does not affect Sebastian's units. Speaking of possession. Sebastian, who has Yuri's mind control ability, may be said to be even better. Those people of the witch cult watched the Archbishop representing their hope of life being beheaded directly by Sebastian. Their hearts were filled with unbelievable expressions. The Sin Archbishop is not an ordinary character, but a strong person who is favored by the witch and possesses incredible power. He is a figure who can represent the witch cult, and many of them have destroyed the entire city just by themselves. But they never expected that the Archbishop, who had just appeared and hadn't even said a word, would be beheaded by the woman in front of him. Crack. Click. Click. Just when these believers began to despair again, the sound of twisting bones sounded. More than one finger capable of carrying Betelgeuse's consciousness came. And most of them were concentrated on these believers who could use magic. The believers who had fallen into despair seemed to have rekindled their hope of life, and they approached the finger one after another, wanting to protect Betelgeuse from completely possessing him. As long as Betelgeuse returns, they believe that the army that has been slaughtering them will not be the opponent. Seeing the strong desire to survive suddenly raised by those witch cultists, the expression on Sebastian's face was even more hardened. What the hell is this? Death was about to kill the next carrier but was stopped by Sebastian. This time, Sebastian did not choose to directly kill the finger possessed by Betelgeuse but was waiting. He waited for Betelgeuse to be completely possessed successfully. Looking at Sebastian who was standing not far away from them calmly, the supporters who were protecting the finger were very nervous. Their minds are constantly praying that Betelgeuse will return successfully. After this nervous mood, finally, the finger that was heavily guarded by them suddenly opened his eyes. Like the finger of the previous one, this one's eyes were also bloodshot. Ordinary people can hardly bear the possession of the Archbishop of Sloth and are eroded by the witch factor all the time. Even if you didn't die in battle, your fingers can't last too long, they just exist as victims of consumption. In the expectant eyes of all the believers, the finger put his hands on his face, and his 10 fingers scratched his face fiercely. The hard nails brought out bloodstains on his face, and the blood ran down his cheeks. The Archbishop of Sloth has arrived. Chapter 106, Commander is too powerful. After successfully occupying the finger body, Betelgeuse kept rubbing it with his nails. Feeling the pain coming from his body, his eyes became a little excited. Grabbing his cheeks with his hands and sliding them to his mouth, he showed a crazy and bizarre smile at the corner of his mouth. He put his fingers into his mouth and bit down fiercely with his white teeth. Crack. It was hard to tell if the sound was of broken nails or bones. It sounded chilling. I am the Archbishop of Sin, responsible for Sloth, Betelgeuse Romani Conti. Suddenly, there was a sound breaking through the air. The witch cultists who stopped before Betelgeuse froze when they heard the voice, and a bad premonition welled in their hearts. Everyone turned around stiffly and looked at Betelgeuse, who they surrounded. But they found in despair that the body of the Archbishop of Sloth, who had just possessed him, had carved out a huge gap. Sebastian had already appeared in front of Betelgeuse in an instant and slashed him with Murasame. He wanted to know if Murasame's one-hit death effect would have any effect on this Archbishop with his ability. The spell began to spread immediately. And the finger that had just been possessed died quickly. Desperate, disappointed. Under Sebastian's hands, the last line of psychological defense of these witch cult followers was completely crushed. They saw at this time, the young man standing not far from them could kill them at any time, leaving their lives just like a cat catching a mouse, just for toying. And when Sebastian beheaded the finger possessed by Betelgeuse, in the woods not far from the mansion, a man with a green mushroom head and wearing the robes of the witch cult was kneeling on the ground, his body lying low, holding his head and screaming madly. If Sebastian was here at this time, he would be able to recognize him. This is the Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse Romani Conti, who was killed by him twice in a row. In this silent forest, Betelgeuse's roar seemed so horrifying, but the roar gradually weakened, and after it completely disappeared, it turned into an abnormal and crazy laugh. The laughter became louder and louder, shaking the leaves in the whole forest. Ah! My brain is shaking. He didn't know what Sebastian did. Sebastian and his men beheaded the finger possessed by Betelgeuse twice in a row. Now that the followers of the witch cult no longer had any thoughts of escape by chance. The emotional atmosphere of despair has completely lingered around them, and it cannot be dispelled no matter what. Sebastian was not in a hurry to kill these people. He wanted to see if he could lure Betelgeuse out. For this person, Sebastian's heart is not without sympathy, it's just that this guy has done the most things in the whole witch cult. Moreover, the witch cult tried to get involved in his territory just now. So he would naturally not let go of any people and forces that acted hostile to his organization. The behavior of the witch cult is crazy and uncontrollable, which is also a threat to Sebastian, so he decides to eradicate them. Is he not going to come out? Looking at the witch cultists who hadn't moved for a long time, Sebastian couldn't help but feel a little bored. It seems that today's goal of killing Betelgeuse on the spot may not be achieved. Since this is the case, then these witch cult followers are not of much use to Sebastian, so it is useless to keep them. Pfft. The blade moved randomly, the long sword in his hand trembled, and a sound came out. Under the bleak and unsightly eyes of those witch cultists, it stunned them. The extreme speed. In the eyes of these believers who have no strength in themselves, can't even see the trajectory of the blade. They could only see the afterimage of the blade remaining in their eyes went black, and they completely lost consciousness. In just a few short breaths, between the shuttling of the long sword, the remaining witch cultists were all wiped out by Sebastian. Although it was only a small wound, it was directly fatal. While swinging the knife, Sebastian also tried to release many powerful destructive spells. Now that he has inherited Roswell's power, he can be said to be the pinnacle of magisters among human beings. A huge fireball spurted out, reducing the members of the witch cult to ashes. Isdeth also stretched out her hand, and countless ice arrows shot out in an instant, killing all the remaining people. Corpses that lost their vital signs fell heavily on the hard ground at the same time, making a dull sound. Soon, all the witch cult members who attacked this area were dealt with by Sebastian. Master Sebastian. At this moment, Ram hurriedly said to Sebastian. Rem has turned into an Oni. As a member of the Oni clan, Rem's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved after being transformed into an Oni, but she will also lose her mind. Before Ram could finish speaking, Sebastian had already stood in front of Rem, stretched out his hand, and flicked the opponent's forehead lightly. The current Sebastian has the same physique as Isdeth, and just flicking it lightly is also very powerful. After fainting for a while, the horn on Rem's forehead disappeared and finally returned to its original appearance. Master Sebastian, Rem came back to her senses, realized what she had just done, and lowered her head in embarrassment. Ram at the side was a little surprised. For Sebastian to know so much about the method of dispelling the Oni, she hasn't had time to tell the other party. And thinking of Sebastian's appearance in the battle just now. Even if the military strength of his forces is not counted, Sebastian's strength has reached a very fearsome status. Chapter 107, Show Up, You Have Nowhere to Hide. At this time, the territory was as silent as death. And the ground was full of corpses of witch cult members. Perhaps it is more appropriate to use the word destruction to describe it, as there are not many complete corpses on the ground. Although the whole corpse can be preserved after being slashed by Murasame, one would feel unbearable itching and pain before death. Master Sebastian, the enemies have all been wiped out, Ram said suspiciously. No, Sebastian smiled slightly and then snapped his fingers, bringing down the hammer. The apocalypse tank beside him rotated its muzzle, aimed at the forest in the distance, and then fired. With a loud noise, the forest was blown, raising huge smoke and dust. Ram stared blankly at what happened not far away. The enemies had already been wiped out, so why did Sebastian make such a move? When all the smoke and dust dissipated slowly and the scene in the forest could be vaguely seen, an extremely irritated sound suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust. Ah, you are a diligent person, there was madness in this tone, which was even more unbearable than Roswell's weird singing. Hearing this voice, Ram subconsciously tightened the arms supporting Rem, her brows tightly wrinkled. And her pupils couldn't stop shrinking. Although the voice sounded a little different, the crazy and bizarre accent was the same as the voice she inadvertently heard when the Oni clan was exterminated, and there was no difference. A breeze blew gently, and the leaves in the forest swayed slowly under the breeze, making a fine sound. Accompanied by this light sound, the smoke and dust in front of them completely dissipated, and that figure finally appeared in front of them, wearing the iconic black robe of the witch cult. This figure with stiff but distorted movements walked towards them step by step. There was a creepy and cold smile on his face. The corners of his mouth were raised wide, revealing bright red gums and white teeth. When everything was put together, it felt very crazy, eerie, and disgusting. Seeing this figure that was getting closer and closer to them, and that extremely eerie tone, all made Ram feel more and more hatred in her heart, and her body trembled unconsciously. This tone and such a weird gesture, even if it was burned to ashes, she would never forget it. In the beginning, under the instructions of this person's command, the whole village turned into a sea of flames. Countless clans people, including her and Rem's parents, were under the blade of those dark figures. The screams and this man's passionate and eccentric laughter are all things that Ram will never forget all her life. If Roswell is the mastermind behind the scenes, then the Archbishop of Sloth is the villain who carried out the plan. Now that the culprit is standing in front of her alive, it is natural that the enemy is extremely angry when they meet. But now that Rem has been injured, she is no longer as powerful as she used to be, as she lost her source of power. If she wants to take revenge, she can only pin her hopes on a man named Sebastian in front of her. However, compared to Ram's eyes full of hatred at the moment, Sebastian's eyes are only indifferent and disappointed. Because the figure in front of him does not have the iconic green hair, it is obvious that this person is not the real body of Betelgeuse. Compared to you, my fingers are sluggish, ah. The laziness of my finger is my sloth, please forgive me, forgive my laziness, please forgive my stupid behavior of doing nothing and wasting time. This figure seems to have been immersed in his world, like a lunatic, with exaggerated behavior and a crazy demeanor. It is not enough to describe him as a fanatic, he has been completely brainwashed by belief. But amidst the shouts, those bloodshot eyes revealed a shockingly cold light. And there was even more cruelty in his crazy tone. But even in the face of such an attitude, it was the ice arrow released by his death that responded to him. However, this is still not his real body, it's just a slightly stronger finger. The sharp whistling sound resounded in the air again. Only this time, Sebastian's attack didn't take effect. The ice arrow that was originally flying directly towards Betelgeuse' head seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and was firmly locked in front of him, unable to move. The existence of such diligence touched me, I was so moved that I was about to cry, I deeply felt my laziness. Betelgeuse bent down, cupped his cheeks with both hands, twisted his body at an incredible angle, and let out a strange howl. Possessing the finger is indeed an extremely easy task for Betelgeuse, but not every finger is so compatible with spirits. There is coordination like manipulating one's own body. It often takes a short time to adapt, and every time Betelgeuse is killed by Sebastian and his death before his finger fully fits, even the sloth power and the unseen hand can't come out again and again. Betelgeuse indeed is a lunatic, but he is not stupid. After the remaining witch cultists are dead, he will possess the strongest finger that remains by his side and come back here to confront Sebastian. After just a short period of adaptation, he can now use his power, the unseen hand. The ice arrow that his death had just shot was blocked by Betelgeuse with his unseen hand. Ah, if I can be so diligent, I believe I will be able to get more favor from you and be surrounded by your light. Betelgeuse still walked towards the mansion step by step, continuing his weird behavior, as if he didn't take Sebastian and Ram into account. Ram bit her lower lip tightly and looked at Sebastian with hopeful eyes. If she hadn't lost her horn, if she was still the genius of that Oni clan, if she hadn't lost her strength, she would try her best to kill this guy who destroyed her family and ruined her life. Chapter 108, The Unseen Hand. I see through it all. Thank you, Chaos Untold, and Brandon Hunt, for becoming a member. Although under Sebastian's treatment, Ram's strength has recovered a lot, it is still less than 10 of her peak strength. In a head-on confrontation, she can't be an opponent. Interesting, the corners of Estetha's mouth rose slightly, and her eyes locked on Betelgeuse. Before the battle, Sebastian had already informed her of Betelgeuse's ability, the unseen hand. I hope you can give me a little fun. Facing Sebastian and his death, Betelgeuse's crazy smile became even brighter, and the unseen hand lingering around him was like huge poisonous snakes, moving toward him. Sebastian spat out from his mouth. Boom! A loud boom suddenly sounded. Ram stood in front of the gate, nervously watching the scene in front of her, her eyes full of dread. She didn't see anything just now. But the ground seemed to have been hit by something and was suddenly turned into a deep pit. With such great power, some of the splashed soil even hit Ram, as if there were invisible enemies in the air, constantly attacking Sebastian and his death. Amidst the loud boom, Betelgeuse's crazy laughter continued to sound. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. His death and Sebastian easily dodged all his attacks, and their figures didn't stop at all because of his attacks, as if they could see his power. The unseen hands were as if they didn't exist in front of Sebastian's eyes, unable to affect him at all. Every attack was avoided by the two of them, except for leaving deep pits on the ground, it is unable to cause any damage. In the blink of an eye, Sebastian's figure had already arrived in front of Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse tilted his head and looked at Sebastian with some doubts as if he couldn't figure out how Sebastian and the others escaped his attack. The so-called unseen hand is mainly invisible to people who do not have a strong witch aura. Just like Subaru, he can see the unseen hand. But such a feature did not affect Sebastian. Sebastian was very clear about the power of Betelgeuse, so he had a way to deal with it. Betelgeuse looked at Sebastian with wide eyes, noticing an object similar to an eye on Sebastian's forehead. That is Tgthegood called Almighty 5 Sights, Spectator. This Tgthegood has 5 abilities: Insight, Farsight, Clear Sight, Foresight, and Illusion Sight. Insight can be used to read an opponent's mind and thereby predict their next move, greatly increasing the user's combat prowess. Farsight can be used to search for things and seems to allow the user to have long-range vision. Clear Sight can be used to look through solid objects. Foresight can be used to see the smallest muscle movements, the user can see what a person will do next. Illusion Sight can be used to cast an illusion that causes the target to see their most precious person before their eyes. This is the Tgthegood held by Zenku in the world of Akame ga Kill. He should have been killed by Night Raid, but he had already been captured by Sebastian and others, and the Tgthegood also fell into his hands. Sebastian has already mass-produced the Spectator. With its effect, he can see the direction of the movement of dust in the air, and thus know the direction of the unseen hand. Just being invisible is not enough to stump him. But before Betelgeuse could figure out what was going on, Sebastian's figure had already appeared in front of him, holding Tgthegood Murasame in his hand. Boom! At the moment when he held the long blade, an aura erupted. Although invisible and intangible, This momentum created a big gap in the ground. These deep cracks spread rapidly in all directions from Sebastian's feet like a spider web. Sebastian stared indifferently at the dark eyes of Betelgeuse in front of him, like stars in the night, shining with a faint cold light. This is the strongest body of the system and the power brought by Estetha's unique combat skills. Possessing the same physical fitness as Estetha, Sebastian could easily do the same thing as her or even better. Before he finished speaking, his legs were frozen by the ice created by Estetha. The long blade in Sebastian's hand immediately slashed down without any hesitation. It was extremely neat. Similarly, he just died. The extremely sharp blade cut through the skin, cut the flesh, and cut off the bones, just like cutting a piece of soft tofu, without feeling any burden. The finger that Betelgeuse was attached to was directly split in half by Sebastian and fell into a pool of blood. The light that represented life in his eyes dissipated quickly, and even the poison effect of murasame didn't have time to trigger. From beginning to end, those 3 fingers were possessed by Betelgeuse. And each time they were so powerless in front of Sebastian. Sebastian opened the system menu and connected to the psychic radar in the territory. All the members of the witch cult had disappeared. It seemed that even Betelgeuse, who had always been bold, had to retreat. "It's safe now," Sebastian said with a smile. "However, these guys will come again." He also knew that the witch cult would not let it go. They would bring more and stronger troops here soon. Although Betelgeuse is the Archbishop of Sloth, his strength is the weakest among all the archbishops. But to Sebastian, these archbishops don't matter at all. He already has his secret weapon, so the witch cult is just an insect that can be crushed easily. That guy is a little more enjoyable than the previous one. Estetha had a smile on her face. "I look forward to the next guy. It will be more interesting." Meanwhile, in another world, the new Akane Ga Kill, Honest was in a panic in his mansion. Although there was no foreign aggression now, the people in the Empire were becoming more and more dissatisfied with him, and many people even chose to join the G camp. Sebastian inherited the stronghold where the Revolutionary Army was originally located and already owned a very huge territory. The status of the Empire has been completely crushed by them. Chapter 109, The Restless Honest. Honest's facial features were almost locked in concentration as he realized that the influence of the Empire in this world had become completely inferior to that of the G. This decline meant that the profits and bribes Honest could receive daily were pitifully small compared to before. As the Empire's influence waned, so too did Honest's status, which was once firmly attached to the Empire. He was no longer the powerful figure who could wave his hands and people follow. More importantly, the current Empire was now inseparable from the G. Due to the excesses of Honest and his subordinates, the Empire's treasury suffered severe losses, leaving the remaining wealth at less than 1/10 of what it was at the Empire's prime. This situation led to a shortage of supplies in the capital, affecting not only the slums but also many urban areas, with even the rich potentially facing infighting. As a result, the Empire had no choice but to sign a trade agreement with the G. Relying on imports from them to sustain itself. Meanwhile, Sebastian had taken control of most of the world within the H, ensuring no shortage of supplies. He had established numerous production factories, allowing him to produce all kinds of materials independently. The resources he provided to the Empire were just a small, insignificant portion. The capital barely managed to maintain its status quo, entirely dependent on trade imports from the G. Should Joshua stop exporting to the Empire, the chains in the capital would soon break down, plunging the city into an even greater crisis, possibly sparking the rise of a new revolution. The Empire's population had also dwindled severely, with many choosing to join the G, further diminishing the Empire's productivity. Surrounding nations had already joined the G, leaving the Empire nearly powerless to resist an attack. It could be said that the lifeblood of the entire Empire was now in the hands of the enemy. Honest shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He needed to find a way to curb the momentum of the G. Knowing that if the Empire's situation worsened, his fate would be dire. His first choice was Estetha. After his previous attempt to have Estetha intimidate the G. By contacting Sebastian failed, he found himself increasingly distant from her. Despite summoning her multiple times, she refused him for various reasons. Today, he decided to meet Estetha in person under the pretense of discussing strategies to contain the enemy. With determination, Honest headed to Estetha's mansion. Upon arrival, the servants opened the door, and Honest entered the room, where Estetha stood with the 3 beasts behind her. "General Estetha, it's been a long time," Honest said with a smirk. Although they were on the same side, he knew all too well the dreadful strength of Estetha and understood that he couldn't afford to anger her. As he spoke, he carefully observed her for any unusual signs, but she remained immaculate. Even the Honest had no idea that Esteth had already joined Sebastian with the three beasts, and her real self was in another world. The Esteth before him was merely a fake. A spy disguised by Sebastian using advanced holographic projection technology to perfectly mimic her appearance and behavior. To ensure the deception was complete, Sebastian even gave the spy a physique identical to Esteth. The fake Esteth played the part convincingly, with the three beasts cooperating seamlessly. "It's very interesting," she said, smiling at Honest, who took a nervous step back. I came to discuss how to deal with Sebastian and the GDI, Honest stammered. "Really?" The fake Esteth smiled, her expression mirroring the real one. "Isn't that better? That way, we'll have another war to fight. I was just worried that I haven't had any fun recently." In truth, Esteth didn't care about political matters. As long as her desire for killing and fighting was satisfied, it didn't matter which side she fought for. Even after the Empire's fall, she still sought battles, which was why she chose to join Sebastian. Honest swallowed hard, realizing he had no other options. "But Esteth, you are the general of the Empire." "Am I the only general of the Empire?" The fake Esteth replied with a smile, causing Honest to recall. Indeed, there was another powerful figure in the imperial capital, General Budo, whose status and strength rivaled Esteth. After his first encounter with Sebastian, Budo became wary of him, seeing him as a significant threat to the Empire. Budo was also Honest's political opponent, and they had always been at odds. But now, with no other options, Honest realized they were both in the same sinking ship. Unlike Esteth, Budo was extraordinarily loyal to the Empire. Even more than his own life. Faced with the current threat from the GDI, Budo would surely not turn a blind eye. Honest knew he needed to find a way to win over Budo, who held significant military power and influence within the Empire. Frowning slightly, Honest left Esteth's mansion. "I'll take my leave now," he said, departing immediately. After Honest left, the fake Esteth used a system radio to inform Sebastian of everything that had just transpired. Chapter 110, Bloodline Required. "Then I will kidnap the Emperor. Thank you, Dea, for becoming a member on my Patreon. May the Emperor protect." At this time, Sebastian has received information from a spy pretending to be Esteth and already knows that Honest will act against him. But Sebastian wasn't worried, because Honest didn't pose any threat to him now, as now Honest has no means to limit him. Esteth has already surrendered to him, the HIATUS has already been taken by him, and only Budo, who can be used, is alone. It's all in his calculations. After several days of research, the analysis of the HIATUS has been completed, and now Sebastian is ready to mass-produce the HIATUS. National Defense Machine God, HIATUS type, machine, cost, G. This is arguably Sebastian's most expensive project ever, but at the same time, it's worth the price. In the story, the HIATUS has terrifying power, and after it is fused with alchemy, its power will be greatly improved. A normal attack can destroy half of the capital, and its power is no less than a nuclear strike. What's more, nuclear bombs are consumables, but the Supreme Throne can continue fighting and can be said to be the most powerful machine. However, the HIATUS also has a disadvantage, that is, it can only be used by royal blood, and the only royal blood left is the current emperor. But for Sebastian, this shortcoming is simply negligible. The blood of the royal family can only be analyzed by using the current child emperor. Sebastian smiled slightly and gave orders to his spies. Budo's mansion. At this time, Honest had just arrived here, with a smile on his face. And Budo sat opposite him, with a very serious expression on his face. The purpose of Honest's trip is to win over Budo. Budo is powerful and controls a lot of military power. Not only that, he has a huge group of officials who follow him and have great influence in the palace, and Honest needs these things. Although he and Budo have always been incompatible political enemies, they can only cooperate now. "You should have understood the situation now, General Budo," Honest said. Budo on the opposite side didn't speak, but his frown did not relax in the slightest. Although he hated Honest, there was no doubt that what the other party said was not wrong. Sebastian and the GDI are already a threat that cannot be ignored. Once they become hostile to the Empire, they will have no way to resist. Budo's bottom line is not to interfere in politics, but now that the matter is related to the safety of the country, he can no longer sit idly by. "What can you do?" After pondering for a long time, Budo slowly asked. Honest is much better than him in this aspect. If their plan is not strong, it will not have the effect of deterrence at all. But on the contrary, if their behavior is too extreme, it may lead to a direct battle with the enemy. The enemy is not the same as the Revolutionary Army. If there is a war, the Empire may not be able to stand it. The Empire has been fighting against the Revolutionary Army for several years, but there has been no substantial progress. However, the enemy annihilated the Revolutionary Army within a day, and this kind of military strength was not something the Empire could contend with. I have an idea, Honest said in a low voice. We can have a so-called military parade and let the machine god go out at this time to show the power of the Tgthegood in front of the GDI. Absurd. Budo yelled loudly. As the leader of the Imperial Army, he knew the existence of the machine god. The machine god can only be used when the nation is in crisis. General Budo, isn't this a critical moment for the Empire? Although Honest usually had a respectable look in front of Budo, it was hard to avoid being toughened now. Hearing such strong words from Honest, he fell into deep thought again. We are not letting the machine god launch an attack, it's just a show of strength. After being silent for a few seconds, Bud Zero finally let go and nodded. Alright, but how can His Majesty activate the High Throne? Asked Budo, knowing that royal blood was the only way to activate the machine god. Don't worry, as long as I tell His Majesty, he will be willing, Honest said with a smile. And Budo's brows twitched immediately. He was very loyal to the royal family. And it was all because of Honest that the Empire has come to such a state now. The Emperor was young and obeyed Honest. If it weren't for Budo's unwillingness to accept political principles, he would have dealt with Honest a long time ago. But so far, there is no other choice. It is time for you, General Budo, to preside over the ceremony and maintain the order of the military parade, said Honest, a gleam in his eyes. He believed that after Sebastian saw the existence of the machine god, he would be intimidated by that weapon. Now Honest only needs to wait until tomorrow to go to court and see the Emperor. Late at night, the Emperor's bedroom. At this time, the child Emperor had finished bathing, changing clothes under the service of the maids, and came to his bedroom to prepare for sleep. As the Emperor, he didn't need to worry about any affairs at all every day. All the things were done by others, and he only had to eat, drink, play, and pretend to attend the morning court every day. Just after he was lying on the bed, the maid beside him did not leave for a long time. This made the child Emperor a little puzzled because ordinary maids and servants would leave quickly after they went to bed. I'm going to bed, why don't you back down? The Emperor asked suspiciously. Because I want to take you to a fun place, the maid said with a smile. But at this moment, the face of the palace lady on the side began to change, turning into another face. This is the spy sent by Sebastian. With the ability to change his appearance, he can easily infiltrate the palace without anyone noticing. The mission of this spy is to enter the palace and kidnap the Emperor back to base. What? The Emperor was immediately shocked by the sight in front of him. But before he could make a sound, the spy had already used the portable chronoshift device to transport the little Emperor back to the embassy. What's wrong? At this moment, the guards in front of the bedroom seemed to have heard the commotion inside and ran into the bedroom in a hurry. Chapter 111, The Machine God, Successfully Mass-Produced. The guard heard the sound and rushed into the Emperor's bedroom in a hurry. When the door was pushed open, only the child Emperor on the bed was alone. Presumptuous. Who told you to disturb me when I was going to bed? This scared the few guards out of their wits, and accompanying the Emperor is like accompanying a tiger. They knew that offending the child Emperor would only lead to death, so they quickly knelt on the ground. No, Your Majesty, we heard something just now, and we dared to break in because we were worried about the danger you encountered. This is my bedroom, so why are there others? The Emperor said sourly. If there is another disturbance, then your entire family will be punished. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Several guards stood up and fled out of the bedroom. They knew that the Emperor was also very cruel under the influence of Honest, and he didn't care about the lives of other people, and anyone who disobeyed him would only die. Even if it was just a trivial matter, the Emperor would kill the opponent's whole family without hesitation. Honest's madness has been completely inherited by the child Emperor. Even if Honest is far away from the government now, the Empire can't improve if the child Emperor is at the helm. But these guards didn't know that what was in front of them was not the real Emperor, but Sebastian's spy. The real Emperor has already been sent to the embassy by Sebastian, and the spy will continue to perform his second mission, to replace the child Emperor. Outside the imperial capital, the Embassy. Although it is now in the name of an embassy, the actual size of the territory is close to that of a country. At this time, the Emperor had just been teleported here, and he looked around incomprehensibly why he, who was just sleeping, would appear in another place. The Emperor looked around carefully. He had never seen these buildings before. Although the Emperor had heard about the he had never seen it with his own eyes, because he had never left the palace since he was born. Even the Emperor, who had been living in the palace and seen all kinds of luxurious jewels, was dumbfounded after seeing Sebastian's buildings, unable to speak for a long time. Welcome to the audience, Emperor of the Empire. A familiar voice sounded behind the little emperor, and he turned his head quickly to see that it was Sebastian who had come. At this time, Sebastian has already transmitted his consciousness back to his body in this world. Sebastian. The little emperor was a little surprised. Sebastian had been to the palace once, so he still had a deep impression of Sebastian. It was also at this time that he realized that he was in Sebastian's territory. Do you know what it means to kidnap me? The little emperor berated Sebastian, although he usually heard from Honest how threatening Sebastian and the G were, but at this time he still did not let go of his arrogance as the emperor of the empire. Sorry, the current emperor has someone else, Sebastian said with a smile. Originally, Sebastian was not planning to attack the empire. After all, as long as the empire obediently listened to him, he could save a lot of trouble. But now that Honest has set himself a goal, Sebastian doesn't have to be polite to the empire. He was going to replace the emperor with spies, and then take the whole empire for himself. Moreover, Sebastian originally needed the blood of the emperor to enable his subordinates to assume the throne. It can be said that the empire happened to die on Sebastian's hand. What are you saying? The emperor shouted angrily, but he didn't expect Sebastian to be so arrogant. He still doesn't realize what kind of situation he is in. By the way, I want to borrow something from you after all. Let me tell you a secret, Sebastian said slowly. Your parents were poisoned and killed by Honest. Nonsense. The little emperor couldn't believe such words at all, because, in his heart, Honest was the spiritual support. Then take a good look. Sebastian casually threw a stack of documents in front of the emperor, who also had to bend down to pick it up. That was exactly the information collected by Sebastian's spies in the palace during this period, including the record of Honest asking for poison from the palace pharmacy. The effect of the poison was the same as that of the previous emperor before his death. Anyone who entered or left the palace pharmacy would have a record. Although Honest destroyed most of the records, they were still found by spies after all. Looking at the evidence in his hands, the emperor's pupils began to tremble, never thinking that the person he had always trusted was the real culprit who killed his parents. The emperor's world began to collapse. Take him to the lab. As soon as Sebastian gave an order, the surrounding soldiers immediately grabbed the emperor and dragged him back to the battle lab. No matter how much you resist, you are still just a child after all. The luxurious clothes he was wearing rubbed against the ground and were covered with dirt. He never dreamed that he, as the emperor, would have such a day. Although he is only a child, the little emperor's values have already been poisoned by Honest, and the seemingly harmless appearance is just to cover up the cruelty in his heart. In the story, the emperor drove the machine god to inflict huge damage on the revolutionary army, and the murderous side of his heart was also inspired by Tgthegood. In the end, the revolutionary army successfully overthrew the empire and put the emperor to death, ending his short but ridiculous life. A person who could not touch the throne, but succeeded in ascending the throne, and ended up in such a fate. He didn't even keep his name, only the imperial emperor. But Sebastian didn't have the time to sigh. After the emperor was sent to the laboratory, the adjutant's voice rang out. Commander, a new research project has been unlocked. A row of data appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Analysis of the little emperor's gene cost, 100,000 G, time, 24 hours. The emperor's physical fitness is very average, he is just an ordinary person. But he activates the key to the machine god. The machine god can only be activated by royal's blood, so as long as Sebastian can successfully analyze the DNA of the emperor, then the machine god will become the strongest weapon in his army. Research. Sebastian immediately chose to add it to the research queue, and at the same time, he built about 15 machine gods in the production queue. It will cost more than 100 million resource numbers at once, but Sebastian's military power will also get a qualitative leap. Chapter 112, Backfire. The next day, above the court. Honest explained the plan made by himself and Budo in the palace with great anticipation to hold a military parade in the imperial capital to let the people see the power of the emperor of the empire. Because of this, Budo and Honest temporarily reached a unified front. No one in the court opposed his opinion. In our empire, there is a secret Tgthegood, the machine god. Our majesty will activate the strongest Tgthegood of our empire to show the strength of our empire. What are you talking about, Honest? At this moment, the emperor who had been sitting on the chair suddenly spoke. All the audience's attention was on the emperor. None of them thought that the emperor would talk to Honest like this, even Honest himself was very puzzled. None of them knew that the emperor at this time was not his real body, but a disguised one under Sebastian's command. The real emperor has become Sebastian's experiment, and no one knows it. Sebastian is to order spies to replace the emperor and take control of the entire country. Although the emperor is young, he has absolute power in the empire, and he does not allow anyone to disobey. The reason why Honest can do whatever he wants is precisely because the Emperor obeys him, which gives him great authority. To tell the truth, it was just Honest's fake prestige, and all he used was the Emperor's right. Once the Emperor stopped listening to his words, Honest was just an ordinary person after all. Your Majesty, what I mean is that our empire needs to find a way to deter the enemy, so when we plan to hold a military parade, you will need to go there in person, Your Majesty. Honest thought that the little Emperor didn't understand what he said, so he further explained. But his words were quickly interrupted by him. I'm asking you, have you asked me for instructions on the preparations for these ceremonies? The Emperor's expression became more and more serious, almost eating Honest. And what I want to do, you, an insignificant minister, have the final say. No one in the room would have thought that the Emperor, who had always been obedient to Honest, would openly hate Honest at this time. Honest stood there blankly like a tree and did not recover. Why, Your Majesty, you must be sick, retreat quickly, retreat. Seeing that things were not going well, Honest hurriedly beckoned the others to leave. But the little Emperor reprimanded directly, Honest, did I indulge you too much before and made you the host of the court? The officials below were so frightened that they didn't dare to move, and they didn't know what game the Emperor and Honest were playing. Even Budo didn't expect such a scene at all. At this time, the Emperor seemed to be a different person, completely out of his usual style, and Budo even thought that he was just a guy who looked exactly like the Emperor. Honest, you have committed the crime of usurpation, and you are powerless against me. I sentence you to death. Come and drag him into prison. The Emperor gave an order, and all the people present were shocked by the Emperor's words, and no one dared to move. Are you disregarding my orders? Are you going to disobey me, even Budo, who has always been loyal to our empire? Hearing the little Emperor's words, Bud reacted and asked the guards who were stunned aside to arrest Honest. That's by no means the real sire, Budo. This must be fake. It's not true. After listening to Honest's words, Budo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There is no doubt that Honest has a point. Although Bud also dreamed that one day the Emperor would no longer listen to Honest's slander and eradicate Honest, he never thought that the Emperor would change his attitude now. It's so unrealistic. Budo heard that there was a person who changed his appearance with a Tgthegood and that the Emperor in front of him may be a fake, so he only let the guards control Honest and did not take him away. So Budo stepped forward and knelt in front of the Emperor. Your Majesty, your actions are really a bit abrupt to us, and even make me doubt whether Your Majesty is the real one. It took a lot of courage for Budo to say these words. After all, this may be an act that leads to decapitation. I didn't expect that General Budo, who had served our family for decades, would also be old and dizzy, the Emperor sighed. The reason why I have been cooperating with Honest before is precisely because Honest already has many party members who have penetrated the palace and affected the operation of the empire. Even though I know that all decisions made by Honest are only for his material desires, I didn't have the means to be hostile to him at the time. So I could only pretend to obey. Now most of Honest's party members have already left, so I can complete my plan today. These are all rhetoric arranged in advance by Sebastian. Budo was a little surprised when he heard these words, as he knew nothing about politics at all. And I also found out that my father and mother died at the hands of Honest. While the Emperor was speaking, he ordered his attendants to deliver a document to Budo. That is the evidence that Honest poisoned the late Emperor. Budo was shocked by the information in front of him because he had always thought that the Emperor he was loyal to died of illness, but he did not expect that it was Honest who killed him. If he had known, he would have gotten rid of Honest long ago. The united front of Honest and Bud just yesterday collapsed in an instant. Honest's face was pale now, and he stammered and made up all kinds of reasons, but none of them convinced others, and there were even a lot of self-contradictory words. He never thought that these old accounts would be revealed one day. Wasn't almost all evidence destroyed at that time? The only ones are hiding in his mansion, and his associates can't enter his mansion at all, so how did the Emperor find it? And is the Emperor in front of him just pretending like he said? Chapter 113, Recovering. Honest has been in the political arena for decades, and he can see the reality of the other party at a glance. The Emperor's compliance with him in the past was not a disguise, so the person in front of him is not the real Emperor. That's a fake, Honest kept blubbering, but this time Budo ignored him. In any case, his crime of poisoning the first Emperor has been proved beyond doubt. But at this moment, Budo was still full of doubts. The Emperor, disguised as a Sebastian spy, smiled slightly. Since General Budo still doesn't trust me, then I will use the machine god to prove my truth. The Shikudazer is a Tgthegood made by the first Emperor of the Empire, and it is the first and strongest Tgthegood. This was originally a secret that only the top people in the Empire could know, but Honest had already revealed it. But this Tgthegood can only be used by people of royal blood. The Emperor took Budo and others to the bottom of the palace, where the Tgthegood was concealing. The emperor stretched out his hand to the dormant HIATUS, and the latter immediately glowed and vibrated slightly. That's the reaction when a royal gets close to the Tgthegood. Your Majesty, I deserve death for my crimes. When Budo saw this, he knelt on the ground immediately. He knew that the emperor was the only one left with the royal blood. Since he could activate the HIATUS, it was enough to prove that he was the emperor himself. But Budo didn't know that the emperor in front of him was not real and this HIATUS was also a fake. Sebastian had already chronashifted the real one to his territory for analysis, and he asked the alchemist, Dorothea, and the chief scientist of the empire, Dr. Stylish, to create a high-quality imitation. As long as it is not fully activated, no flaws can be seen at all. The reaction of the Tgthegood just now is nothing more than a preset program. Sebastian has not fully analyzed the real emperor's genes yet, so he cannot control the real one. But after a few hours, the examination was completed, and then he could create and use the machine god. At this time, all the people on the scene knelt in front of the emperor, completely unaware that what they were kneeling in front of them was just a unit created by Sebastian at the cost of a small amount of resources. General Budo, I remember your service in protecting the empire, so I forgive your incapability this time, but don't do it again, said the emperor. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Budo hurriedly kowtowed to the emperor, and then he stood up again, looking at the emperor suspiciously. Then, your majesty, may I ask how would you want to deal with the GDI in the future? The GDI is the ally of our empire, not to mention that the GDI can help make our people's lives better, which is something I cannot do. And this time, thanks to the help of the GDI, I was able to know everything that Honest did. If possible, then I want them to further assist our empire in rebuilding. Budo, do you have any concerns? The emperor's eyes locked on Budo. No, I will not interfere with any of His Majesty's decisions, Budo said very respectfully. Budo decided to not interfere in politics, and the emperor has now shown that he can stand on his own. All of this is a plan by Sebastian, who can restrain the entire empire without bloodshed. In this case, this world has become theirs. Honest had no use value and was executed almost on the same day. Budo does not interfere in politics and is very loyal to the emperor, which is equivalent to becoming an aide to Sebastian and can be employed. Therefore, Sebastian kept Budo's life, which can be used as a power for his organization. At night, Sebastian heard the voice of the system. The Emperor's bloodline analysis is complete. Transplant Emperor's bloodline cost, G. Transplanting the Emperor's blood does not improve the strength of oneself or the unit, but it can allow the user to utilize the machine god. Sebastian has now transplanted the Emperor's blood into his body and at the same time came to the underground laboratory of the embassy, the place where the real machine god is stored. Sebastian stood in front, stretched out his hand to touch it lightly, and was teleported to the inside of the machine god. There are no complicated devices or equipment inside, only a beam of light. Sebastian felt a force spreading, and it was his feeling that gradually merged with the supreme throne. The current machine god has become part of his body. At the same time, the procedure method of the machine god was also transmitted into his mind. This allows Sebastian to control the machine god to make various actions. Sebastian had experimented before. And without the Emperor's blood, there would be no reaction to touching the machine god. But now, he can use the machine god. Sebastian nodded with satisfaction. He now owns 11 machine gods. In addition to the original, there are also 10 mass-produced machines. He immediately transplanted the Emperor's blood into 10 units so that they could also utilize the machine god. A mighty mecha army was born. Sebastian smiled slightly. Such powerful firepower is enough to flatten the world. In another world, Re-0. At this time, Marcos had returned to the palace of the royal capital and told the members of the Council of Wise Men what he had seen and heard. He is the captain of the royal guard. Previously, he was ordered to go to Sebastian's territory to see who the other party was and use his strength to deter the other party. This is very similar to the reason why Honest sent his death to Sebastian's domain. But this experience left the battle-tested Marcos astonished. The white whale was killed by Sebastian's army and the teleportation ability that activated instantly. After hearing Marcos's words, even the members of the Council of Wise Men were dumbfounded. They are the GDI. The ambassador is Sebastian, and they said they volunteered to establish diplomatic relations with our kingdom and are willing to provide us with material trade. But in exchange, they will use Roswell's territory as their embassy location. Chapter 114, It is not enough. They want Roswell's territory. The Council of Wise Men members were shocked by the words that came out of Marcos's mouth. That's right, Marcos nodded. The Council of Wise Men members immediately began to discuss the topic quickly, and it was nothing more than what Marcos had just said. Sebastian has a powerful army and incredible abilities. According to Marcos, Sebastian has an iron chariot that can breathe flames and even emit light, and an object that can soar in the sky like a bird. In Marcos's understanding, the only means of transportation are things like dragon carriages and horse-drawn carriages. Because there is magic and it is a very powerful presence in this world, technology is not developed, not to mention electricity. Captain Marcos, can you swear on your honor? Someone in the council raised questions to Marcos. After all, these words from his mouth are unbelievable. I swear by the honor of being the captain of the royal guards, that everything I see and hear is true, Marcos said firmly. In this world, swearing is a very important thing. Unlike some worlds where it can be broken, it allows the council to be able to confirm that Sebastian and the G have facts beyond people's understanding. How should we deal with them? Since they have that kind of power, it would be great if our kingdom could also have it. But if we establish diplomatic relations with this unknown empire, we will lose the dignity of the kingdom. What's more, they killed our kingdom's chief magister, which is already a huge hostile act for our kingdom. My lords, at this point, Marcos continued. Sebastian told me that Roswell was the first to attack them and wanted to kill them, so they killed him in self-defense. In the beginning, the wise men did not think that Roswell, the strongest magister in the kingdom, would be killed by others. Since Sebastian can kill the white whale, it doesn't mean to kill Roswell. Absurd. Someone in the council immediately denied such a statement. Although Roswell's reputation in the palace is not good, and everyone knows that he is a very weird presence including his clothes and face, he is the magister in the kingdom and he is the symbol of the kingdom. He also holds great strategic importance for the kingdom. It can be said that even if Roswell does something harmful, as long as he does not harm the interests of the kingdom will choose to protect him. Moreover, the territory occupied by Sebastian is the border of the kingdom, bordering other countries. It is a very important strategic location. The reason why they did not choose to invade the empire was precisely because Roswell was guarding this place. Roswell's strength is equivalent to an army. But once people from other countries know that the kingdom has lost Roswell, they will probably have hostile intentions towards them. And because the current controller of the border is not a member of the kingdom, no one knows anything about the situation over there. Even if Sebastian joins forces with people from other countries to invade the kingdom, they will not know. The wise men start a heated discussion, but the final result of the discussion is very obvious. Although Sebastian and G are willing to establish diplomatic relations with them, they are unpredictable existences for the kingdom. Unpredictable is a threat. The discussion gradually came to an end, and considering various factors, they decided to reject Sebastian's proposal of establishing diplomatic relations. For them, the unknown origin of the enemy is a huge danger and the killing of Roswell is also a serious crime. But they also want to take the technology and military power possessed by Sebastian as their own. If they can have everything that Sebastian has, then perhaps the kingdom's strength can be further enhanced. In the story, this group of wise men is a group of rigid and stubborn old people, but as representatives of the nation, they express their respect for Amelia and Felt, who are candidates for the throne, in public. Anything they don't understand is not accepted and wants to get rid of it. They did not discover the possibility of cooperating with the G, but regarded them as a thorn in their side. The GDI is our enemy and must be eliminated. However, their power is very intriguing, we can find an opportunity to study it. But they are very powerful, how to deal with them? As long as we have his power, we can do it easily, go and summon Reinhardt. On the other side, in the forbidden library of the mansion. At this time, Sebastian was flipping through the information, looking for a way to make Ram recover completely. Now he has been able to extract magic power from the monster and Roswell, who has long been regarded as an experimental subject, and injected into Ram's body to replenish the physical strength she loses every day, and also improve Ram's body to ensure that her daily magic power that is lost slow down. However, a more effective method needs to be found to fully recover Ram. If she can be fully recovered, she may be able to become a powerful aide under his command. In the story, if she did not lose her horn, then she would be a powerful entity in the top 5 in the entire world. Now Sebastian has almost completely controlled the world of the H. And the empire in the world of A has become his partner. Several other groups have long joined and become his allies, so now he can concentrate on the procedure of this world. Find a way. On the other side, Beatrice, the guardian spirit of the forbidden library, crossed her legs and said to Sebastian with a blank face, then raised her teacup ladylike, and took a sip. While talking, she focused on the book in her hand, and at the same time brought another cup of tea to Sebastian. Sebastian next to her was unceremoniously drinking the tea that she had prepared long ago. During this time, Beatrice gradually got used to Sebastian coming to the forbidden library to read every day. Chapter 115, That Tsundere Girl in the Forbidden Library. During this period, Sebastian went to the library every day, not only looking for a way to heal Ram but also learning a lot of knowledge that only belongs to this world. Every day, Beatrice would quietly make a cup of tea next to Sebastian for him. I always feel that you regard Betty's place as a tea house, Beatrice pursed her mouth and said, but deep in her heart she longed for someone to accompany her. She had guarded the library for hundreds of years, and she was tormented by an endless sense of emptiness. Oh. I thought you wanted me to come here. Then I won't come anymore. People like you should leave quickly, so as not to disturb my cleanliness every day. Beatrice sat on the seat sullenly, hugging her legs curled up with her hands, like a squirrel, sitting on the seat without saying a word. Looking at Beatrice's unhappy look, Sebastian couldn't help but feel a little amused. No matter what state this spirit lowly is in, she can't change her nature. When she said it out, it had a completely different meaning. By the way, Betty, I want to ask you about Ram, can you heal her? Sebastian asked. Although he has read a lot of books himself, there is still a long way to go before she can fully recover. And it is also a time-consuming task to study all the books. But Beatrice has been in this library for many years, she must have read all the books in it. After all, Beatrice had nothing else to do in the Forbidden Library. Have no idea. With a crisp answer, she snorted coldly and turned her head to the side, expressing that she didn't want to talk to Sebastian. Then I'll bring Puck over to play with you. Bubby? Beatrice's voice rose several degrees, but quickly suppressed it again. This matter, even if you use him, you can't bribe me. Is there no way? There are many in this library, so there must be a way. He thought it was very mesmerizing to tease such a proud little lowly. No. You don't need to ask anymore, just go away, I don't want to see you again. Seeing this, Sebastian didn't stay any longer, just shook his head and stood up regretfully. It seems that there is nothing to do, I wanted to exchange a secret that you care about most. Ha! This kind of low-level method will never work on me. Really? That's a pity, I wanted to tell you about. After Sebastian finished speaking, he walked towards the entrance of the library, as if he didn't show any nostalgia. But looking back at Beatrice, who said before that she would never be fooled anyway, her ears perked up when she heard Sebastian say the word. That person. She once signed a contract with her creator, the witch, to guard the library until the arrival of that person, but many years have passed and she still hasn't found a suitable candidate. She holds a book that belongs to her, and she acts according to the texts, but now the book has no words, let alone, that person. As everyone knows, the so-called that person does not exist at all. This is just a plot designed by the witch to satisfy her entertainment, just to see how Beatrice will react. But Sebastian didn't want to say anything more. Instead, he wanted to get up and leave. This made this Tsundere a little lowly feel anxious, but because of the bold words she said just now, Beatrice's personality made her embarrassed to keep him, so she had to let out a loud hum to try to attract his attention. Sebastian acted as if he didn't hear it, and the pace of his feet didn't mean to stop at all, and there was even a tendency to speed up faintly. You bully! Tell me quickly, what is the secret? Beatrice pointed at Sebastian's back, stopping him from continuing to walk. I know how to regrow ram's horns. Didn't you feel uninterested just now? Sebastian turned around with a smile, his eyes full of confidence, obviously predicting that Beatrice's character would never be able to bear it. And, are you sure you have a way? Who said I have no method? Could it be that I have read so many books for so many years for nothing? Really? It seems that I misheard just now. Tell me, what is the solution? Tell me quickly, what is that secret? Beatrice's face was puffed up by Sebastian's attitude, she put her hands on her hips and retorted not to be outdone. Won't say. Then I'm leaving. Looking at the man in front of her who was teasing her to death, she wanted to step forward and bite him. For many years, no one has ever caused her emotions to fluctuate so violently. You bully! Sebastian only heard a swearing from behind him, and then a sound of wind came. Just when Sebastian was wondering what kind of action this spirit lowly would make, a soft body threw itself directly onto Sebastian's back from behind. Don't even think about leaving. Are you using judo? Judo? What's that? But I don't care what trick it is, you must tell me today. Facing this spirit lowly who was holding at his body like an octopus, Sebastian was also full of helplessness at this time. Chapter 116, Signing a Contract. Sebastian grabbed Beatrice by the collar with his hand and lifted her in front of him, disregarding her struggle. You are a child who can't grow up, so why pretend to be deep? I want you to tell me. Beatrice folded her hands on her chest in a huff and pursed her lips. Okay, since that's the case, I'll tell you what you want to know. but you also have to tell me the method to make Ram grow back. Of course, you don't need to talk about this kind of thing, I'm a spirit, so I won't be so dishonest like you humans. This arrogant look, in Sebastian's eyes, made her inexplicably amusing. Carrying the lowly spirit back to the seat, Sebastian poured himself another cup of tea and cleared his throat slightly. I could choose to tell you early on, but I don't think you will believe me, so I didn't say it all the time. The person you have been waiting for all these years is me, the one who set you free and redeemed this life. As soon as the words fell, the exclamation that Sebastian imagined did not appear, only Beatrice in front of her with a dull face. Seeing Beatrice's dazed expression, Sebastian put his hand in front of her eyes, waved it lightly, and said, "Is it too much? Some can't accept it." Sebastian said this with a smile on his face, but Beatrice still looked at Sebastian in front of her in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. She never imagined that the person she spent hundreds of years waiting for would be the guy in front of her. In an instant, this lowly spirit seemed to have her soul sucked out, her head drooped, and she looked very sluggish as if her whole body had turned grey. Sebastian looked at Beatrice, who had suddenly changed into this look, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He tentatively handed Beatrice a cup of black tea, wanting to get closer to see what her expression looked like. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stretched out her hand, Beatrice's eyes were red, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes widened, and she reached out and swung the teacup in Sebastian's hand to the ground. Starred. How dare you lie to me with such a thing? Why did I lie to you? What I said is the truth, okay? After Sebastian said this, he found a handkerchief to wipe off the remaining tea stains on his hands. Don't think that you can fool me as if you have dealt with a witch before. Beatrice clenched her teeth, watching Sebastian as she put on a look that she would not give up until he explained clearly. When she heard Sebastian talk about the secret of that person before, she was full of anticipation. After all, in her mind, Sebastian was also summoned by a witch from another world, maybe he would know something. But when Beatrice heard that it was this guy in front of her who she had been waiting for hundreds of years, she broke out completely. And most importantly, Sebastian said that he was the one he was waiting for. But the gospel did not have any response to Sebastian. For this, Beatrice has tried countless times, she is very sure. The gospel doesn't respond to you at all, this alone can prove that you can't be the person I was waiting for. Seeing Beatrice speak so confidently, Sebastian couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Sebastian had to lower his body and make his line of sight equal to that of Beatrice. I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing, there's no way something like the gospel will react, but it's you who make the decision, not the gospel. As long as you have your own decision, then it is over. The serious tone and clear eyes gradually calmed down Beatrice, who felt she had been cheated. She looked at Sebastian without saying a word, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She just turned around silently and stepped on the wooden ladder next to her seat to take out a thick book from the bookshelf behind her seat. Sebastian has seen this book too many times. Every time he came in, he could see Beatrice reading this book. From now on, if nothing else occurs, this book is the gospel. Beatrice wrinkled her little nose slightly, holding the gospel in her small hands, and walked in front of Sebastian. The gospel book was slowly opened, and it was completely blank inside. This is a book without words. Beatrice looked at the blank page on the gospel, took Sebastian's hand, and put it on the page. It's just that this book is still blank, without any changes, what it was like before, and what it looks like now. Seeing Beatrice make such a move, Sebastian knew that this spirit was still a little unwilling to believe it. If it is really what he said, then Beatrice has been played by the witch for so many years, leaving her in this forbidden library for hundreds of years for an unwarranted reason. If you don't believe it, you can sign with me the most common contract that can be cancelled at any time. As long as you agree in your heart, there is nothing that can bind you. Sebastian stretched out his palm, looked at Beatrice frankly, and spread it. He decides to give Beatrice a chance. Beatrice helped Sebastian a lot during this time, and as a great spirit like Puck, she possessed very powerful strength. In the story, she helped Subaru kill all the big rabbits in the sanctuary. If possible, Sebastian certainly wouldn't mind having a strong and lovely girl in his camp. At this moment, the delicate and clean chin was slightly raised, and her mouth was slightly raised with the same arrogant look. Facing Beatrice in this posture, Sebastian squatted in front of her, looking at her straight in the eyes. Being approached so closely by Sebastian suddenly, Beatrice instantly became a little cramped, subconsciously raised her leg, and took a small half-step back. What do you want to do? How is it? Have you thought about it? The originally smooth hair was messed up by Sebastian. Beatrice angrily knocked Sebastian's hand, smoothed the hair on her face, and retorted with a slightly flushed face. I thought about something, I'm just so happy to see you leaving, not. Chapter 117, Suppressed. Just halfway through speaking, Sebastian gently lifted Beatrice's hand and placed it flat in his palm. Come on, sign the contract, and leave this place that has bound you for hundreds of years with me. Standing between Beatrice and the outside world is her endless waiting life and long time, which makes her flinch. Seeing Sebastian's hand stretched out towards her and his serious expression, Beatrice fell silent for a moment, biting her lower lip with her white teeth. Her expression seemed a little hesitant. Really, is it okay? Believe me. Trapped in a forbidden library for hundreds of years, it is impossible not to yearn for the outside world. Since Beatrice is a great spirit created by Echidna, the Witch of Greed, she is a master of magic and is capable of casting all kinds of magic spells, even those that have been long since forgotten by people in the present. After signing a contract with the witch 400 years ago, Beatrice guarded the forbidden library for the witch until someone came and passed on the knowledge in the forbidden library to her, and the witch also handed over a copy of the Book of Wisdom to Beatrice. Yet no one who had entered the library in 400 years had reacted to Beatrice's prophecy. After waiting for such a long time, she is about to fall into despair. It is simply a kind of torment. Even a kind of torture for Beatrice. Because of this limitless despair, she wanted to use extreme methods to escape the constraints of the contract. Facing what Sebastian said, after hesitating and tangling over and over again, Beatrice finally bit her lower lip tightly and nodded. Although Beatrice kept expressing her usual face towards Sebastian, she knew that she couldn't deceive her heart, and deep down in her heart, she felt that this man who often teased her was someone worth relying on. No matter what exaggerated words she said to him, he would only respond to her with a smile. Because of this, the softest emotion of Beatrice was stirred by Sebastian. The joyous times returned to solitude again. Afterward, a faint radiance of the magic circle shone in the corridor in the afternoon, covering the figures of Sebastian and Beatrice, and the contract was concluded from then on. Among Sebastian's forces, there is another very powerful existence. Sebastian quickly took Beatrice's hand and walked out of the forbidden library, just in time to meet Emilia passing by. What? Betty is coming out. Well, Betty has signed a contract with me, Sebastian said with a smile. Beatrice can now freely enter and exit the forbidden library, and can become a powerful boost to Sebastian's forces. However, because Beatrice is a created spirit, she has flaws and cannot generate magic power by herself. Usually, it is because the forbidden library has magic power, so staying in it will not be affected. After leaving the forbidden library, Beatrice needed magic from the contractor herself. This is not a problem for Sebastian, because now he has inherited Roswell's magic power, so the magic power is quite sufficient. Although Roswell was killed by Sebastian with an army, as a magister, he was also an elite among human beings. So it was easy to withstand Beatrice's magic consumption. What's more, Sebastian has already mastered the method of making a magic bottle, so he can freely replenish magic power for others. I didn't expect you, Mr. Sebastian, to sign a contract with Betty, Emilia said with some surprise. No, I just want to come out for a walk now and then, Beatrice still said stubbornly. At this moment, Sebastian's ears suddenly heard the sound of an alarm, and it was the psychic radar that sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest, and the number of people is quite large, which is the size of an entire army. Sebastian smiled slightly. He knew who would be here this time. The army of the kingdom. I'm afraid those old antiques of the Council of Wise Men didn't even think about establishing diplomatic relations with him but regarded him as enemies. But Sebastian was already prepared. Although he does not like to use war to solve problems, Sebastian does not object to the use of force. Somebody is coming, Sebastian said with a smile. Who? Beatrice was puzzled. Let's go, you will know when you go out. The corners of Sebastian's mouth rose slightly. Outside Sebastian's territory is the kingdom's army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and leading this troop is a man with flame-like hair, Reinhard van Astria. He is the contemporary sword saint and has the strongest strength in the world. The wise men thought that Sebastian and the G.I. were threats to the kingdom, so they sent a large army. But they didn't know the true strength of the enemy forces, so they sent Reinhard to prevent problems before they happened. Following a flash of light, Sebastian and the others moved in front of Reinhard in an instant. Looking at the fiery red hair and clear blue eyes, Sebastian immediately recognized the other party's identity. And Reinhard can also recognize Sebastian from his distinctive temperament. You must be Mr. Sebastian, the ambassador of the G.I., Reinhard said politely. That's correct, you must be the sword saint, Reinhard. I don't know why you brought such a large army here, what's the matter? Sebastian asked with a smile. Your organization killed Roswell on the border of the kingdom and annexed his territory, which caused great damage to our kingdom. I led the troops to retake it. Reinhardt's expression became serious. He is a very kind person. In his eyes, Sebastian and others are evildoers who endanger the safety of the kingdom, even though he doesn't know what Roswell is doing. After hearing Reinhardt's words, Sebastian suddenly laughed. If Roswell wants to attack me and my people, then I should turn a blind eye. Reinhardt didn't answer. At this moment, Sebastian's expression became more serious, and his tone became cold. We came here with goodwill, but your kingdom treats us with weapons. Is this your way of showing hospitality? Chapter 118, Threatening. Your behavior is impolite to our alliance. Sebastian's tone became more and more cold, and a murderous aura spread from his body. Sorry, but your move to occupy the kingdom's territory is already a declaration of war on us, Reinhardt said, eyes fixed on Sebastian. Mr. Sebastian, please surrender, try to avoid unnecessary casualties. Although Reinhardt's tone sounded gentle and elegant, his words were full of confidence in his strength. However, Reinhardt does have the capital of self-confidence. His strength is incomparably powerful. In the story, even the great elf Pucker, who has the power to destroy the world, can't resist Reinhardt. Even his death under Sebastian would not be a match for Reinhardt. What's more, Reinhardt possesses divine protection of the phoenix, which he can be resurrected without limit. It can be said that it is even more difficult to kill Reinhardt. Sebastian smiled and looked at Reinhardt. Although Reinhardt was indeed difficult to stop in individual combat, this was a state-to-state war, not a battle in a duel. What's more, Reinhardt has one of the most fatal weaknesses, which is his compassion and justice. Although he possesses great strength, his actions will be limited by his values. This is a point that can be exploited by Sebastian. Are you threatening us? Can you afford the consequences of doing this? Hearing Sebastian's words, the soldiers behind Reinhardt laughed loudly. This guy probably doesn't know Reinhardt's strength. Reinhardt alone can destroy their group. Roswell and Reinhardt are not in the same weight class. But at this time, Reinhardt had a serious expression. He knew that Sebastian was not talking big or bluffing. Sebastian possessed some kind of power, which could pose a huge threat to the kingdom. But he still has the confidence to stop everything. Now if you surrender, I can still consider letting you live, Sebastian said slowly. Originally, he planned to establish diplomatic relations with the kingdom through trade, but since the members of the wise men rejected the proposal and regarded them as enemies, Sebastian would not be polite. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, Reinhardt, surrender. Sebastian's words made Reinhardt a little surprised. Obviously he was the one taking the initiative. Sebastian shook his head. This is the first warning. At the same time, Sebastian gave the order to the system in his mind, launch a nuclear strike and unleash a lightning storm. At the same time, in Sebastian's territory, he had already built many structures and super weapons, to deal with various special situations. Several nuclear bombs went out of the nuclear missile silo and were launched towards the city of the kingdom. Warning, nuclear missile launched. Reinhardt looked at the exhaust gas left by several nuclear bombs flying past in the sky, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. On the other side, the weather control device released a huge ray of light straight into the sky. Warning, lightning storm created. Fog gradually emerged from the originally cloudless sky and piled up quickly. They became thicker and gradually turned into pitch black, becoming a dark cloud, covering the sun. The entire sky seemed to have collapsed, and lightning could be seen dancing in the dark clouds. One after another lightning flashed, the sky seemed torn apart, and the instant light confused the people on the ground. What happened? Wasn't it sunny just now? Is this what the enemy did? From start to finish, it only takes less than 30 seconds. When the night was at a loss, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck them. Those reached by lightning turned into ash. And the ground under their feet also became scorched earth. Not only that, the electric light was still dancing on the ground and bounced to other people, and no one in the whole area could dodge it. This is Sebastian's other super weapon from the allied faction, Lightning Storm. It uses the weather control device to control the weather, thus releasing thunder and lightning storms. These thunder and lightning from the sky are like weapons of gods, carving out lines one after another on the ground. That is where these soldiers are buried. More than 80 of the Royal Guard's troops were killed or injured in less than a minute of the lightning storm. Not only that, several nuclear missiles flew out and landed on several border cities of the kingdom, blowing them up, and the nuclear radiation also turned them into a piece of wasteland. Although the capital was not selected by Sebastian as an attack target, everyone in the capital felt the ground shaking. What happened? The members of the Council of Wise Men are in a mess at this moment. They are unable to understand what is happening now. After a period of time, someone came to report the news. Report, 5 cities on the border of the kingdom have been destroyed. Destroy. The wise men were dumbfounded. That's right, whether it's buildings or citizens, the person who reported the news swallowed, his eyes full of fear. It's as if it was affected by some huge explosion, and other people can't go to those areas at all, as they will die immediately if they get close. In this world, there are no such weapons as guns and cannons, let alone nuclear missiles. The bombed area has huge nuclear radiation, and any creature that gets close will die directly. Why is that? The members of the wise men began to shake in fear. Could it be the GDI? They estimated the time, and it should be almost the time when Reinhardt and the Royal Guard arrived at the area of the G. The reason for all this could only be the revenge of that group. At the same time, a startling idea emerged in their minds. Since they can easily destroy their cities, then destroying the capital will certainly be easy to achieve. Chapter 119, Reinhardt, Surrender. No, seeing that the troops behind him were engulfed by lightning, and the whole area was turned into a sea of flames, Reinhardt immediately drew out his sword and pointed it at Sebastian. This is not an ordinary sword, but a dragon sword. The sword has self-awareness, and it can only be unsheathed when facing a worthy enemy. It is the only weapon in the world that can allow Reinhardt to display his true strength. Ordinary weapons could not even withstand a blow from Reinhardt. At this time, Reinhardt has judged that Sebastian is a worthy opponent and can be unsheathed. Huge magic power condensed in the space, and then was absorbed by Reinhardt onto the blade. As long as Reinhardt swings his sword, any enemy will be wiped out. Do you think killing me will stop this? Looking at Reinhardt with an anxious expression on his face, Sebastian only had a faint smile on his face. Even if Reinhardt attacked him, Sebastian didn't care. Because now he just transferred his consciousness to the clone body of this world, while the main body is in another world. Even if Reinhardt destroys the body of this world, it will not affect Sebastian. Stop him now, Reinhardt threatened that the dragon's sword was already on Sebastian's neck. There's only one way to stop this, Sebastian stared at Reinhardt in front of him and said. As I have said, the kingdom controls themselves, and you surrender. Sebastian's words were decisive, and there was no possibility of any change. This is impossible, Reinhardt said, but Sebastian had already noticed the tangled expression on his face. What I threaten is not just the troops you lead, Sebastian turned around, showing Reinhardt his back. The target of my threat is your entire kingdom. Now all the people in your kingdom have become my prisoners. When you and I were talking, people in 5 cities died because of you, Reinhardt. Sebastian's tone was calm. No, Reinhardt bit his lip tightly. The strongest man in the world fell into a state of perplexity at this moment. Unfortunately, now there are more city targets. Sebastian looked up at the sky, and several nuclear missiles were flying through the sky. Even Reinhardt couldn't stop them all. This is my second and last warning. Afterward, I will target the entire kingdom. It is the Council of Wise Men and you, Reinhardt, who have started all of this. Sebastian didn't pay attention to Reinhardt, but turned and left, not caring whether the other party would attack him or not. At this moment, Sebastian heard a plop, and Reinhardt knelt on the ground at this moment, and the dirt stained his clothes. Reinhardt, as a member of the Royal Guard, valued the lives and honors of civilians the most when he heard Sebastian say that people in many cities died because of him. A sense of guilt welled up in my heart. What's more, the troops following him has only less than 10 of the total left. Kneeling, for the Royal Guard, means surrendering to the opponent. Even the most powerful person in the world can only surrender to Sebastian at this moment, otherwise, the entire kingdom might be wiped out by Sebastian. Looking at Reinhardt who was kneeling in front of him, all of which was within his expectation. Reinhardt was too kind, which made it impossible for him to ignore the lives of civilians. This is what Sebastian took advantage of. Reinhardt pledged that you will be loyal to me, Sebastian said. Reinhardt is a very powerful individual, someone who Sebastian will not give up easily. As he has the divine protection of the Phoenix and can regenerate infinitely makes it difficult for Sebastian to attack him. Since he couldn't kill him, Sebastian decided to use the other party for himself. If he reaches other worlds, Reinhardt can become a powerful fighting force, clearing the way for him. Reinhardt's expression was heartbreaking. For him as a royal guard, an oath is unbreakable, as it involves the honor of being a knight. What's wrong? Do you regret it? You should know what happens when you don't do it. I swear by the name of the dragon and the sword master, Reinhardt, am willing to serve Sir Sebastian. Reinhardt knew that if he didn't do this, it would only cause more sacrifices, so he had no other choice. Very good, Sebastian smiled slightly, and then with a wave of his hand, the continuous thunderstorms in the sky were finally stopped. I look forward to your performance in the future. Sebastian smiled slightly. Among the capitals, the members of the council are now like headless chickens, scurrying around in the palace at a loss. They didn't expect that several cities had already been attacked by Sebastian, so much so that they were wiped out. Only now did they realize that they had completely wrongly estimated the military power of the enemy, and they regretted the hasty decision to declare war. It hurts so much to pay such a price. Not only that, everything that happened today has shaken the hearts of the people in the kingdom, and now it can be said that everyone is in danger. Even in the Council of Wise Men, some members have already proposed the signing of an armistice treaty with the G. But they are also very curious about the situation on the front line. With Reinhardt's power, it is impossible to be defeated. Just as the sages were having a heated discussion, a member of the royal guards rushed into the area. He was sweating profusely, and his face was of surprise, lacking the calmness of being a royal guard. What happened to make you so alarmed? A member of the Council of Wise Men reprimanded the night guards in front of him. Report, the front line, Reinhardt has surrendered to the enemy. What? After hearing these words, all the members of the Council of Wise Men were wordless for a while, unable to say a word for a while. The strongest and most loyal person in the kingdom surrendered to the enemy? What the hell is going on here? What exactly did the enemy do to allow a person like Reinhardt to surrender to them? A frightening premonition spread in their minds. Chapter 120, The Kingdom Must Pay the Price. The members of the council didn't know what transpired, and the feeling of confusion gradually turned into anger at Reinhardt. They believe that everything that is happening now is caused by Reinhardt's incompetence. And his act of surrendering to the enemy is a betrayal of the kingdom. In the eyes of the Council of Wise Men, there is no such thing as Reinhardt's past achievements. In the story, once something happened that they couldn't deal with, it was Reinhardt who would clean up the mess. After all, the council is just a group of old men who follow power and their narrow-mindedness. What to do? The opponent now has Reinhardt joining them, and his strength is quite alarming. Once there is a fight, the consequences will be disastrous. Should we surrender? At this time, a huge light suddenly appeared outside the capital, many vehicles appeared on the periphery of the capital and thousands of troops disembarked them. These are Sebastian's troops. He used the chronosphere to teleport his troops to the vicinity of the capital. Reinhardt, who tagged along, was a little surprised. Sure enough, like the information, Sebastian possessed abilities that were difficult for others to understand. Sir Sebastian, Reinhardt walked in front of Sebastian with a serious face. You said that you will never hurt the people of the kingdom again. I did, Sebastian said with a smile. But have you forgotten that I made two conditions? First, you surrender to me. Second, your kingdom surrendered to us. You should know that I do not need to break my promise. Listening to Sebastian's words, Reinhardt bites his lips. As he is unable to refute. In his mind, there is nothing more important than keeping the people of the country safe. But Sebastian has the power to destroy the kingdom. Why does someone like this exist? And where did he come from? He was puzzled. Come with me, go meet those old men, Sebastian said, and then used the portable chronoshift device to bring with a small company, Reinhardt, Esteth, and others to the palace. In the royal palace, the members of the council have been divided into two factions. One of the factions was prepared to join Sebastian, while the other was prepared to escape. None of them thought that the G could lead a campaign to the capital in an instant. If they had known this earlier, they would never have dared to send troops to attack each other. At this moment, a huge beam of light appeared out of thin air in the middle of the capital and went straight into the sky. In the clouds, there was a roar. Hearing this roar, the people in the entire capital were a little dazed at first. And then couldn't help cheering after. The owner of the roar is the dragon who has been protecting the kingdom of Lagunica. The original breeze gradually began to become a bit fierce, and a huge dark shadow was flapping its wings and flying towards the kingdom from the air. Sebastian stood in front of the main hall of the palace, looking at the figure that was gradually approaching, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He could have thought a long time ago that what he did would attract the divine dragon who guards the kingdom. Needless to say, the strongest combat power in this world is Reinhardt, this is beyond doubt. Although the divine dragon who once held the same position as the others is extremely powerful, strictly speaking, he still only belongs to the second echelon in this world, which is almost the level of Ram before she was disconnected. Of course, before her horn was broken, it meant that Ram had grown up smoothly, otherwise the young Ram would not be able to compare. However, for Sebastian, there was no pressure. The world's peak power and the strongest, Reinhardt, has joined him, so who else can stop him? Even if the witch who devoured half the world appeared in front of Sebastian, she would be crushed by his troops, so what can a mere divine dragon do? As the howling wind in the sky got closer and closer, a large dark shadow also came down from the sky, covering the palace. Numerous guards, princes, and ministers in the palace looked at the descending black shadow with excitement in their eyes. The reason why the kingdom of Lagunica has been able to prosper for so long is that apart from the fact that there has always been a family of sword saints in the capital who are the pinnacles, there is also the protection of the divine dragon. Under the double guarantee, compared with other lands in terms of inherent advantages, the Kingdom of Lugunica is already in an unbeatable position, so an army can't invade and capture the Kingdom of Lugunica. If there is such a day, the ruler of Lugnica can pray to the Divine Dragon for help. In a war, the strength of the Divine Dragon is unquestionable. Even if you don't talk about strength, the achievement of sealing the witch is there. So it is not so easy to obliterate. If you want to take action against the Divine Dragon, you will be accused by the entire continent, which seems a bit outranked. In this world, reputation is very important. It is in this kind of environment that one can imagine the reverence for the Divine Dragon in the hearts of the people of the Kingdom of Lugunica, which is unavoidable even for those princes and ministers. It's just that what these excited people don't know is that the object of worship and belief in their hearts is going to complete the final return journey of their lives today. The huge wings flapped in mid-air, and the Divine Dragon's body in the sky gradually became clear under the illumination of the palace lights. This is a creature whose head is as large as a palace, and the shadow cast by the moonlight in mid-air even covers half of the prince. Broad wings, hard scales, sharp fangs, long tails, and a powerful body. All of these combined together formed the Dragon Volcanica, which had protected the Kingdom of Lugunica for many years. I am the Divine Dragon, Volcanica, the one who invaded the kingdom that made a contract with me. Why don't you surrender? The voice of Volcanica resounded through the sky, making the earth shake. Chapter 121, Dragon. The deep voice sounded above the officials, and into the ears of the people in the capital like thunder reverberating. But when the dragon's roar sounded in the sky, what responded to him was massive artillery fire and attacks from the weapons on the vehicle and the infantry alike. Like a rising sun, it went the sky and towards the Dragon Volcanica in the sky. In the sky, countless aircraft are flying around the dragon, like vultures waiting for their prey to fall. The light emitted from the aircraft moved quickly in the air like a shooting star passing by quickly. The sky, which was about to turn dark, seemed to be illuminated by the light emitted by Sebastian's troops. Looking at the rising light, the world of the capital seems to be torn apart by Sebastian's army. It is like the end of the world. The moment the Dragon Volcanica, flapping its wings in the sky, saw the troops on the outskirts of the capital, it suddenly froze. Its eyes shrank tightly, becoming the size of a needle. The combined might of the enemy caused a touch of fear to emerge in its mind. In its entire lifetime, it has never felt such a strong threat. This is the vigilance of creatures when their lives are threatened. Even the sword saints of the past have never caused such a strong sense of threat to it. Even if it has great power, it cannot escape the classification of creatures, and it also has never seen such a weird army. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and looked at each other carefully like a hunter. Volcanica, as a dragon, is a powerful magic creature. As research material, it is also great. What's more, the dragon has stood on the opposite side of him, so he has a reason to go to war. Volcanica, you should know what the kingdom has done, and the loss to my people and allies. Even after all that, do you still want to stand on the opposite side with me? As long as you stop, I can leave a way for your people to survive. Sebastian's tone was cold, and there was no reverence for the dragon in his words. The Kingdom of Lugunica has made a pact with me, so I will protect this country. Before Volcanica could finish speaking, Sebastian shook his head and said, "Attack." In an instant, all the troops outside the capital attacked the dragon. The artillery fire of the Apocalypse tank, these will be your last moments. The attack of the Black Eagle fighter bomber, let's take them out. The missiles of the V-3 rocket launcher flew in, missile launch confirmed. They are attacking the location of the dragon. What Volcanica faced was the full might of a combined armed attack. While terrified deep in its mind, Volcanica tried its best to flap its wings to avoid these attacks. It knew very well in its mind that if it was hit by these attacks, even it would have no chance of survival. This level of attack has exceeded the upper limit of strength in this world, and it is not something any motion of resistance can stop. Either get out of the way, or die. There is no third option. Although it has lived for hundreds of years, Volcanica is not ready to die in such a manner. It's just that its body has now become the biggest disadvantage of its dodge. In that short moment, there was no room for Volcanica to have much reaction time. Even though it had tried its best to twist its body, it could only watch helplessly as the full might of the attack gradually covered its body. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded above the entire palace, followed by a mournful howl. It was the cry of the dragon. In the sky, a huge dragon shadow fell from mid-air towards the palace like a plane out of control. The scatter of dragon's blood was like a rain of blood in the night sky, pouring onto the people below who wanted to see the appearance of the dragon. Accompanied by this burst of blood rain, the body of the divine dragon Volcanica slammed down heavily towards the palace. Before being hit, Volcanica blocked itself with its 2 wings and released defensive magic. But even so, one side of Volcanica's wing was hit, and it lost the ability to fly again. Although the palace ministers in the palace respected the dragon Volcanica very much, it didn't mean that they were willing to be crushed to death by the huge body of the dragon and died in such an inexplicable way. For a moment, the entire palace was filled with terrified cries, and people were frightened by this huge change and fled in all directions, panicking. Boom! Engulfed in smoke and dust all over the sky, and countless rubble and gravel splashed in all directions. The dragon Volcanica slammed into the palace. The dragon wings that Sebastian seemed to have cut off easily before, were extraordinarily tenacious when they slammed into the solid buildings in the palace. Amid the horrified expressions of the crowd, it overwhelmed a large building. But amidst the ruins, the dragon Volcanica had no other injuries except for the severed dragon wings. The impact just now didn't even break the dragon's scales on its body, which shows how powerful the protective power of its scales is. But even with a strong defense, the dragon was still beaten by Sebastian's military. However, Sebastian didn't use his full strength. If he wanted to, he could summon a larger military in an instant and attack with multiple times the current firepower, even the dragon would be wiped out. The reason why Sebastian did this was just to keep it alive. Only when it is alive can it become the research material of the system. Roar! Volcanica struggled to get up from the ruins and let out a roar full of anger. The billowing sound wave directly blew away all the smoke and dust in the sky, and the people around, who hadn't had time to run far, turned red in the face of this huge roar, and their facial expressions looked extremely painful. In just a few seconds, by the time the roar disappeared, many people had already been shocked with bright red blood in their ears, and passed out straight away. Volcanica's golden pupils were moving around, there was raging anger and deep fear in its eyes. The nobility of being a dragon had vanished at this time, and it was replaced by a beast. You, a mortal, who intends to attack me, a dragon. Chapter 122, Surrender. Volcanica shook off the rubble from its body, and its eyes became increasingly intense. As one of the world's greatest powers, Volcanica is very confident in its strength. Besides, in this world, as the belief of the people, he is revered and admired. It doesn't want to believe that someone will come at it to do something like this. Some mortals took action against it. When there was a panic in the palace, the people in the capital also fell into panic. The scene was witnessed by everyone in the entire capital. And the body of Volcanica falling from the sky was seen by everyone. As a godlike existence in the kingdom of Lagunica, such a sudden change made it difficult for people to accept it, and they didn't know what would happen next. Looking back to the palace, in the ruins and rubble, the strong smell of blood continued to spread in the air. And amidst this strong smell of blood, a tall figure was walking towards the dragon, Volcanica, on the rubble all over the ground. Seeing Sebastian, Volcanica's eyes narrowed slightly, its golden pupils fixedly stared at Sebastian, and the tail behind it kept sweeping among the ruins. Human, you are so courageous. When Volcanica saw Sebastian for the first time, its heart suddenly tensed. When a creature's strength reaches a certain level, the induction between the strong will become intense. Even though the aura in Sebastian's body had been suppressed and did not leak out in the slightest, Volcanica still felt a strong threat from him. This seemingly ordinary human in front of it seems to be an entity that has experienced countless battles and slaughtered countless enemies. Sebastian's physical strength may not be as strong as a dragon. But his most potent attribute is that he can control a robust military. Those troops can be said to be a part of Sebastian's body. With a cautious heart, this dragon who has lived for many years did not strike back immediately, but wanted to test Sebastian's real strength and why he did this to it. At this time, Sebastian had already drawn out a long sword and pointed it at Volcanica, that is the one-cut killer, Murasame. Just by looking at it, Volcanica could feel the ominous whiff of death emanating from it. Even as a dragon, once struck by Murasame, there is only one ending, death. However, the Volcanica does not think that this weapon can penetrate its hard scales. It is also ready to release spells to completely kill Sebastian, so Volcanica believes that Sebastian's close contact with it was an act of arrogance. Once he was killed, those armies would lose their leaders and become disorganized. But at this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on Sebastian's face. System, start the chronoshift. At the same time as Sebastian gave the order, a flashy light appeared in the sky, covering the face of Volcanica, and a huge shadow hung over the palace. The citizens, who were fleeing in a hurry, were all shocked by the huge object that appeared in midair, and they forgot to run away. In the sky, the huge figure, the bright gems, and the cloak-like dark clouds were engraved in everyone's eyes. What is that? Is that a giant? It's bigger than the divine dragon. What fell in midair was the machine god, Shikudazar. HIATUS 1, reporting for duty. In Sebastian's ear came the voice of the unit. Sebastian used the chronoshift device to teleport a HIATUS here. He had completed the analysis of the machine god not long ago, and also successfully obtained the blood of the emperor. Sebastian has been able to mass-produce the machine god and allows any of his units, who have been transplanted with the emperor's blood, to put it into action. The dragon didn't expect that Sebastian could summon such a thing. The machine god landed on the ground, and the entire capital shook. The height of the machine god is more than several hundred meters tall, which makes the dragon look a bit small. It is the first and strongest Tgthegood, possessing fearsome power, capable of destroying a city with ease. It is more than enough to deal with a seriously injured dragon. The machine god moved its body and lifted the dragon Volcanica as if grabbing prey. Volcanica struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from the hands of the machine god. All those who witnessed this scene were speechless, far exceeding the shock of the divine dragon being shot down just now. In front of the giant, the dragon had no room to resist, feeling the pain of being squeezed by the machine god. Volcanica's eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. This gap in strength, even when fighting against the witch, has never felt such a powerless feeling. In front of the supreme throne, he is like a small bug that can be crushed to death easily, without the slightest room for resistance. Surrender or die, you choose, Sebastian said. I have many more giants like this. Sebastian now has at least one team of machine gods and will have bigger scales in the future. Volcanica mind was full of fear, and it knew that Sebastian's words were not a joke. The former witch almost swallowed up half the world, but Sebastian can easily level the entire world. Now Volcanica has no choice, and it doesn't want to die in this place for nothing. I surrender. The words of the Volcanica echoed throughout the area, and almost everyone in the capital could hear its words. The divine dragon Volcanica, who had been protecting the kingdom of Lugunica, succumbed to Sebastian. The entire country is built under the protection of the divine dragon Volcanica. Now that Volcanica has surrendered, there is no point in their action to resist. Sebastian said slowly, start the chronoshift. A ray of light shrouded it, and the machine god and the dragon Volcanica disappeared as if they had never existed. All that remains on the ground is the kingdom's rubble. At the same time, a new option appeared in Sebastian's eyes. Analysis of the dragon Volcanica gene cost, 5 million G time, 48 hours. Chapter 123, Completing the Research, Reinhard Gene. Sebastian did not hesitate and immediately put the research of the dragon gene into his research queue. He was also very curious about what would happen after the research was completed. While researching the dragon gene, Sebastian looked at the dilapidated walls of the palace and the members of the Council of Wise Men who wanted to escape but were too late. We surrender. The members of the Council of Wise Men now had no choice but to surrender because even the dragon who had been protecting their kingdom had surrendered to Sebastian. Sir Sebastian. Reinhard looked at Sebastian very nervously, fearing that he would break the oath. He knew that Sebastian possessed a fearsome force capable of taking the entire kingdom's people captive. He could only hope that Sebastian would abide by the agreement and stop killing others. Don't worry, since they have already surrendered, there is no need for me to continue attacking, Sebastian said slowly, having completely guessed what Reinhard was thinking. Sebastian was not a person who loved to kill. He didn't want to use war as a way to solve conflict. It would only consume resources, manpower, and energy in vain. This is why he proposed to the kingdom to establish diplomatic relations in the first place. Otherwise, when Roswell hired people to attack him, Sebastian would have been able to attack under the pretext of defending against an attack on the kingdom's border. However, the rigid members of the Council of Wise Men couldn't accept what they couldn't understand. They not only rejected Sebastian's proposal to establish diplomatic relations but also regarded them as an enemy. Facing such greed and hostility, Sebastian showed the might of his alliance. Those who seek to bring harm to me and my allies will be punished even if they are far away. Now that the kingdom had surrendered, without the protection of the divine dragon, the enemy had completely lost the ability to resist, so there was no need for Sebastian to continue killing in vain. Sebastian soon took full control of the capital and rebuilt what had been destroyed. By the next day, the entire palace had returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. In the beginning, the people in the kingdom were very afraid of Sebastian and his group, thinking that Sebastian was a villain who, after slaying dragons, would probably kill them. Sebastian began to change the name of the kingdom to the Republic of Lugunica, then overhauled the capital, and added electricity to the construction of the capital. Although magic is very convenient and can replace the existence of electricity or machinery to a certain extent, most of the people in the capital were just ordinary humans or demi-humans. They didn't know magic. So after having electricity, the lives of ordinary people became a lot more convenient. Several very advanced reforms also improved the quality of life for poor people. In just 2 days, the people in the capital began to realize that Sebastian was not as scary as they imagined, but more like an ethical ruler, and all the wise men in the past were not as good as Sebastian. During this period, Reinhard realized that Sebastian was not the dreadful person he had imagined. On the contrary, he felt that under Sebastian's leadership, the nation could be further developed and the people's lives greatly improved. Now that Reinhard had pledged his allegiance to Sebastian, as a royal guard, he would never disregard his oath, so he obeyed Sebastian's orders 100. Sebastian also brought him into the battle lab. Analysis of the Reinhard gene cost, G, time, 72 hours. Analysis of Dragon Sword cost, G, time, 72 hours. Reinhard had the greatest power in the world and also had a unique protective ability. If his gene also had a commander's privilege version, Sebastian's combat effectiveness would be further improved. 2 days later, the genetic research of the divine dragon, Volcanica, was also completed. Commander, the research on the divine dragon Volcanica has been completed. New research items have been unlocked. The system's voice rang in Sebastian's ear. Sebastian immediately opened the system menu and locked his eyes on the newly unlocked research items in the system. Dragon type, creature, cost, 5 million G. Human dragon hybrid cost, G. After the research is completed, infantry units and dragons can be combined to unlock new units, dragon knights. I can make a dragon. Sebastian smiled slightly. Although the dragon was a special kind of existence, it could not escape the category of creatures, so it could be studied by Sebastian. He immediately added several dragons to the production queue and began to study the knowledge of the human-dragon hybrid. Sebastian was curious about the new unit Dragon Knight. Several rays of light flashed, and at the same time, several giant dragons appeared beside Sebastian. Their appearance didn't seem to be much different from the divine dragon, Volcanica, but their body size was slightly smaller. It seemed that the system had undergone a slight deterioration to ensure the mass production of the dragon, but their power would not be higher than that of Volcanica. They weren't as good as the original, but they were easier to handle. At this time, Volcanica, who was the target of the experiment, was finally released from the battle lab by Sebastian. Volcanica had sworn allegiance to Sebastian and finalized a contract. Sebastian wouldn't give up this impressive fighting power. Its already injured wings had now basically healed. This is my kindred. In this world, the well-known dragon was only Volcanica, let alone having the same family. Volcanica itself had never met its kindred, which made it feel a little lonely in its long life. But at this time, besides Sebastian, there were several beings with the same appearance as it, which made Volcanica feel a sense of closeness in its heart. In a sense, it's your kin, but they were created with your genes, too. They should be about the same as your children, Sebastian explained. Oh, Volcanica nodded thoughtfully. Another day later, Reinhard's gene had also been successfully analyzed, and a new option emerged in front of Sebastian. Transplanting Reinhard gene. Any unit transplanted with the Reinhard gene would have a huge improvement in combat effectiveness and physique. Chapter 124, Increased Strength, Gained Protection Effect. Reinhard is the ceiling of combat power in this world, and if he gains his physique, it will also greatly improve his party strength. However, Sebastian is more concerned about several other options. Reinhard Gene Commander Privilege. The commander will obtain Reinhard's complete physique and all his divine protection effects. Sebastian looked at the options in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In this world, there is a so-called protection, which can be substituted using buff or status in video games. The strong in this world generally only have 1 or 2 protections. After Sebastian obtained the commander privilege version of Roswell's gene, he also inherited its effect to use various magic, and Reinhardt has more than 40 protective effects. Although inheriting Reinhardt's genes requires a lot of resources. Even the cost of building the machine god is far less than this, but for him, this is a very cost-effective deal, as strength is priceless. What's more, Reinhardt's protection is very powerful, not only can improve one's strength, and weaken the opponent's damage, but can even resurrect without limit. Such an effect, the value is that no amount of money can surpass it. Sebastian immediately clicked to confirm, and then a powerful force poured into his body, and he could see the protective effect on his body. Divine Protection of the Sword Saint. This divine protection brings out the maximum martial skill of the user. Divine Protection of Arrow Evasion. The user is unable to be hit by projectiles, as the divine projection changes their trajectory. Divine Protection of Magic Resistance. The user is immune to curses and debuffing magic. Divine Protection of Fire Avoidance. The user reduces the effect of fire magic on themselves by 80. Divine Protection of Phoenix. The user can come back to life once. Divine Protection of. More than 40 divine protection effects appeared on Sebastian's body. His combat power and defense power have been greatly improved, which can reduce the damage he receives, immune to toxins, and have resurrection opportunities. Among them is the divine protection that can be possessed by only one person in the world at the same time, but the divine protection possessed by Sebastian is given by the system. So it can be compared with the divine protection of Reinhardt. In this way, Sebastian possessed a lot of abnormal abilities. Not only that, Sebastian also successfully analyzed the dragon sword. This is the toughest weapon in the world, and it can withstand Reinhardt's full strength. Sebastian used the technology obtained from analyzing the dragon's sword to alter the Murasame in his hand. A Murasame with the same hardness as the dragon's sword was successfully produced. Although the ordinary Murasame possesses the characteristic of death, it also has a very huge shortcoming. That is, if you don't break the enemy's defense, it will have no effect. Murasame's poison must be injected into the enemy's body to take effect. So when encountering an enemy with too strong a defense, Murasame will not only be unable to function but may also be broken. And Sebastian's transformation greatly reduces the risk of this happening. Just as Sebastian unlocked these new options, the voice of the system resounded in Sebastian's ears again: "Commander, your tech level has reached level 2, and you can already travel to the next world." "I am going to the next world so soon." Sebastian smiled slightly, full of expectations for the new world. Now that the most powerful kingdom in the world has joined its alliance, Sebastian has also gained its production resources and continuously converted them into system resources. The only remaining threats are neighboring countries and the remnants of the witch cult. "Sir Sebastian," at this moment, Reinhardt's voice sounded from behind Sebastian. He saluted Sebastian respectfully because according to the content of the oath, Reinhardt was Sebastian's aide. "Reinhardt, pack up and get ready to go." "Set off." Reinhardt was a little puzzled. "Are you going to another nation?" "In a sense yes," Sebastian said with a smile. "Just a country from another world." A country in another world. The doubts on Reinhardt's face became more and more intense, which made him echo the doubts in his mind before. Where did Sebastian and his group come from? Because neither he nor the Council of Wise Men had ever heard of them before. At the moment when Reinhardt was dumbfounded, Sebastian had already summoned Emilia and others to his side. Sebastian asked Emilia to act as the representative in this world to maintain the operation of the world, and at the same time let Volcanica guard the kingdom to prevent special situations in the future. Other countries have also gradually learned that the kingdom of Lagunica has joined the G. So there must be a lot of forces who want to take advantage of the unsettled establishment of the new nation. If other countries are willing to coexist peacefully with his group, then Sebastian is naturally willing to trade with them. But if they can't, what is waiting for them is the abyss. The witch cult was severely damaged after the last battle, but several of its core members are still there. Sebastian, who knew the plot of the plot, their threat would be greatly reduced. In the story, the reason why the archbishops were able to cause huge trouble to the protagonist group was entirely because of their special abilities and poor information. Once they know their abilities and know the solution, there will be no other threats to the other members of the witch cult. After settling the affairs of the new nation, Sebastian is also ready to open the door to another world and go to the new world. This time he chose Reinhardt, Esteth, Ram, and Beatrice, who had already signed a contract with him. At this time, Ram has been cured by Sebastian using Beatrice's knowledge, and her horns have grown back. Most of her strength has recovered. It can be said that she is one of the most suitable pioneers in the new world. Chapter 125, Going to the New World. Sorry for not uploading these past few days, I was busy with my uni exam and thesis. Is Master Sebastian going to leave with my sister? At this time, the blue-haired maid Rem stood in front of Sebastian and the others with some reluctance. During this period of getting along with Sebastian, she felt that Sebastian seemed to be a very unique presence. Although at first, she thought that Sebastian was a person with alarming strength and character, but later found out that this was not the case at all. Well, during this period, the cleaning work of the mansion will be handed over to you, Sebastian said to Rem. Although Ram and Rem are sisters, there is a huge gap in strength. Ram is a powerful individual who can rank among the top in this world, while Rem is a bit worse in comparison, so Sebastian keeps her in this world. Well, Master Sebastian, please rest assured, Rem bowed deeply to Sebastian and the others. Master Sebastian, I am grateful to you for taking care of me during this time. Emilia cried until she was in tears, and she was completely reluctant to let Sebastian leave. Sebastian was one of the few people in this world who did not discriminate against her. Looking at Emilia's appearance, Sebastian said with a smile and then explained to them the gate of another world and the matter of cloning the human body in detail. He will create a new body to go to another world and leave a body in this world so that he can transfer his consciousness to this world at any time and anywhere. Then this world will be handed over to you to handle. You can contact me anytime if you have anything else to do. Our radio can communicate across the world, Sebastian said, and then opened the portal to another world. A huge and rotating gorgeous halo appeared in front of everyone. Even Volcanica or Puck, who had existed for many years, were a little surprised. Let's go, Sebastian nodded, took his strongest subordinates and small troops, and went to another world. Through the long tunnel, the world in front of Sebastian and others became clearer. They soon came to a new world. Did Betty go to another world? At this time, Beatrice held Sebastian's hand tightly like a child and looked around in surprise. Although she has lived for more than hundreds of years, she has been almost isolated from the outside world, so she is just a child. After seeing the new world, there is a kind of curiosity and excitement. Sebastian also observed the surroundings vigilantly. At this time, they were on a huge plain. Judging from the surrounding environment, there is nothing special about this world. Let's investigate the surrounding situation first, Sebastian said. Look around and investigate the presence of other civilizations. As ordered, Sebastian and his group moved quickly in a certain direction and seemed to be able to see the shadow of a certain village. Sir, there seems to be something going on. At this moment, Reinhard, who had keen observation skills, noticed something. In front, a group of heavily armed troops were chasing two little girls. One of whom was even seriously injured. These troops wore silver-white armor and held iron swords, so Sebastian judged from this that the technological level of this world should not be highly developed, and it might not be much different from the previous world. However, Sebastian noticed that the armor on their bodies seemed familiar. A group of heavily armed soldiers pursued and killed two unarmed women. Reinhard's brow twitched slightly. That's not chivalry at all. While speaking, Reinhard was ready to step forward and save the two women. He is a very sincere person, and he will help when he sees an injustice. But Reinhard was quickly stopped by Sebastian. We still don't know the specific situation in this world, so don't act rashly if you don't know what forces they are, otherwise it may have a huge impact on us, Sebastian said. The words are very rational. And it's not in our interest to save them. Now it is not clear about the arrangement and distribution of forces in this world. Rashly taking action may cause difficulties for his actions in this world, so Sebastian stopped Reinhard's behavior. Any action must be meaningful, so Sebastian will not choose to intervene. At this time, the two girls were exhausted and unable to move, while other soldiers surrounded them. At this time, several soldiers noticed the existence of Sebastian and others. Hey, are you from the village too? Their words are full of provocations, and they are also carefully observing Sebastian and others. The outfits of Sebastian and others are somewhat different from this world, and the weapons of the few ordinary soldiers who followed Sebastian were also unfamiliar to them. In the eyes of these soldiers, Ram, Beatrice, and Esteth are no different from ordinary people. These soldiers knew that Sebastian and his party should not be from the village. Sorry, I was just passing by, not the village you mentioned, Sebastian replied with a smile. May I ask which nations you are from? We are from the Baharuth Empire, the other party answered immediately without the slightest hesitation. Listening to their words, Sebastian narrowed his eyes slightly. Baharuth Empire, the name of this nation is somewhat familiar. In the world of the Overlord that he is familiar with, it seems that such a country also exists. And the other party's answer was too decisive. On the battlefield, soldiers shouldn't tell information about themselves so directly to an unknown person. However, Sebastian needs further confirmation. He used the Tgthegood spectator to observe these soldiers. The spectator can guess the inner thoughts of the other party through the micro-expressions on their faces, so Sebastian could tell at a glance that these soldiers were lying. They are not the so-called Baharuth Empire soldiers but disguised by other forces for a certain purpose. These soldiers looked at his associates more and more greedily, and Sebastian could know what these soldiers were thinking. They think they are rich, and they crave the beauty of Esteth and others, so they are ready to attack Sebastian and others. So stupid, Sebastian shook his head. Chapter 126, Here it is, Overlord. Sebastian said lightly and was about to order his subordinates to kill them, leaving only one alive for questioning. At this moment, a black electric light appeared next to it, and a pitch-black hole emerged. After a few seconds, a huge skeleton walked out of it. It was wearing a gorgeous dark robe and held a huge staff in its hand. Sebastian recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Ainz Ul Gaun is not called Mamanga anymore, but the Supreme One. This has fully explained that this is the world of Overlord. Ainz, formerly known as Mamanga, is the guild master of Ainz Ul Gaun in a certain game. And his occupation is a powerful necromancer. Their guild created the Great Tomb of Nazarick in the game, as well as a variety of powerful NPC characters. But then the game will be shut down soon, and the members of the guild will leave for real life one after another, leaving only Momonga alone. But he was taken into the game world. In this world, there are many countries and races. And there is also magic. He thinks that there may be other players who have transited into this world, so he changed his guild name to his new name, hoping to make a name for himself in this different world and find other game players. In this world, he has a powerful combat power that is close to the ceiling and a meticulous combat mind. Now that Ains appeared in this place, Sebastian can also clearly know the current timeline. Momonga should have just arrived in this world and detected the attack on the village through magic. To verify what level his strength is in this world and to save the pair of sisters, he came here using teleportation magic. These soldiers were not soldiers of the Baharuth Empire but were disguised by another force called Slain Theocracy, who wanted to provoke a war between the Baharuth Empire and another kingdom named Riestai's kingdom. And a large number of men were also dispatched to assassinate Gazef Stranov, the warrior captain. Looking at Ains in front of him, Sebastian knew that the other party was still in a rather dazed posture, and didn't know how strong he was in this world, so he was ready to come out and exercise his muscles. For Sebastian, this is a good opportunity. Ains' great tomb of Nazarick is full of all kinds of odd but powerful beings. It can be said to be an independent social system. Maybe he can use its power to further improve himself. At this time, Ains walked out of the portal but was shocked by the scene in front of him. He just used magic to observe that the soldiers were about to kill the unarmed sisters, but he didn't see the existence of Sebastian and others, so when he saw Sebastian, he was a little surprised. However, Sebastian issued an order to Esteth, just leave one alive. Understood. Following Sebastian's order, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. She stretched out her hand, and countless ice thorns drilled out from the ground, almost annihilating the dozen or so soldiers in front of her in an instant. Blood mist filled the air, and their bodies were completely torn into pieces of flesh. Only one soldier survived. The soldier was shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that the few comrades who were still beside him were instantly killed in an instant, and the blood rained on him. At this moment, the soldier's mind went blank. They just had the idea of attacking Sebastian and looting his belongings and female servants. But it was just an idea, and they were killed by his death in an instant before it could be executed. The last soldier finally came to his senses and was about to run away, but just as he turned around, he staggered and fell to the ground. He turned his head and saw that he had been frozen into an ice sculpture. His legs were still in place, but his upper body had been separated from his legs. Ah! The soldier let out a heart-piercing scream. At this time, Ains also stood there, unable to speak for a long time. That just now should be the 7th tier magic, but I haven't seen it before. That woman doesn't seem to be using her full strength, so her strength is a bit of a concern. Ains was going to come here to rescue the sisters, and to test the level of his abilities in this world, but unexpectedly, Sebastian took the lead. And only relying on intuition, Momonga felt that Sebastian and his group were different. Sebastian's group is not only different from other people in this world in terms of clothing but also there are many soldiers with light machine guns behind them, which are similar to the soldiers in the real world. Ains didn't think that such a weapon existed in this world. With his intellect, he immediately deduced that Sebastian and others must be in the same situation as him. Are you also Yggdrasil players? Ains asked cautiously, but deep in his heart he was looking forward to Sebastian and others being players like him. Sorry, I'm not a player, Sebastian said lightly. This disappointed the flying squirrel. But he paused a little, and continued. But I'm from another world like you. Are you also a world traveler? Ains' skull face couldn't make any other expressions, but Sebastian could feel the other party's excitement. For Ains who suddenly traveled to another world, being able to meet someone who is also a world traveler is like seeing fellow locals with tears in their eyes. But Ains suddenly felt doubts in his heart, about why Sebastian was so quick to affirm that he was a world traveler. Excuse me, Sebastian said with a smile. I know you, your great tomb of Nazarick, and your guild. Ains opened its mouth in surprise, and the skeleton's lower jaw made a loud creaking sound. The other party even knew his name and other information. This made him realize that Sebastian in front of him was not a simple presence. Just when Ains' thoughts came, Sebastian spoke again. Beatrice, please heal them. What Sebastian was referring to was the sister who had just been hunted down. If I remember correctly, the girl who was seriously injured to protect her sister was called Enri Amat. Chapter 127, Shocked Sorcerer King. Beatrice stretched out her hands, and the healing light shrouded Enri's body. In the story, Enri Amat is an ordinary girl who lost her parents due to the attack of soldiers from Slain Theocracy disguised as another nation's soldiers. She was rescued by Ains, obtained the Horn of the Goblin General, and became the new chieftain of Karn village. At that time, when Ains rescued them, Henry was full of vigilance and fear because of the other party's skeletal face. However, now Sebastian and others, who were also human beings, rescued them, so she was much less wary. Betty has cured her. Beatrice put down her hands and raised her head to look at Sebastian like a child waiting for her parents to praise her. Good job, Betty. Sebastian smiled and stroked Beatrice's hair. The latter was happy because of Sebastian's praise, but still put on a proud look. To Betty, it's a small matter. Many, thank you all. Henry hugged her younger sister and nodded gratefully toward Sebastian, but she subconsciously distanced herself from Ains. After all, the other party was a necromancer. And at this moment, another black portal opened, and a person walked out from it. She was wearing thick black armor, covered with spikes of pitch black armor, wearing metal gloves with spikes. She was also holding a battle axe. I'm extremely sorry for taking too much time to prepare, Master Ains, the visitor said respectfully to Ains. No, you're just in time, Albedo. Ains also turned to look at the other party. The visitor was none other than Albedo, one of the NPCs in the guild called Ains Olgaun, formerly known as Nine's Own Goal. She is a demoness who holds the title of Guardian Overseer, which is the highest-ranking position in the great underground tomb of Nazarick. With flowing raven hair and golden pupils, her beauty could bewitch a nation. She is proud of her position and confronts intruders as a confident, dignified superior being. Not only does she have a beauty that ordinary people can't match, but also has a very fearsome fighting power. Thank you for your generosity, Master Ains. While Albedo was speaking, she shifted her gaze to Sebastian and the others. Then, how to deal with these inferior creatures? As the guardian overseer of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Albedo despised weak creatures as humans. The entire Nazarick tomb is full of monsters, and their human appearance is just a disguise, but in the eyes of Albedo at this time, Sebastian and others are just ordinary people. No, Albedo. Ains hastily interrupted Albedo's words, for fear that the other party's rude behavior would offend Sebastian. He doesn't know how strong Sebastian is now, but he should not be weak. What's more, Sebastian has all the information about him. Little ants are disrespectful to Master Sebastian. Ram, who had been standing beside Sebastian, became serious. As Sebastian's maid, she does not allow anyone to insult her master. Ram floated in midair, and the horn that was lost in childhood appeared on her forehead. With the help of Sebastian and Beatrice, Ram has successfully grown back her horns, and her strength has returned to 70 to 80 of her peak. She floated in midair, releasing a terrifying gust of wind. The wrath of the wind is roaring like a terrifying monster. It sweeps from the plain, and the calm and clear area suddenly turns into a swirling and furious storm, flying dirt and rocks. The ground was torn apart by the wind created by Ram. Puck can release ices of the extermination level, and the wind magic released by Ram, who is stronger than Puck, can also do the same. Beatrice opened her barrier magic, protecting others from Ram's magic. On the other side, Ains' black robe had already been swept up by Ram's strong wind, and several areas were torn. This power, even Ains was a little amazed. The scale of this power was no less than that of a full-level player in the game, or even higher. Albedo desperately grabbed onto the ground, barely able to guarantee that she would not be caught by this fearsome wind. It was as if an invisible monster was about to tear her to shreds. She never thought that Sebastian and others possessed such terrifying power. I'm sorry for my subordinate action, please forgive her rude behavior, Ains said loudly to Sebastian. And Sebastian also turned to Ram and said, Stop it Ram, the other party has apologized. Yes, my lord. When Ram heard Sebastian's words, she stopped casting her magic and slowly fell to the ground, and the horns on her head disappeared. Albedo struggled to stand firm, and the armor on her body was already showing signs of wear and tear. Looking at the scratches on Albedo's armor, Ains was dumbfounded. Because the armor worn by Albedo, Hermes Trismegistus, is a divine-level item. It is a powerful armor. In some areas, before Ains arrived, the production of artifact-level items was very difficult, requiring the combination of multiple ultra-rare items, so even if they reached level 100, there were not many players who had a single divine-level item. Even Ains Olgaun, one of the top 10 guilds, didn't even equip their NPCs with artifact-level props. At most they only let them hold 1 or 2, and such a powerful item was damaged by one of Sebastian's servants. If Sebastian hadn't stopped Ram's behavior in advance, I'm afraid Albedo would have been severely injured as well. It's just a little misunderstanding, Ains hurriedly said to Sebastian with an apologetic tone. A servant is already so powerful, so what is Sebastian's strength? Ains didn't know, but he, who has always been meticulous in his work, knew that he must not provoke the other party now. Blindly provoking people, who don't know their strengths, can only lead to a disaster situation. Albedo, don't be rude, this is our guest, hurry up and apologize. Listening to Anai's words, Albedo also saw the opponent's strength, and knew that she had underestimated the opponent, so she could only kneel on the ground. Please forgive my ignorance and rudeness. I just hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again in the future. Sebastian lowered his head, looking down at Albedo who was kneeling in front of him. Chapter 128, I can save you, but are you willing to pay the price? At this moment, Albedo felt a little nervous. She didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so potent, and it also made Anais feel some respect. Get up, Sebastian said lightly. Albedo also stood up hastily, for fear that she would embarrass her master Momonga by more presumptuous actions. Excuse me, what should I call you, my friend? Anais asked very curiously. Just call me Sebastian, Sebastian said. Commander of the organization called GDI. GDI, got it, Ains nodded and felt slightly at ease, after hearing a little about their origin. Mr. Sebastian, I have one thing to ask. At this moment, Henry on the side stared closely at Sebastian's face with earnest eyes on her face. What's wrong? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and asked. He could already guess the other party's thoughts. There are others in the village who are still in danger. I beg you to save them, Henry said. Reinhard on the side couldn't hold back any longer and was about to follow Henry to her village, but Sebastian stopped him, so he was a little puzzled. May I have your name? Sebastian squatted down and looked at the girl in front of him. Henry Amat, looking at Sebastian in front of her, she was a little nervous. Henry, are you asking me to save your village? Yes, Henry's gaze gradually became firm, and she nodded vigorously. I've already saved you once, but wouldn't it be greedy of you to ask me to do more? Sebastian asked with a smile. Sir, Sebastian, as long as you are willing to save the village, I will give you anything. Anything will do. Henry nodded decisively, without any hesitation in her eyes. Then from now on, your village join us and become our base, but by doing so, you will become a traitor to the Riestai's kingdom. Are you willing to do it? Sebastian said. The location of the target is called Karn village, which is a part of the Riestai's kingdom, but the ruler doesn't care much about the life and death of the people in these remote areas. So Sebastian wants to use this village as his temporary base. Because there are a lot of resources nearby, which are worth developing, and he can also use this opportunity to contact other governments. Moreover, the distance from here to Anai's great tomb of Nazarick is not far away, so Sebastian can better contact them. After Henry heard the other party's words, she never thought that Sebastian would make such a request. She didn't know why Sebastian asked for an alliance with the village. But now she had no time. Even if Sebastian turns the whole village into his slaves, it's better than being slaughtered by the enemy. I promise you, there was a hint of sadness in her voice, as her parents had been murdered by these soldiers just a few minutes ago. Understood, Sebastian nodded, then turned to look at his subordinates. Death, protect the two of them. As for that guy, it's up to you, see if you can get some information from him. Happy to oblige. There was a malicious smile on Estetha's face, and her eyes were fixed on the surviving soldier whose legs were broken by her just now. She had the title of Torture Queen when she was in the Empire, and she was obsessed with inflicting all kinds of torture on mortals. You, don't come over here. The soldier could feel the cold murderous aura emanating from his death, and soon he felt fear like never before. The rest, go to the village and save the villager. After Sebastian finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Anais and Albedo behind him. Are you two willing to go together? Anais also wanted to know more about Sebastian and his group, so he nodded and led Albedo to follow Sebastian. In Karn village at this time, the soldiers of slain theocracy were enjoying the thrill of slaughtering the people. They pretended to be from another kingdom just to provoke a bigger war, and countless villages had already been brought to ruin by their murderous hands. The surviving people were captured by them in the center of the village and became prey waiting to be slaughtered in their hands. But at this moment, these soldiers felt a strange cold wind sweeping past in a second, countless lines emerged from their bodies and then collapsed like building blocks, and even the internal organs were neatly cut into pieces. The strong smell of blood was blown further by this weird cold wind. What is going on? The other surviving soldiers were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their companion who was standing beside them just now turned into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye. In the end, what happened? It's a magic caster. Some of the soldiers finally realized that in this world, existences like magicians are called magic casters. Quick, find him. Damn it, where are you hiding? Damn it, who the HLL is it? Show up. The soldiers gathered together and formed a group, looking for who made such a murder in horror. And at this moment, a girl with short pink hair floated in front of them. Ram. Ants, don't waste my time. Ram's words were extremely cold, like a god of death urging them to die. It was she who killed more than half of the fighters just now. Suddenly a tornado rose out of thin air, wrapping all these soldiers in midair. In the strong wind, these soldiers and their armor were torn to pieces. Even tough armor is as fragile as the paper in front of her. Please don't kill me, I will give you whatever money you want. Why is there such a level of magic casters in this village? The howls of the soldiers echoed in the air, but they were quickly drowned out by the whistling wind. After a few seconds, the wind gradually stopped, followed by blood rain all over the sky. The steel armor was turned into powder, and there was not even a scrap of flesh left on the bodies of these soldiers. It was not a battle at all, but a massacre. The other villagers who were restrained were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, and couldn't say a word at all. Are we saved? It took several seconds before they came back to realize what had just happened. Everyone, thank the girl named Henry for saving your village. At this moment, Sebastian walked up to everyone and said, "From now on, I will be your leader temporarily." Chapter 129, Alliance of the G. I and the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Hearing Sebastian's words, the villagers did not relax. It's hard for them to digest what happened today. First, they were attacked and raided by other forces during the day, and finally, after being rescued, they found that the other party was not kind. But at least the villagers can rest assured that they can temporarily save their lives. "Sir, hello, I am the chief of this village." A middle-aged man walked up to Sebastian and the others. Chief said cautiously. "I am Sebastian, and I will take over here from today on," Sebastian said, without explaining too much, and then ordered his subordinates to station in various places in the village, and began to use it as his temporary stronghold. Ains looked at Sebastian, and couldn't help but marvel at the ability of the other party's work, as if he had experienced many similar battles. But then, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. System, build a. Building a battle lab. Building a spy satellite. Build sentry guns. Following Sebastian's order, towering buildings rose one after another, and these buildings were different from the surrounding old-fashioned buildings. Most of the houses in this world are small wooden houses, which are in stark contrast to Sebastian's high-tech buildings. Ains was a little shocked looking at the buildings rising from the ground in front of him. What shocked him was not that these buildings could rise from the ground, because he could do the same. What struck him was the high-tech elements of the buildings. This is much more advanced than the real-world technology where Ains originated as if it came from the future, while the Tomb of Nazareth is the opposite, as the overall environment of the entire Tomb of Nazareth is closer to an ancient tomb. Builds a gap generator. At Sebastian's order, a tall mechanical tower was created. This is the building of the allied faction. In the game, it creates a gap in the enemy's radar and view of the battlefield, effectively hiding a base under a dark shroud. In this world, there are many magics with detection ability. For example, Ains himself discovered the existence of the village by using such magic. Sebastian created the gap generator to make the area unobservable to others. And if other people look at it from a long distance, they will not be able to see the true appearance of this area. Now you see me, soon you won't. Not only that, Sebastian also opened the portal and teleported many Mirage tanks to the vicinity of the village. The defense and attack power of this tank is not the strongest. But it has a remarkable ability which is camouflage. They can use holographic projections to disguise themselves as trees or many other objects, and outsiders can't see any flaws. Moreover, Sebastian has commissioned Dr. Stylish to upgrade the Mirage tanks, so that the range of objects they can camouflage has been greatly increased, and they can become existences such as stones, houses, and others. Under Sebastian's arrangement, the whole village has been transformed in a short time, and if you are not in the village, you will not notice the change at all. From the outside, the village has not changed much. Okay, that's amazing. Although Ains didn't speak, he sighed in his mind for the technological ability possessed by Sebastian. The camouflage effect produced by technology is much more subtle than magic illusion. Mr. Sebastian turned out to be such a powerhouse. Although he is not a player, he seems to be an otherworlder from the same world as me, so it's quite reassuring. It would be great if we could create an alliance with Mr. Sebastian, maybe we can find players like me easier. Ains thought of this in his mind. In the story, although Ains, as the ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazareth, is loved and respected by the NPCs he created, and has shown very meticulous thinking and overall view, he is still a normal person in his mind. And he is very cautious. Even if he has the most powerful power and can influence this world, Ains will always act on the premise that there may be someone stronger. Sebastian is one the strongest in Ains' awareness. Mr. Sebastian, Ains walked to Sebastian's side and said, "Why don't we create an alliance? You should know that I also have a base, and my subordinates should also be able to help you, so maybe we can help each other." Although it was different from the story, Ains didn't make a move himself, but he probably knew that the strength of the Great Tomb of Nazareth was far above that of an ordinary group. Sebastian turned his head to look at Ains and guessed what the other party was thinking. This was as expected, and it was also the first time that Sebastian had a strong enough emotion to form a true alliance after experiencing so many worlds. The Empire of the Kill world formed a temporary alliance after showing their strength and wanting to use each other. The Empire only chose to surrender after being defeated by them. Compared with this, Ains and the Great Tomb of Nazarick proposed an alliance on their initiative, and their purpose was relatively simple, and they didn't have bad intentions like Honest. Sebastian also has the intention of allying with the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The Great Tomb of Nazarick not only has very powerful characters but also has many unique technologies, including making magic scrolls, experiments, creating monsters, and so on. Cooperating with the Great Tomb of Nazarick can be said to be beneficial without any harm. Ains just wants to ensure that he has a strong enough power in this world because he is unsure of the power of this world, and he also wants to create a reputation in this world as soon as possible to find another game player who is an otherworlder like himself. The two forces currently have almost the same goal. That's a nice proposition, Sebastian smiled and said to Ains. So, Sebastian, do you have any plans for future operations? Ains asked curiously. We will act in the name of our group to see if we can communicate with other forces in this world, Sebastian said slowly. You can also take this opportunity to spread the reputation of your guild. If there are players like you, they should also take the initiative to show up. Yes, that is what I am about to do, Ains replied with some surprise that Sebastian had guessed his plan. Chapter 130, more than enough to deal with them. I will create a new base for my organization in this world. You can also build up your reputation by using your game name or the name of your guild. Ains and Sebastian started discussing future development. As expected, this will benefit me a lot, Ains nodded gratefully. Then I will act as Ain Zulgaun from now on. In the anime, he uses it as his new name for the same reason. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Sebastian's ear. Commander, an unknown person is approaching us. Sebastian opened the interface of the spy satellite and could see a pair of men and horses moving towards him at high speed. He could obtain the other party's identity without enlarging the image. The person who came was Gazef Stranov, the warrior captain of the kingdom of Riestai's kingdom, who was ordered to investigate the attack on the village. In the anime, Gazef made contributions to his kingdom, but because of his different positions, he was killed by Ains. Gazef arrived this time only to carry out the task of investigating and encircling the village, but he didn't know that this operation was just a trap. Gazef is the king's confidant. And the aristocrats in the palace let Gazef carry out missions with only a small number of troops to weaken the king's power. They secretly colluded with the slain theocracy, who is planning to kill him. In the anime, he almost died at the hands of the slain theocracy's sunlight scripture and was rescued by Ains who saved his life. Sebastian smiled slightly. This might be an opportunity to get in touch with the Riestai's kingdom. Let's go, guests are coming. Gazef and his troops were rapidly approaching the village. Because of the effect of the gap generator, they did not notice the abnormality of the village. At this moment, Gazef noticed a group of people standing in the middle of the road ahead. What's happened? Gazef was startled because he had never seen the other party's clothing and equipment. In the beginning, he suspected that Sebastian and others were the culprits who attacked the village, but after seeing that the other party did not seem hostile to him, he dispelled such thoughts. I am the captain, Gazef Stronov, and I was ordered to investigate the recent frequent attacks on villages. Please clarify your identity. We are from the GDI, Sebastian said with a smile. The village was attacked just now, but we managed to save them. The GDI. Gazef frowned, trying to recall, but there was no memory of this term in his mind. After finishing his talking, Sebastian waved his hand, motioning for his death to bring the surviving soldiers. Now the soldier's eyes were dull, like a walking corpse, and the pain of the wound on his leg seemed to have been numbed. He suffered severe torture from Estesh, and now his life was worse than death. Now it can be said that his soul is not in his body. Tell them the truth, Sebastian turned his head and said to this neither human nor ghost soldier, and the latter was like a machine, weakly telling all the information about himself. What? These troops are disguised by the slain theocracy. Only now did he realize that this incident was far more serious than he had imagined. At this time, dense footsteps came from the distance of the village. A group of people wearing robes and covering their faces surrounded the village, and beside them was a strange creature floating in midair. They are the troops of the slain theocracy. That should be the Archangel Flame. On the other side, Ains also came out wearing a mask, disguising his identity as a necromancer. Archangel Flame refers to those strange creatures floating in midair. So many magic casters have been mobilized. Is it truly the slain theocracy? Gazef looked around, his expression becoming more and more serious. He knew that there was no wealth in this village that could be craved by the slain theocracy, so that meant they came here with only one purpose, to kill him. Can I employ you? Gazef turned his head and said to Sebastian and the others. Because it was organized by the aristocratic faction, Gazef only brought a small number of troops with him in this operation. Such a small force is unable to compete with the enemy, and Gazef knows this very well. He was keenly aware that Sebastian and the others were not weak people. If he could get the help of Sebastian and the others, he might have a chance to fight against the people of the enemy. Yes, but what I want is not a commission. At this moment, Sebastian's face overflowed with a meaningful smile. I want a chance to meet your king. To help others in vain, he has his purpose. Gazef is the confidant of the king of the Riestai's kingdom, so he can use him to make contact with the kingdom and expand his influence in this world. Sebastian's philosophy has never changed, and things that can be solved without war should be avoided as much as possible. It would be best if he made the kingdom join his alliance. However, if the opponent is hostile and attacks him, then Sebastian doesn't mind pushing them back with his force. Excuse me, what did you say? Gazef was at a loss. It's a state-to-state matter, a secret, Sebastian said with a smile. Is it a deal? Gazef thought for a while, but he knew that he had no choice now. I swear to you. Happy cooperation, Sebastian patted Gazef on the shoulder. Excuse me, may I ask for your name? Sebastian said. We have 50 people here, may I ask you? Before Gazef could finish speaking, Sebastian had already answered. Just us. Gazef was a little surprised. He originally thought that Sebastian's group should be quite large, so he was able to protect the village from the men of the first batch of troops. More than enough, the corners of Sebastian's mouth raised slightly. Your subordinates can rest here first. There are hundreds of people on the other side, and all of them are magic casters, which is different from the soldiers before, Gazef said anxiously. He thought Sebastian had underestimated the enemy too much. So what? Sebastian said lightly as if he didn't care about the existence of the slain theocracy. Gazef was stunned for a moment because his intuition told him that Sebastian was not arrogant or bluffing. It's like a terrifying beast who sees ants and dismisses them with disdain. Chapter 131, Angel. It's just dirt under the tank. Outside the village. The uniform army of slain theocracy is waiting for their leader's order, and the summoned archangel flame they control is flying around them. A man in a dark overcoat was looking at the village in front of him with disdain, and beside him was a bigger angel. This man is called Nigan Gridluin, the captain of the Sunlight Scripture of the slain theocracy, and he is on a mission to assassinate the warrior captain of the kingdom. The cage has been set up, and the prey has arrived in the cage. Nigan had a malicious smile on his face, and his eyes cast cruel gazes like jackals. Offer your faith to God. Nigan can also be regarded as a relatively strong presence in the slain theocracy, and even once pushed the warrior captain, Gazef Stronov, into a desperate situation. But then he fought arrogantly with Ains and was easily crushed in the end. He was even taken by Ains with his subordinates into the great tomb of Nazarick, where they tortured and experimented. But right now Nigan is full of vigor, ready to kill Gazef and make meritorious service, return to his kingdom to accept the award. He doesn't know what will happen to him. According to the plan, he would kill Gazef, and then wipe out that village, pretending to be the work of another kingdom. Captain, the target has come out of the village, one of the men reported to Nigan. Sure enough, I can't hold back, Nigan smiled. Prepare for the enemy. However, he didn't bring troops, but there are several people who walked with him. Surrender. Nigan narrowed his eyes, guessing that Gazef must know that he cannot be his opponent, so he is ready to surrender. With an excited smile on his face, he immediately summoned his subordinates and came before Gazef. Nigan glanced over the person next to Gazef, but he didn't pay attention to him. However, he didn't know that it was Sebastian who was being followed by Gazef. I didn't expect that the warrior captain Gazef would choose to surrender. I thought you could bring me a little more fun. Nigan had a mocking smile on his face, narrowing his eyes and looking at Gazef. The latter clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger. However, the order I received was to kill you. Even if you surrender, you won't be able to change the outcome, but at least you won for yourself a death without pain. Nigan raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of arrogance. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill all the villagers in that village. His expression gradually became crazy, as if he had a chance to win. Sorry, that village is a friend. At this time, Sebastian interrupted Nigan's words and said with a smile. Please keep your hand away. Who are you? Nigan's brows twitched a few times, his face full of discontent. In his understanding, Sebastian should be just an ordinary villager in the village, but he dared to interrupt his own words. Hearing Nigan's words, Gazef could no longer control the anger in his heart, and was about to explode, but was stopped by Sebastian. You shouldn't care about ants. You are saying I'm an ant. Nigan's anger was completely ignited by Sebastian's words. He never thought that a small villager would dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Go. Give them the most painful death. With Nigan's order, the magic casters under him released the archangel flame together. Standing next to Sebastian, Isdeth grinned slightly, and with a wave of her hand, countless ice knights were created out of thin air and implicated with the archangel flame. What? Nigan was surprised. He didn't expect that the people following Sebastian possessed such powerful power. But this was just the beginning. Since you don't know your level, then I will show you the power of my organization. At this moment, Sebastian said slowly, his tone as cold as the winter wind. He opened a portal, and countless units emerged from it. I cast a deadly shadow. The heavy tracks of the apocalypse tank rubbed against the ground, making a fierce noise. New coordinates processed. The laser cannon of the prism tank had already aimed at the soldiers. Rolling thunder. The battle fortress was like a giant beast, trying to kill Nigan and shred his corpse into 10,000 pieces. What? Is that a tank? What an exquisite shape it is. Although Albedo on the side had seen tanks before, she couldn't help admiring them. The people of slain theocracy were stunned by the scene in front of them. What is that thing? I've never seen such a familiar, strange monster. Even Nigan felt panic in his mind at this time, and his advantage in numbers disappeared in an instant. What the HLL is this thing? At the moment when he was dazed, Sebastian had already issued an order to his units, fire. Following Sebastian's order, the terrifying artillery fire burst out, smashing the formation of the slain theocracy. These will be your last moments. The cannon fire of the apocalypse tank blasted the archangel of flame into pieces. Magnifiers activated. The refracting heat rays of the prism tank bounded among the crowd, and anyone who was shot melted. We will crush M. Many soldiers and archangel flame were crushed by the battle fortress and have been turned apart of the ground. The mighty sunlight scripture of the slain theocracy was no match for Sebastian's mechanized troops. What the hell is this? Nigan's body was weak, and the arrogance just now had long since disappeared. Quick Archangel, aim at the other party's leader. Nigan had no choice but to order the angels around him to attack Sebastian. He thought that these things were just Sebastian's familiars, and as long as the magic caster was eliminated, the familiars he used would also disappear. The Principality Observation, next to Nigan, moved, holding a huge hammer, and smashed Sebastian's head. The power of the Principality Observation far exceeds that of the ordinary Archangel Flame. But at this moment, Sebastian didn't dodge any moves but withstood the blow with a smile on his face. Boom! A loud boom echoed in the area. Chapter 132, Overwhelmed by Strength. What? Nigan was dumbfounded. The attack of the Principality Observation did not hit Sebastian but the ground instead, creating a huge crater several meters wide. Just now, the hammer in its hand seemed to pass through Sebastian's body. It is because Sebastian inherited the divine protection from Reinhardt. Divine protection at first sight enables the user to instinctively know how to counter or dodge attacks they experience for the first time, including surprise attacks. But if the user is unable to physically avoid or counter the attack, the divine protection will not activate. And with Sebastian's physique, even if he was hit, it would have no effect. Betty is a little angry. Watching the Principality Observation attack Sebastian, Beatrice frowned slightly. In her eyes, such behavior was disrespectful to herself and Sebastian. Got to teach you a lesson. Elminia. Beatrice was originally the guardian of the Forbidden Library in Roswell's mansion, but now she thinks that Sebastian is the person she predicted, so she signs a contract with Sebastian and becomes his companion spirit. In an instant, several magic arrows appeared above Beatrice's head, shooting towards the Principality Observation, and the body of the Principality Observation collapsed in an instant. What a fragile familiar. Betty didn't even take it seriously, Beatrice said with some dissatisfaction. Principality Observation. Nigan felt that his center of gravity was unstable, and he almost fell to the ground. His black robe was already wet with sweat. He didn't expect that this girl who looked no different from a noble lady would possess such terrifying power. What kind of monsters are these people? Even the warrior Captain Gazef was equally dumbfounded. He underestimated the strength of Sebastian and others. No wonder those soldiers were so easily wiped out by them. Every single one of them possesses a terrifying strength that surpasses at least one army. Gazef couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Making an enemy of them, the consequences may be disastrous. He can only be thankful that they are his allies for now. Damn it! Nigan's mind was blank now, and the scene in front of him completely exceeded his expectations. Shouldn't he have easily killed Gazef and returned home? Why did such a thing happen? All he could hear was the continuous sound of gunfire. "Captain, what shall we do?" his subordinates pleaded, even with a hint of despair. "Yes, there is something for us." Nigan suddenly seemed to remember something, a smile appeared on his face again, and he took out a crystal from his pocket. "Summon the highest-ranking angel, this is the insurance that his boss gave him before the trip, and he never thought of using it. Now is the time to use it to turn the tide of battle. As long as you summon the Dominion authority, you will be able to do it. Look up and meet the face of the highest-ranking angel." The crystal in Nigan's hand burst out with dazzling light, illuminating the already dark sky. In the light, the Dominion authority showed its body. It is more than 10 meters tall, with huge wings spanning the sky. And countless white feathers slowly falling down. It holds a scepter in its hands, and there is holy light bathing its body above the sky, making the Dominion authority look extraordinarily holy. "I think it is necessary to use this treasure to deal with you." Nigan seemed to have found a way to win again, with a smile on his face. He noticed that there was no change in expression on Sebastian's face, as if the angel in front of him was an insignificant piece of dust. Could it be that this person is not even afraid of the Dominion authority? No. Impossible. As long as it is a human being, it is impossible to be above the angels. He must be bluffing. "Use Holy Smite," Nigan shouted, and then the scepter in the hand of the Dominion authority turned into particles of light and disappeared. Humans can't reach the 7th level of magic, so take this miracle that even a demon god can be killed. Particles of light lingered around the angel, and then a stream of holy light fell from the sky like a waterfall. With a scorching temperature, this holy light melted all the rocks and soil on the ground and even raised the temperature of the entire space. The glare prevented the rest of the slain theocracy from opening their eyes, and Nigan had a smug smile on his face. No matter who Sebastian is, he will die if he takes this move. But the smile on Nigan's face gradually faded, and his expression gradually distorted. He saw 10 figures slowly walking out of the holy light. "It's Sebastian." He walked out of the attack of the holy light unscathed. It was as if the attack hadn't hit him. This is also because of Reinhardt's protective effect. Divine protection of projectile evasion makes thrown weapons such as knives change their trajectory, effectively making it impossible for them to hit the user. How is it possible? In Nigan's mind, the image of the attack is constantly playing. Sebastian smiled contemptuously, pulls out the long sword at his waist. "Murasame. That is not the original Taigu. Murasame, but Sebastian's mass-produced weapon." Not only that, Sebastian also used the technology analyzed from Reinhardt's dragon sword to alter Murasame. It can be said that the Murasame in his hand is as hard as the dragon sword. I don't know if this angel is a living thing, but this has more research value than the angel itself. While Sebastian was speaking, he jumped up high, picked up the sword in his hand, and slashed at the Dominion authority. "Impossible, physical attacks are useless against the Dominion authority," Nigan said in disbelief. "Ignorance, Sebastian possesses the protection of a sword saint. Divine protection of sword saint. Whoever holds this divine protection becomes the sword saint and inherits its powers, which draws out maximum martial skill potential within them. The user is also able to see white lines that indicate the enemy's sword slashes, creating an optimal path for defense and offense as the vectors are drawn out by Sword God himself. Even a god can be killed by Sebastian. The protection and the one-hit kill Murasame can be said to be a perfect partner." The blade easily penetrated the shell of the Dominion authority, and the cursed poison immediately appeared on the body of the Dominion authority. One after another spells covered its original sacred body, and the holy light in the sky also dimmed. In the next second, the entire majestic Dominion authority began to fall, like a dead falcon falling to the ground, and then shattered like glass. Nigan opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in front of him in horror. It never occurred to him that the Dominion authority was just a blow in front of Sebastian. "Did you just say that you want to give us a painful death?" Sebastian narrowed his eyes and walked in front of Nigan. Chapter 133, Invitation to Visit the Great Tomb. At this time, Nigan was already like a walking dead, unable to speak at all. Everything that happened just now has destroyed his worldview. "Think of these people as my gift to you, Mr. Ainais." Sebastian turned to look at Ains and said, "You may use these people in the Great Tomb of Nazarick for experiments or torture. Anyway, you can do whatever you want." Looking at the scene in front of him, even Ains was a little shocked. Although these enemies were also weaklings in front of him, the strength displayed by Sebastian was strong. "Excuse me, Mr. Sebastian, what is the maximum size of troops you can summon?" Ains asked curiously. "Hundreds, thousands. A few million," Sebastian said lightly. After listening to Sebastian's words, Ains was shocked. Even if it is him, it is impossible to summon millions of troops in an instant. "Yeah, it's amazing." On the other side, Gazef just recovered from the shock. He has experienced countless battles, and he has reached the category of a hero among human beings, but he had never seen such a scene. Out of thin air, a young man creates an army of horrors beyond his comprehension. If this man is an enemy of the kingdom, the consequences may be disastrous. But on the other hand, if they can win him over to become an ally of the kingdom, then they will be invincible. What kind of existence is this? It's just an easy way to crush an ant to death, Sebastian said. Let's go back to the village first. Ains used the teleportation magic to have his subordinates bring Nigan and the other people from the Sunlight Scripture back to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. On the other side, Sebastian led Gazef into the village. As if passing through an enchantment, the world in front of Gazef has undergone earth-shattering changes. The village that was supposed to be a wooden hut is now full of fantastical buildings. The people who followed Gazef into the village, the same goes for other soldiers. This place has become a place with something beyond their comprehension. Because of the gap generator, they didn't know the real situation in the village from a distance, so they didn't realize that it had been transformed by Sebastian until they entered the village. This made Gazef more aware that the Sebastian in front of him was not an ordinary person. Thanks to Mr. Sebastian this time, otherwise it would not only be me, even this village would have perished. Once again, my sincere thanks. Gazef took Sebastian's hand and said earnestly. Sebastian knew that the other party was not out of politeness or flattery, but out of genuine feelings. He valued the lives of innocent people much more than anything else. You don't have to thank me, Sebastian said. After all, this is not free, it's just a transaction. I will recommend you to the Emperor. Gazef paused. As a representative of the GDI, thank you very much. Sebastian nodded. After you meet the Emperor, we will also go to the capital on behalf of my organization. After a few brief conversations, Sebastian sent Gazef and his party away. At the same time, he also dispatched a spy, disguised as a fellow soldier, and returned to the capital with Gazef and others. Putting a spy in the capital first, Sebastian can get more information and take root in the kingdom of Riestais in advance. This way, whether they are willing to establish diplomatic relations with him or fight, Sebastian can easily deal with them. At this moment, a purple portal opened beside Sebastian, and Ains returned to the village through the portal. Mr. Sebastian, I would like to invite you to visit us in Nazarick, Ains said. After today's battle, he has thoroughly realized that Sebastian is by no means a weak person. However, Sebastian and his current interests do not conflict, and they are both time travelers, so they can help each other. Now that he has formed a partnership with Sebastian, Ains wanted to invite Sebastian to visit the Great Tomb of Nazarick and let his subordinates know of Sebastian's existence, so as not to do anything discourteous. Well, then I won't be polite. Sebastian nodded and followed Ains with his subordinates into the portal. After passing through the portal, Sebastian came to a magnificent hall, which is part of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ains Hall. Unlike Sebastian's high-tech battle lab, the environment here is darker, and the decoration also looks classical and Western. Albedo, go and gather the other floor guardians, Ains gave the order. In the Great Tomb of Nazarick, there are different classes, and the NPCs guarding these classes are Ains' confidants. They are also the top combat force in the Great Tomb. Sebastian recalled the plot of the story. These level guardians are top-notch in this world, and almost all of them are level 100. He turned his head to look at the subordinates behind him. Esteth, Reinhardt, and Beatrice. If they were divided by levels, they would be at level 100. Even though they are both level 100, there will be a big difference in strength. Your level 100 is because your strength is only level 100, while his level 100 is because the upper limit of the level is only 100. However, Sebastian also knew that the floor guardians were only a part of the tomb. And there were still many powerful combatants inside. The Great Tomb of Nazarick is a force that cannot be overlooked. It can be said to be several times stronger than any force or country in the world before, so it has an alliance value. At this moment, several people walked into the hall. These are the guardians in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, including vampires, demons, insect kings, dark elves, etc. All of which are very powerful existences. Looks like there's a nice bunch of people out there. With a smile on his face, Esteth glanced over the guardians of all classes present. Her intuition told her that these groups were very powerful and could give her an exciting battle. Reinhardt can also feel the response of Dragon's sword. Everyone present has the qualification to let him draw his sword. The eyes of these class guardians are also locked on Sebastian and others. Few human beings have ever come to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and most of them have become experimental bodies in the tomb. Chapter 134, In-Depth Communication, the Combination of Technology and Magic. But these floor guardians can feel that Sebastian and others are not an ordinary group, otherwise, their masters would not treat them with such courtesy. I want to announce two things. At this moment, Ains spoke. First, I changed my name from now on, please call me Ains Ulgaun. Ains said and nodded to Sebastian. He uses the name of the guild as his own, so as long as he makes a name for himself in this world, if there are players who are also otherworlder, they will know and then come. Second point, we have a new ally, the GDI, this is my friend, Mr. Sebastian. From now on, in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Mr. Sebastian will have the same status as me, you must pass this message on to all members of the at all levels. I forbid seeing anyone disrespectful to Mr. Sebastian and others. Listening to Ain's words, the floor guardians kneeling on the ground were stunned. They guessed that Sebastian and others were valued by Ain's, but they didn't expect to be valued to such an extent. And they can also become an ally of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. A miniature portal appeared in midair next to Ain's. He stretched out his hand, took out a ring from it, and handed it to Sebastian. This is the ring of Ain's old gown, with it, you can also teleport freely in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ain said. Thank you very much, Sebastian smiled and nodded. Then Mr. Sebastian, do we have any plans for the time being? Ains asked. We can first share and exchange information and technology, Sebastian said. Let's build a portal between my battle lab and your great tomb, convenient for the corner between us. What you said is valid, Ains immediately nodded in agreement. Today we will prepare the biggest feast for you, Mr. Sebastian. Not long after, Sebastian opened the portal and summoned his engineers into this world. Soon the cooperative research between the G and the Great Tomb began. Sebastian's engineers informed Demiurge, who was mainly in charge of the internal research of the Great Tomb, about electricity and advanced mechanical manufacturing methods. Demiurge is a floor guardian in the Great Tomb, an extremely powerful demon who has the power to easily destroy a city, is good at manipulating people's hearts, and is also responsible for human experiments and the manufacture of magic items. The work in the entire Great Tomb is done by magic or manpower, so they don't know the existence of electricity and higher technology. So after learning the principles of various technologies from the engineer, Demiurge couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So it is possible to achieve the same level as magic without magic. If what you said is true, it can further improve efficiency. This mechanical structure is simply wonderful, and its efficiency is much higher than that of regular manpower. In exchange, Demiurge also shared many research results in the tomb with Sebastian. He was originally a very cunning and cautious person, but he was extremely loyal to Ains. Since Ains had full trust in Sebastian, Demiurge also obeyed the order and shared his research success with Sebastian almost without reservation. On the other side, Sebastian brought the dangerous species or monsters he captured and acquired in the previous world to this world and conducted various experiments with the monsters inside the tomb, trying to create more powerful creatures. Not only exchanges in scientific research, but the G.I. and the Great Tomb also began to exchange magic from the two forces. Although they have magic, the magic systems of G.I. and the Great Tomb are different, but there are still many coexistences. After the exchange, the amount of magic that both parties can use has also increased a lot. To help Sebastian and others, Ains even donated some artifacts and even world-class props to Sebastian, and Sebastian also used Tgthegood as an exchange. After obtaining the opponent's high-level items, Sebastian sent them to the laboratory for analysis. Analysis of. For Ains, many of these props are unique and cannot be duplicated, but it was different for Sebastian. Sebastian has the system as long as something can be obtained by him, it can be analyzed and mass-produced, even artifacts or world-level props are no exception. Meanwhile, Crane Village, which Sebastian initially controlled, has been further upgraded to become Sebastian's stronghold. Enough defensive firepower was deployed around it, and there were countless tanks guarding it, allowing Sebastian to establish a route in this world. Sebastian also sent troops to acquire the surrounding territories and took all the monsters or lizard men in the surrounding forests into his subordinates, obtained their territories, and allowed himself to further expand. A few days later, King Ramposa II was among the officials. Gazef has just returned to the palace to meet the emperor. The members of the aristocratic faction in the palace were stunned when they saw Gazef returning to the capital unharmed. It was they who secretly colluded with the slain theocracy and planned to kill Gazef while he was performing missions outside. But it never occurred to him that Gazef would come back safe and sound. Damn it, are the people from the slain theocracy worthless? Someone thought to himself. Gazef knew that all of this was a conspiracy of the aristocratic faction, but as the warrior of the kingdom, he only knew that he had to be loyal to the emperor's order. What's more, there are more important things to report now. Immediately, Gazef informed the emperor of everything that happened on this mission. Gazef said that the slain theocracy disguised itself as the Baharuth Empire to attack the village, encountered the slain theocracy's Sunlight Scripture troops, and Nigan summoned the Dominion Authority. This made the officials and nobles below even more surprised. How on earth did Gazef survive? With only such a small number of people, Gazef should have died without a doubt. I met someone who claimed to be a representative of the GDI. They have fearsome power and were able to destroy the Sunlight Scripture and the Dominion Authority together, Gazef said slowly. Chapter 135, In the Palace, There is Turmoil. Hearing Gazef's words, the whole palace was in an uproar. They couldn't believe Gazef's words that there was someone in this world who could defeat the Dominion Authority that the slain theocracy summoned with physical damage. This is ridiculous. A lie, an absolute lie. Impossible. The dignitaries talked a lot, and the entire court was shocked by Gazef's words. I believe the words of the warrior captain, he does not need to lie. At this time, the king spoke. In the story, although he is far from being a weak king, because of his indecisive nature. There are many parties in the kingdom. The decaying kingdom from the inside is divided into the king-supporting faction which supports the royal family. Half of the 6 nobles join forces formed by the aristocratic faction, the 2 factions are fighting for power, and the development can also be said to be stagnant. This time Gazef went out to carry out the mission. It was the result of the aristocratic faction's interference, and privately joined forces with the slain theocracy to get rid of Gazef, who was the leader of a faction. Not only that, the princes also plotted against each other for the succession of the throne. The princess of their kingdom is even in existence who would not hesitate to sell the whole country to achieve her goal. It can be said that the entire kingdom is already in jeopardy. One push is all it takes and an entire kingdom will fall. At this time, after hearing the king's words, the bureaucrats were silent. Because even if they stood on the opposing party, they knew that Gazef would not be a liar. They couldn't imagine that Gazef still had any means to escape from the hands of the slain theocracy, so there was no other option other than to ask for help. But the G. Everyone has never heard of such a place named that in the world. If there is such a powerful place in this world, it should have been pointed out long ago. Gazef, quickly tell me about them, said the king impatiently. If what Gazef said is true, then he cannot miss the opportunity to win over such a powerful power. They have a lot more than I could have imagined. Gazef then told all the details of what happened during the battle, the Apocalypse tank, the Prism tank, and the battle fortress. There were no mechanical contraptions in this world, so Gazef couldn't name them accurately, so he could only describe the scene at that time as much as possible. Hard shells, bursts of light, and huge sizes. Gazef wasn't a man with great social speech, so it was difficult for everyone to understand what Gazef was talking about. But at least they know that the G.I. and the person named Sebastian are not normal. Mr. Sebastian told me that he would like to meet with your majesty as the ambassador of the GDI, to discuss matters between the 2 entities. After presenting the situation, Gazef repeated what Sebastian said earlier. Sebastian rescued Gazef, and he was preparing to utilize him as his messenger, to get in touch with the Resdai's kingdom. These words made everyone present understand that the relationship between their kingdom and the G.I. may affect their national conditions. There are ordinary factions in the kingdom now. And whoever can take the lead in becoming an ally with the G.I. will be able to win the power war in the kingdom. On the other side, in a certain luxurious mansion in the royal capital. A woman was in the mansion listening to her servants report on the recent work situation, while a bald man was standing with his back against the wall at a certain distance from them. The newly introduced batch of goods sold well, especially the nobles liked it very much. However, the side effects are a bit big, and if they take too much, it may cause serious aftermath. Hearing the subordinate's words, the woman took a breath and then said, I don't care about the consequences, as long as it sells well, continue to expand the scale of the production. The color of her skin is sickly white, and the clothes on her body are also white. From the hand holding the cigarette pipe emitting bright purple smoke to the shoulder socket, there is a snake that snakes upwards, and the lipstick of the same color as the purple eyeshadow. The posture wrapped in thin clothes contains the decadent atmosphere of a high-class prostitute, which sets off a hot figure that can make any wooden person burn with desire. Her name is Hilma Signius, and she is a member of the 8 Fingers. Don't forget, I will help you ensure the safety of the supply line, and as for the share, there must be nothing less. The bald man leaning against the wall also began to talk. He also has a high status, he has a strong body and tattoos similar to wild beasts engraved on his skin. His name is Zero, and he is also a member of 8 Fingers. 8 Fingers is an underground syndicate that operated from the Resdai's kingdom, controlling virtually the entire nation from the shadows. The 8 Fingers are divided into 8 departments, and these 8 departments coexist and are relatively close to the form of cooperation. It is generally believed that they are the leaders of illegal organizations in the country. 8 Fingers has a close relationship with many nobles, and even the first prince has a connection with them. If the kingdom officials take action against it, the information will soon be leaked to 8 Fingers. Although the various departments of the 8 Fingers belong to the same organization and have a cooperative relationship with each other, in fact, They often encroach on each other's interests, and occasionally the so-called cooperative relationship arises. Even if the various departments do not confront each other openly, it is common for them to make small moves behind the scenes. It can be said that although the kingdom is still barely controlled by the king on the surface, the control of the underground society has already been firmly controlled by the Eight Fingers. Hilma is the one in charge of the illegal DRG business among the Eight Fingers, and Zero is the leader of the Six Arm and he is in charge of security. Six Arms is the general term for those who have the strongest fighting ability in the security department. The average strength is probably no less than that of Gazef. Every member of the Six Arms is equivalent to an Orichalcum level. Orichalcum level adventurer is the strongest fighter in the surface world of the kingdom, and he is the strongest killer in the underground world. In the plot, Eight Fingers became the target of both the royal palace and the great tomb of Nazarick. All of the Six Arms were killed. And all their ministers were captured and tortured by Ain's men and finally succumbed, so the kingdom's underground society was almost completely controlled by the great tomb of Nazarick, and then slowly infiltrated. Just as Hilma gave instructions to her subordinates, a flurry of footsteps came. Chapter 136, You Will Be My Mole. My Discord. After hearing the sound of footsteps, all of them immediately became nervous because the topics discussed just now were top secret and must not be known to outsiders. No matter who sneaked into this area secretly, Hilma and Zero would not be able to leave each other alive. This is my private mansion and there are heavy guards outside, how could someone come in? Hilma was still a little puzzled at this moment, and she never expected that someone would sneak into it. As the footsteps got closer, everyone present had drawn out their weapons, and Zero also raised his fists. Zero can attach animal souls to his body, thereby using the excellent physical abilities of that animal. At the same time, he is also the chief among the Six Arms and the strongest of the entire Eight Fingers. Even Gazef, Zero has the confidence to defeat him with ease. At this time, the footsteps had reached the door of their secret room and then stopped. The heavy iron door was slowly opened, and a face that made them confused appeared in front of everyone. Everyone from Eight Fingers, hello, it was Sebastian who arrived. Behind Sebastian, Isdeth also entered. When Gazef left Karn village earlier, Sebastian had already dispatched spies, disguised as the other side soldiers, and sneaked into the capital with them. After Gazef returned to the palace, the spies went around the royal capital and Hilma's mansion at the same time to investigate. Sebastian, as someone who knows the plot of the story, knows where the members of Eight Fingers are hiding. He then used the chronoshift device to bring himself and Isdeth to the mansion. In the story, Ain's guardians also took the lead in attacking here, capturing and torturing Hilma alive, asking the other party to confess to trick out the other members of Eight Fingers, and finally wiping them out. Hilma is the weakest in psychological defenses, so Sebastian is going to attack her first. Sebastian's plan is not only to contact the kingdom on the bright side, but also to attack the kingdom's underground society, fully control it, and then slowly infiltrate it. As long as this is the case, the entire kingdom will gradually become an ally to them without bloodshed. In this world, the average strength of the different countries is much higher than in every previous world. If he rashly chooses to attack a country, Sebastian will not only bear the losses caused by the war but may also make himself a thorn in the side of many forces. Who are you? Hilma asked cautiously. What is the purpose of you coming here? Please allow me to introduce myself, Sebastian smiled and said. I am the representative of the GDI, my name is Sebastian, as for the purpose I want to take down your organization. When Hilma heard Sebastian's words, she immediately frowned slightly. It was obvious that Sebastian knew all about the Eight Fingers. On the other side, Zero had a smile on his face. Sebastian only brought his death alone, such behavior is not just arrogance but also stupidity. Nice look, you can let me enjoy it first, and then I will sell you to Coco Doll at a high price, Zero said with a smile. The person in his words refers to the person in charge of human trafficking among the Eight Fingers, Ampetiff Coco Doll. At the same time, Zero activated his ability, and the beast pattern on his skin glowed shiningly. The leopard on the feet, the falcon on the back, the rhinoceros on the arms, the bison on the chest, and the lion on the head, all activated. He felt power overflowing from his body. He moved forward and slammed toward Sebastian. The attack of Zero, the strongest of the Six Arms, it was an iron fist blow from the front. There are no feints or tricks, just pure punches, however, the power poured into the fist is beyond imagination. Not only shaman instructors, but also special skills obtained from various monk-like professions, and then strengthened with a large number of magic props, overwhelming speed, and destructive power of fists. Regardless of the opponent's identity, if he stepped into this place, Zero already had a reason to attack. But suddenly, Zero felt that his body lost its balance and fell directly to the ground. At the same time, his legs felt unbelievably cold. Zero couldn't stand up, and he couldn't even feel his legs. The legs seemed to be replaced by a hard object. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at his legs, but the parts that should have been his legs had disappeared, replaced by 2 broken icicles. What? The arrogance on his face just now was gone, replaced by panic. What happened? The moment he launched the attack just now, Isteth also launched an attack at the same time. Just one blow froze his legs. And the huge force the latter unleashed when he attacked tore off the ice on his body. The cold feeling even covered the pain of broken limbs, but even then, Zero couldn't stop screaming hysterically. Seeing the scene in front of them, all the people present were horrified, never expecting that the strongest among them would be so vulnerable in front of an opponent. They didn't even see them make any moves. A magic caster? Monster. Run. They know that even if they have more people, it is impossible to be their opponents. The gap between strengths cannot be filled by quantity. Hilma also turned around immediately, preparing to escape from the back door of the secret room. Cover for me and I'll give each of you 100 gold coins. Hurry up. Hilma, as one of the leaders of Eight Finger, possesses absolute authority and uses money as a temptation. She is worthless in the face of danger to her life. They don't want to have money but no life to spend their lives. But at this moment, a smile appeared on Isteth's face. Run away like a rat that you are, but do you think you can escape? Chapter 137, Regret. It's too late. My Discord. Suddenly, with Isteth's body as the center, ice spread in an instant, and all the luxurious decorations and other objects in the room turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Everyone was also frozen in place. However, Isteth did not completely freeze them, otherwise, they might not be able to resist the cold at all and would have been frozen to death. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Hilma let out a wail as she couldn't sense the presence of her lower body. Whatever you want, I'll give you whatever you want. On the other side of the ground, Zero, who had lost his legs, was wriggling on the ground trying to escape from this place. But a high-heeled shoe that was as sharp as an ice pick pierced his head. Isteth instantly killed the strongest among the Eight Fingers like trampling an ant to death. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Hilma and the others present did not expect such a dreadful existence in the capital. And I'm afraid Sebastian and Isteth are not from the kingdom. Please, please. How much do you want? I can give you all. Come and tell me all the information about your Eight Fingers. Sebastian walked in front of Hilma and said lightly, with a calm smile on his face. Hilma looked at Sebastian in fear. She could sense from Sebastian's expression that the other party was no stranger to such scenes. I am afraid that this man named Sebastian had already carried out countless horrible killings. But even so, Hilma did not dare to disclose information about Eight Fingers. No, I can't say. Eight Fingers can control the entire kingdom's underground society because their very strict system absolutely cannot have betrayers. Leaders who are hostile to each other will participate in the gathering of the department heads of the Eight Fingers held on a fixed date in the capital, and even those who do not participate in this meeting will be deemed to have the possibility of betrayal, and then become targets of a purge. Therefore, even those who don't come to the capital often will come here. Especially for the meeting. The elimination of Eight Fingers was not just a simple assassination. The members of Eight Fingers can be said to have infiltrated all levels of the kingdom and can approach anyone without any faults. The purged traitors will be tortured horribly, and death will be the only relief at that time. Really? Sebastian said with a smile. With the protection effect and the presence of a Taigu, he knew Hilma's inner thoughts at a glance. Do you think our methods are lighter than your group? I hope you don't regret it. While speaking, Sebastian turned his head to look at Isteth, his words gradually becoming cold. Only this one is useful, the others are of little value. Understood. Isteth smiled and nodded, then snapped her fingers, and everyone except Hilma fell apart like glass and became pieces. Even the blood was frozen and became ice slag. Hilma was shocked by the scene in front of her, and the cold feeling had completely penetrated her bones, making her pathetic. She didn't realize until now that she and Eight Fingers were insignificant existences in front of the other party. Who the HLL are you guys? You monster. Sebastian didn't pay attention to her, but instead sent her and Isteth together to his stronghold. In Crane Village, a huge building stands in it. That was Sebastian's battle lab. Sebastian has taken Crane Village as his new stronghold for development. The originally impoverished small village has now become a magnificent city, which accommodates many nearby demi-human races. The lizardmen and giant monsters recovered by Ains in the plot have been handled by Sebastian and have become Sebastian's members. The reason why Sebastian chose Crane Village as his base was not only because it was relatively close to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which made it easier to arrange defensive buildings and manpower, but also because the forest outside Crane Village had very rich resources. It is very valuable for development and very suitable for Sebastian to carry out further development as the size of the village is growing. At this time, Sebastian had returned to the battle lab, and Isdeth and Hilma had also returned here. The sudden teleportation made Hilma feel a strong sense of discomfort, and she looked around vigilantly, only to find that the surrounding scenes were completely different from her perception. In this world, the general level of science and technology is very low. In front of Hilma, there are all kinds of high-tech equipment, and these high-tech devices are comparable to magic items and can even be said to be more magical than ordinary magic items. Isdeth, I will leave the rest to you, Sebastian turned to Isdeth and said. Don't worry. There was a meaningful smile on Isdeth's face, and she turned to look at Hilma as if she were a hunter watching her prey fall into her trap. I have to say that the magic in this world is really easy to use, especially the resurrection spell, which allows me to use more torture methods. As Isdeth spoke, the smile on her face became more and more obvious. In this world, there is the concept of resurrection magic. As long as the corpse is there, it can be resurrected. After the G. Allied with Ain's Nazarick tomb, Sebastian also learned a lot of magic from there, and the low-level resurrection technique was one of them. Sebastian also taught these magics to his comrades, so Isdeth also mastered resurrection and more magic. The latter combined the resurrection technique with her torture skills. In her world, Isdeth was known as the Torture Queen, who used torture to torment others for fun. After being tortured by her, no one can hide any secrets anymore. An ominous premonition arose in Hilma's heart. What awaited her would be something more terrifying than death. There was already a feeling of regret in her mind. No, please. I'm willing to say anything. Chapter 138, The Underground Society has been controlled. How do I know the information you said is true? With a meaningful smile on her face, Isdeth led Hilma into the torture room. Isdeth's torture skills put even the torturers in the great tomb of Nazarick to shame. After a period of torture, after Hilma was killed countless times and then resurrected, she finally revealed all the information. In fact, before the torture, she had already told the information in advance because of excessive fear. Still, because Isdeth didn't want to be disappointed, she only stopped after a few rounds of torture and temporary rest. This also made Hilma ultimately lose the idea of resisting Sebastian and others. As one of the leaders of Eight Fingers, Hilma should have high self-esteem. Only now did she realize that she and Eight Fingers were not worth much in front of the real power. Hilma's psychological state was destroyed, and Sebastian used Yuri Prime's mind control ability to turn her into his subordinate. Sebastian then started his infiltration plan. He first controlled Hilma to contact other members of the Eight Fingers, and in the name of a meeting, he lured them all to the capital. Then, all these members would be caught by Sebastian and become his captives and punished by his death every day. Even if they were the kingdom's top combat power, they were not worth mentioning in front of their military might. Eight Fingers were all scum who committed all kinds of evil, trafficking illegal drugs, human beings, murder, theft, etc. All kinds of viciousness had been done by the Eight Fingers, so Sebastian was not going to show them mercy. After they were completely wiped out, Sebastian did not reveal the news that the top Eight Fingers were eliminated but used his spies to imitate the Eight Fingers members and replace them. The spy could change their appearance and could also imitate 100 of the target's words and actions, so ordinary people couldn't see any problems at all. Sebastian used spies to completely replace the existence of these high-level officials to control the Eight Fingers. It would have been very troublesome to destroy the Eight Fingers, and it might also have destroyed the trade routes that the Eight Fingers had already built. Sebastian wanted to occupy the nest and take everything in Eight Fingers as his own. This would amount to considerable wealth. A few days later, Sebastian had completed all the preparations and made the entire Eight Fingers his own. All the lower-level members of Eight Fingers had no idea that their bosses had already been replaced, and they were now equivalent to working for him. The underground society of the entire kingdom had been handled. At this time, Sebastian was doing other things in the stronghold. At this time, a signal came from the psychic tower, and unknown visitors were approaching his village. About dozens of them. Their direction of advancement was clear, it was where Crane Village was located. Judging from the number, they were not looking for a fight, but their speed was very fast as if they were competing with someone. Sebastian narrowed his eyes, already a guess in his mind, and immediately turned on the spy satellite to check. Sure enough, the person who came was none other than the envoys of the Riestai's kingdom, and among them was Gazef. When Gazef was hunted down by the people of Slain Theocracy, Sebastian saved him to use him as his messenger and asked the other party to convey his diplomatic message to the king. Sebastian needed to expand his power, so he needed to gain a firm foothold in this world and let G. firmly stand. Among them, of course. It was necessary to establish relations with other countries, form alliances, and establish diplomatic relations. He would even let the other party become his ally. Of course, Sebastian could use war to solve the problem, but for him, war was a resource-consuming action and would never be the first choice. What's more, there were also very powerful existences in this world. If a war were launched, other forces in this world might form an alliance, which could cause considerable obstacles to Sebastian's expansion plan. But if anyone was hostile to G, Sebastian would never show mercy. Sebastian also estimated that the kingdom's response should arrive within this period. Let's go out and meet them, Sebastian smiled slightly and used the chronoshift device. Outside Crane Village, the troops were rapidly approaching. Your Highness Zanuck, Marquis Raven, the destination is ahead. At this time, the warrior commander Gazef said to the two people in the carriage. Zanuck Val Leon Igana Rylvezelf, with a lengthy name, was the second prince in the kingdom, and Marquis Raven was the helper who assisted the second prince in the struggle for the throne's succession. That's great, Your Highness, it seems that we will arrive one step faster than your brother, Marquis Raven smiled and said to Zanuck. They had already heard about the existence of Sebastian and G. From Gazef before and immediately recognized that the other party was a very powerful ally. If they could get the diplomatic support of G, the kingdom would gain a huge boost. Not only that, but the prince who promoted diplomacy would leave a good impression in the heart of the emperor and be more likely to become the heir to the throne. This was also the reason why their group had to go to Crane Village before the first prince. They wanted to make contact with Sebastian and win him over. Although Marquis Raven appeared to be a member of the noble faction, he was a member of the royalty faction. To maintain the dynamic balance between the two factions, he hid his true purpose. This was why Gazef, the king's confidant, assisted him. Now Marquis Raven couldn't care less about hiding his true face anymore. This action might influence the future development of the entire kingdom. This went beyond the competition between the two princes, as even one wrong step might ruin the entire kingdom. He remembered the description of the strength of the G. Military from Gazef's words. Hope everything goes well, Zanuck said. Though he was short in stature, his intelligence was not low. He turned his head and looked at Gazef, who was escorting him in a horse-drawn carriage. Gazef, what kind of person is Sebastian? He wanted to understand Sebastian's character in advance to adapt their approach. I don't know, Gazef shook his head. Chapter 139, Let's Embrace Them. Have no idea. Zanuck's brow twitched slightly. Gazef, haven't you been in contact with that person named Sebastian? Even so, I have no way of knowing his true character, Gazef shook his head and said. He is like a bottomless ocean, I can't find out the whole image at all. Having said that, his expression gradually became serious, but when I was fighting with the slain theocracy, I could feel Sebastian seems to have experienced countless wars and massacres. Even the ultimate weapon of the slain theocracy, the Dominion authority, is as insignificant as an ant in front of him. After listening to Gazef's words, that is, Zanuck and Raven couldn't help but be surprised. The more powerful a person is, the more elusive they are, and Sebastian's strength was undoubtedly far beyond their predictions. They contacted Sebastian first, and although they wanted to be ahead of the other prince, their behavior was tantamount to dancing on the tip of a knife. By the way, Gazef, you said that Sebastian has changed Crane Village? Zanuck asked curiously. Yes, the whole village is completely different from before, it is even full of magic items that are beyond my understanding, it is different from the previous village, Gazef said. After Sebastian defeated the slain theocracy last time, Gazef and his men followed Sebastian into the village and there was a great transformation. Listening to Gazef's words, Zanuck raised his head and looked into the distance. Now they are not too far away from Crane Village, and they can already see the outline of the village, which doesn't look out of the ordinary. It doesn't make much of a difference, Zanuck whispered to himself with some doubts in his eyes. Crane Village was still just an ordinary small village. He didn't know that all of this was entirely due to the effect of Sebastian's support structure, the gap generator, which could hide the base. Even with the naked eye, as long as the distance is not close enough, you can see the illusion created by the gap generator. So at this time, Zanuck didn't notice the abnormality but instead became suspicious of Gazef's words. Could it be that Sebastian has left? It shouldn't be. Zanuck was a little worried if Sebastian and the others had already left, it would be a waste of time to fetch water from the bamboo basket. At this moment, the carriage gradually stopped, and a petite figure appeared in front of the G. And his party. One of them is not tall. With short pink hair fluttering in the breeze, like cherry blossoms blooming, and her red pupils have a hint of pride above ordinary people. Even though she is wearing a maid outfit, it gives people a great sense of intimidation. Looking at Ram in front of him, Gazef frowned slightly because he clearly remembered that this ordinary-looking maid possessed fearsome power. I remember she was Sebastian's subordinate, Gazef introduced her to Zanuck. Zanuck breathed a sigh of relief. At least he knew he hadn't made his trip in vain. Your Highness, don't underestimate her. Her strength is far above the strongest in our country, Gazef hurriedly reminded the Prince and Marquis Raven next to him in a whisper, and the latter tensed involuntarily when he heard that. Please indicate your identity and purpose, Ram said. Hello. I am the second Prince Zanuck Val-Leon Igana Ryle-Vazelf of the Kingdom of Re-Estais. I have heard that Mr. Sebastian, the representative of the GDI, has communicated to our kingdom. He wanted to establish diplomatic relations with us, so as hosts, we want to personally welcome you to the capital with the highest hospitality. While Zanuck was speaking, he pointed to the other carriages behind him, which were filled with gold, silver, and jewels, which was quite a fortune. Ram nodded. Master Sebastian knows that you are coming. Please come with me, everyone. Zanuck then followed Ram into Sebastian's territory. Because they were within the range of the gap generator, the area in front of them changed like waking up from a dream. The village that looked very ordinary and impoverished from a distance just now changed in an instant and was immediately replaced by high-rise buildings. Nuclear reactor that hums with electrical light, the large battle lab. And many more buildings beyond the technology of this era. The originally narrow and muddy roads have also become flat and wide roads, and the villagers have also used various new contraptions to replace the horse-drawn carriages. Zanuck and Marquis Raven were stunned by such a futuristic building. They were unable to understand what these things were. This is more exaggerated than Gazef's words. Even Gazef was surprised the village from the last time was different from his memory. Just a few days away, major changes have taken place and even the area of the village has expanded several times. Moreover, the number of buildings in it has more than doubled. The other servants were surprised and they couldn't say anything for a long time. At this moment, Prince Zanuck and Marquis Raven immediately had an idea in their minds. We need to get into an alliance with the GDI. Please stand by my side. I will take you to see Master Sebastian right now. Ram's voice brought their thoughts back to the real world. Alright, Zanuck and the others immediately went to Ram's side, and the latter stretched out her hand and took out a small object, the portable chronoshift device. She pressed the switch and brought the group to the battle lab in an instant. Is this teleportation magic? Zanuck thought to himself. Teleportation magic also exists in this world, but it cannot be used by ordinary magic casters. At this moment, he saw a young man sitting in front of him. Welcome to the embassy of the GDI. Sitting in front of them was Sebastian. Chapter 140, Near a Dead End. Prince Zanuck carefully observed the man in front of him. Judging from his behavior and temperament, there was no doubt that he was a leader. It was just that Sebastian was younger than he had thought, which made him a little surprised. But Zanuck knew that he must not offend the other party, so he said very respectfully, Hello, Mr. Sebastian, I am the second prince of the kingdom of Re-Estais, Zanuck Val-Leon Igana Ryle-Vazelf. Sebastian stood up and said to Zanuck, Please, take a seat. Sebastian snapped his fingers, and immediately a huge table appeared out of thin air in the empty room. Ram, go and prepare some tea and snacks for our guests. Understood, Master Sebastian. In an instant, Ram disappeared from the room. Zanuck looked at the position where Ram had disappeared, pursed his lips, and sat down next to Sebastian beside Raven. This time I am representing the kingdom, and I want to communicate with Mr. Sebastian first, and then invite you to go to the royal capital. Before Prince Zanuck could finish speaking, Sebastian suddenly turned on the monitor in the room, projecting a picture from spy satellite. Zanuck was a little surprised as he couldn't understand what this thing was. At this moment, Zanuck focused his attention on the picture, which was a group of people riding their horses. The clothes worn by the people in the image were very similar to them. Zanuck narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the image in the picture, then his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of surprise. It was the army of his elder brother, First Prince Barbro. What, it's Barbro Group. Zanuck almost sprang to his feet. As expected, his brother was also on his way to Crane Village. Looking at the surrounding environment, he should be only about an hour away from him. Since you are the representative of the kingdom, why would another team come here? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and said slowly. I don't want any more lies in front of me, please tell me the truth, Prince Zanuck. While Sebastian was speaking, Zanuck felt an unbelievable sense of intimidation, making him unable to speak. He didn't expect the other party to possess such superior technology and be able to observe such a long distance. Moreover, Sebastian seemed to see through his thoughts. Zanuck felt that Sebastian's gaze looking at him was like a sharp blade. As if seeking help, he turned his head to look at Raven, who was standing beside him. Raven was already sweating heavily by then. Only then did Raven realize that Sebastian's base was much deeper than they imagined. There was no other way. Raven could only nod his head, motioning for Zanuck to tell their plan. Zanuck gulped and told Sebastian his plan. Including that. He aimed to cooperate with Sebastian to gain an advantage over his brother in their competition. Now his forces were suppressed by Barubro's forces in all aspects, and he was already at a disadvantage in the battle for the successor to the throne. Zanuck was far inferior to Barbro in terms of fame, power, and support from nobles, and the only advantage he had was Raven's help and his decent intellect. So I am eager to cooperate with Mr. Sebastian before my brother, with a bit of embarrassment on his face, Prince Zanuck said slowly. Sebastian in front of him had a smile on his face. Sebastian also had his plan, and he could use the Zanuck to further deal with his organization. I see, Sebastian nodded, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other party. If you are genuine, I can help you, I can even help you ascend directly to the throne. Really? Hearing Sebastian's words, Zanuck's eyes widened, almost bursting with light. However, I also have one condition, the corners of Sebastian's mouth raised slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Tell me, Mr. Sebastian, Zanuck said eagerly. As long as we can do it, we will do our best. Just after Sebastian finished speaking, joyful smiles appeared on the faces of Raven and Zanuck. But Sebastian's words made them fall into great fright. I demand that after you ascend the throne, the kingdom will join my organization as an ally. What? After hearing Sebastian's words, Marquis Raven stood up. But the moment Raven stood up, he felt a dreadful murderous aura, which made his hair stand on end. Ram was standing behind him at this time. Raven didn't realize when Ram returned to the room at all, and she didn't emit any sound. At this time, Ram was holding a tray in her hand, but the teacup that was originally placed on the tray had also leaped into the air, and the boiling hot tea turned into a spiral shape in the air, but at the same time, terrifying aura was emitted, heading toward Raven. Presumptuous, to act disrespectfully towards Master Sebastian is an insult. Ram's expression became very fierce. Now she had the power of her peak period, and her mastery of magic had reached the level of perfection, far surpassing the strongest human magic caster in this world. Raven felt this dreadful murderous aura and dared not move an inch. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sebastian, my aide is being rude, but please forgive his behavior. Zanuck knew that no matter what, he could never tear himself apart from Sebastian. Otherwise, there would be no good outcome. It's okay, Ram, Sebastian smiled slightly, signaling Ram to calm down first, and the latter nodded immediately as if she had become another person after hearing Sebastian's words. For Ram, Sebastian was beyond the existence of a savior, not only revealing Roswell's true face but also allowing her to grow back the lost horn, so that Ram had the strength of her peak period. Please sit down, Marquis Raven, Sebastian said lightly. But Marquis Raven sat down in shock. He could feel that he was just one step away from death. Chapter 141, Join Us or Die. Marquis Raven looked at Ram and swallowed involuntarily. What Gazef said was not wrong, this little girl looked like an ordinary maid. But she possessed a mighty magic caster. Even though Raven was not a magic caster himself, he could still feel the power of Ram. She was so strong that he thought that he was bound to die. Raven moved his gaze to Sebastian. Ram's power and precise manipulation of magic are at the top level and can become an important asset in any nation. But even with such strong combat power, she was just an ordinary maid. This made him more concerned about the existence of a more powerful presence in G. At this moment, Sebastian clapped his hands and pulled his thoughts back to reality. Presumably you should think that I am just talking nonsense, right? But as long as I want to, I can easily annex your kingdom, it's just that I'm not a person who loves war. Sebastian said with a smile and then summoned a portal. Why don't you come in and have a look? Zanuck and Raven were surprised by the sight in front of them. They never thought that high-level magic like opening a portal could be as easy as breathing. They looked at each other and decided to give it a go, so they followed Sebastian into the portal. Sebastian took them to visit his other world, which is the world of H. D and the world of A. K, both of which have become part of the stronghold of his organization. Only then did Zanuck and Raven realize that Crane Village was not worth mentioning at all. These worlds had already become worlds of machines and steel. The sky was full of aircraft that made high-level spells such as flight worthless, and all kinds of vehicles were running rampant on the ground. Like giant steel beasts, that the army of a kingdom was not worth mentioning. In the world of Re-Zero, most of it has been handled, and the administrator of the kingdom has joined the G. There are people around who want to attack when the G's power and influence are not stable, but they underestimate station troops. Not only did they fail to pillage anything, but they were stopped by Sebastian's units. Then they were taken to the capital, where they were forced to surrender by signing an instrument of surrender. They were occupied and the G. enacted military, political, economic, and social reforms. Sebastian took Zanuck and Raven to the sky above the remaining battlefields, allowing them to witness the whole process of the war. No matter how large the army is, it is powerless in front of a mechanized army. Each soldier not only has powerful fighting skills but also can use magic. The enemy's magic couldn't penetrate the shell of the tank, even if it left tiny scratches. The metal shell with biological regeneration abilities can repair all damages through special alchemy. This is not a war at all, but a massacre, and the other side couldn't even mount the most basic resistance. Looking at the scene before him, Zanuck could hardly stand still. Looking at the army being bulldozed by Sebastian's army, he seemed to see the shadow of his realm. The strength of the present kingdom is not as good as before, and it is a mess, as the army is a group of peasants who have just been forced into the army. Normally, when a kingdom fought another empire, it needed to send more than twice as many troops. If there is a war with Sebastian, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at their fearful and even hopeless expression, Sebastian had a smile on his face. The purpose of his bringing them to another world was to make an example for others and let them realize how weak they are. His military strength is more than enough to attack multiple nations at the same time, but he will give priority to using methods other than force. If he launches a war directly, it will definitely cause a lot of economic losses, and it may put him in a very dangerous situation, and even become an enemy of the whole world. Therefore, if he could use other methods to expand his influence, he would. After visiting those worlds, Sebastian brought Zanuck and Raven back to their world. By this time, both were already sweating profusely, even though they were unaware they had just traveled to another world. But they also clearly realized that Sebastian's military strength exceeded their expectation, and their kingdom was vulnerable to the enemy. What Sebastian said was not wrong as long as he was willing. Conquering the entire kingdom would be easy. As the prince, Zanuck felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Why is there such a powerful existence in this world that others don't know at all? What can I do? Presumably you already know the strength of our organization, Sebastian said with a smile. I don't think what I'm asking is too much. After I help you ascend the throne, the kingdom will become a member of our organization, and after that, I can help you get rid of other adversaries. Listening to Sebastian's words, Raven's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he knew that this was a devil's deal. Take one wrong step, and there will be no bones left. Sebastian continued, and if you refuse, your brother will agree to my deal, and if other empires know about our existence, wouldn't they choose to come to us to cooperate and solve your kingdom together? Sebastian's words were like demons capable of deceiving people's hearts, but Zanuck and Raven knew that what the other said was not a lie. His elder brother, Barbro, only cares about the throne. So he will likely agree to Sebastian's deal. Once Barbro takes the throne, then as a contender, he would face a dead end. And if it is a foe of the kingdom and they ally with the entire kingdom will be destroyed. Zanuck knew that he had no other choice. Your brother will arrive in about 10 minutes, Sebastian said with a smile. Chapter 142, No Choice. Listening to Sebastian's words, Zanuck finally couldn't hold back the thoughts in his mind and stood up directly. I promise you. Zanuck had no choice if he did not choose to agree. A dead end awaited him. Not only would he be affected, but even the whole kingdom would be buried with him. The military power of the and the city government was far above theirs. Your Highness. Raven also stood up, clenching his fists. However, he immediately acknowledged that his choice was also the only one. In the end, he could only lower his head, bite his lips tightly, and agree with Zanuck's idea. In this case, we have reached a verbal agreement, Sebastian said. I hope we will not have any breach of contract. I am very sure of that. Zanuck nodded quickly. At that moment, a huge portal opened beside Sebastian, and a skeleton wearing a black robe walked out from it, Ain Zulgaun. Necromancer. Zanuck was even more shocked upon seeing Ain's arrival. He had never expected that Sebastian would have a powerful necromancer as his helper. Sebastian, the demi-humans on our side have already been dealt with. Great, Sebastian nodded. Turning to look at Zanuck, he said. Then please go back, don't forget the etiquette next time. I wish us a happy cooperation. Hearing Sebastian's words, Zanuck felt as if he had walked through the gate of hell, as his clothes were already drenched with sweat. A few minutes later, Sebastian sent Zanuck, Raven, and the others away from another direction. Just as Zanuck left, his elder brother Barbro had already arrived in Crane Village. Like Zanuck, Barbro was initially taken aback by the village's facilities and buildings. But unlike Zanuck, Barbro didn't show any emotion. Instead, he kept communicating with Sebastian in a superior manner. However, Sebastian didn't plan to waste any more time on him. Since Zanuck had already joined his side, Barbro had no value to him. In the plot, Barbro went to attack Crane Village headstrong but was ultimately counter-killed. Without hesitation, Sebastian captured Barbaro and his companions and sent them to Nazarick as experimental subjects. At the same time, Sebastian formed a new team of spies, which perfectly copied the appearance of Barbaro and his party, imitating their movements and speaking styles, making them almost indistinguishable from the originals. Sebastian sent them back to the kingdom as his eyes and ears within the kingdom. After some time, Prince Zanuck finally returned to the capital city. At that moment, he was exhausted physically and mentally, and in need of rest, but he still went to the court without stopping to report the situation to his father. As soon as he walked in, he found that Barbaro had already returned to the palace, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, fearing that Barbaro might have also reached a certain agreement with Sebastian. But now that he was in court, he could only bite the bullet and report the situation. "Sebastian and the GDI are willing to communicate with us," Zanuck said nervously. "Very good," the king nodded and turned to look at Barbaro on the other side. Compared with the shorter Zanuck, the king preferred the more impressive Barbaro. "Barbaro, what do you think?" None of them knew that Prince Barbaro had already been replaced by Sebastian. "I believe that Zanuck has done a good job, so the remaining matters should be handed over to him," the fake Barbaro said slowly. Everyone present was stunned because it was generally accepted that Barbaro and Zanuck fought openly and secretly, slandering each other in front of their father. Who would have thought that he would praise his rival at this time and even hand over the important affairs of contacting the G to him? Whoever handled it would greatly impact the results of the competition for the throne, and Barbaro had given this opportunity to Zanuck. Zanuck turned his head to look at his brother and immediately guessed that this must be Sebastian's doing. He must have used some method to change Barbaro's thinking. This made him respect Sebastian and the G's methods in his mind. At the same time, he was even more thankful for his choice to contact Sebastian before Barbaro. Otherwise, he would have been the one to meet a murderous fate. "If that's the case, Zanuck, how do you think you should communicate with the GDI?" The king didn't say anything more and turned to ask Zanuck. "We will invite Sir Sebastian with the utmost courtesy," Zanuck replied. The next day, in Crane Village, a large number of people approached Sebastian. These were all welcome troops from the kingdom, and their number was more than 50 times that of the last visit. Wearing exquisite uniforms, they knelt on the ground together upon seeing Sebastian. Their movements were very neat, and they performed the highest etiquette. "Welcome, Lord Sebastian, to the palace." The unanimous voice resounded through the skies, surprising the locals of the village. At the same time, the accompanying band began to play music, and dancers performed special dances. Zanuck and Raven bowed to Sebastian right in front of the troop. Their behavior radiated respect. "Sir Sebastian, on behalf of the kingdom, we sincerely invite you to visit our nation." This was the highest etiquette that had never been seen in the Riestai's kingdom. Even the king himself had never enjoyed such treatment. Zanuck was concerned that Sebastian would be infuriated if he made even a slight mistake in manners. Once angered, the entire kingdom could be destroyed in an instant. "All right," Sebastian smiled slightly, walked forward, and shook hands. "Let's go to the capital and start the tour." Chapter 143, Ceding a Piece of Land. "Mr. Sebastian, would you like to ride in a carriage with us?" Zanuck respectfully asked Sebastian for his opinion. "The carriage is too slow," Sebastian said with a smile, then snapped his fingers. "Start the chronosphere." The chronosphere is a super weapon of the Allies that can teleport any vehicle to any distance, with the target coordinates set to the capital. In a moment, all the troops were teleported outside the royal city in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was teleportation magic, and it was magic with so many targets and such a wide range that ordinary magic casters couldn't do this. This made them realize once again that Sebastian was not a weak person. This realization was even stronger for Zanuck, who understood that Sebastian could easily dispatch a large number of troops and teleport them into the capital. As long as Sebastian had an idea, he could easily capture the capital. Who? The defenders in the city were shocked by the troops that appeared before them in an instant. They had never experienced such a situation before. Fortunately, after Zanuck appeared immediately and told them that Sebastian and the others were not enemies, the crisis was averted. Soon, Zanuck took them into the imperial palace, which had been transformed into a large banquet hall, and all the bureaucrats had arrived, waiting for Sebastian's arrival. The king sat on the chair in the middle, his eyes full of curiosity. He wanted to know who Sebastian was. After the king saw Sebastian with his own eyes, he was surprised. "Sir Sebastian is so young, you have such a promising future ahead." This was not flattery but sincere. He did not expect that the ambassador of the G. that Gazef mentioned was just a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. "Welcome, Sir Sebastian, to the capital city of the Riestai's kingdom," the king commanded, and a group of dancers walked into the hall and began to perform. At the same time, the maids and servants in the palace prepared a variety of delicacies and presented them to Sebastian. The king wanted to take this opportunity to win over Sebastian. But none of the officials and nobles present could put their minds on food and beauty. After all, there was a powerful person who was so alarming that he could easily kill the Archangel Flame and even teleport hundreds of people with him. Everyone didn't dare to speak loudly, fearing that being overheard by Sebastian would cause a catastrophe. With the help of the GDI, our kingdom will be further developed, neither the Baharuth Empire nor the slain theocracy can stop us, the king declared with a smile, though his mind was disturbed. Excuse me, Your Excellency Sebastian, do you need anything from the GDI? Hearing the king's words, Sebastian smiled slightly. You might as well give us your allegiance as a gift. Hearing Sebastian's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. This person asked for their allegiance. But isn't that ceding their sovereignty? In diplomacy between two nations, how could they ask for an allegiance so bluntly? This situation only occurs when a nation has been defeated and surrendered. In the plot, to establish a country, Ains proposed that the kingdom be ceded as a condition. At that time, the kingdom did not know the strength of Ains Zulgaun, so they did not agree to his conditions and fought against the great tomb of Nazarick. The final battle can only be described as disastrous. The Riestai's kingdom had no room to fight back against the power of the great tomb of Nazarick. In the end, it could only suffer a crushing defeat and was forced to surrender. But the situation was completely different now. The kingdom knew the power of Sebastian and the G. Not only that, but one of their two princes had been replaced by a spy sent by Sebastian, and the other had reached an agreement with him. The kingdom currently had no reason to say no to them. Sebastian chose this alignment, similar to the original book. Because it was very close to his stronghold, and the geographical location was excellent. It was very suitable as a temporary foothold. It wouldn't take long for the entire kingdom to join Sebastian's organization, so he didn't need to be anxious. Listening to Sebastian's words, the king's brows were almost knitted together. As the king of a country, he couldn't directly agree to Sebastian's request, as it would damage his royalty. But before he could refuse, the second prince, Zanuck, stepped forward and said, Father, this is an excellent trading opportunity, we only need to join them to receive assistance from the GDI, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, in that case, even the Baharuth Empire would be powerless against us. There was a forced smile on Zanuck's face, as he knew that the kingdom had no choice at all in this matter. Once they refused, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing Zanuck's actions, everyone, including the king, was dumbfounded. As a prince, to say such words was detrimental to their reputation. At this time, the first prince, Barbro, also stood up. Compared with Zanuck, the king favored Barbro more. Little did he know that Barbro had already become a human experiment in the great tomb of Nazarick. Father, I think there is nothing wrong with what Zanuck said, I also believe that this is a surefire deal, joining the GDI, in exchange for their help is a good deal. The king was very indecisive and lacked assertiveness. After hearing the words of Sebastian and the others, he began to doubt his own considerations. Why did my two sons insist on this? Is it the right choice? Should they really risk becoming enemies of the G? At this moment, the king was internally conflicted, unsure of how to choose. Chapter 144, Where are they? Under the advice of the two princes, other officers and nobles also expressed their views. They did not want any wars, because every time a war was started, all nobles were forced to contribute. They believe that if there can be no war, then they will do whatever it takes. What's more, they are fighting against the G, whose roots are unknown, and they are not confident that they can defeat one another. The king's mind is a mess now, and he doesn't know what to do, which makes Zanuck even more anxious. Father, what are you hesitating for? For Zanuck, if he refuses now, it will be a tragedy. Your Majesty, I also think that the second prince's opinion is correct, even Gazef stood up and backed the prince. Although such remarks may be viewed as cowardly in the eyes of others, the captain knows that this is the only way to keep the kingdom intact. The kingdom cannot be an equal opponent of the G. The king can only nod his head, all right, I promise you, let's discuss the specific matters of cooperation. A day later, in the Baharuth Empire. It is a neighboring country to the Riestai's kingdom, and its relationship with the kingdom is poor. Almost every autumn, it fights with them in the Katsa plains around the city of Irantal. Unlike the kingdom, the Baharuth Empire implemented a more stringent policy system to ensure the development and order of the country. It was Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix, known as the Bloody Emperor, who created the empire's current grandeur. At 22 years of age, the current emperor of the Baharuth Empire and the highest-ranking military official live in the imperial city and are interested in collecting intelligence and comparing internal conditions. With delicate features, blonde hair, and purple eyes. He exudes the innate demeanor of a king, giving people the impression of a ruler. Because of his cruel and iron-fisted policy reforms, the nobles fear him, while the subjects hold him in the highest esteem. He has been hailed as the wisest emperor in history. In the narrative, Tgthegood shows his extraordinary intelligence and becomes an ally of the sorcerer kingdom founded by Ains on the surface, but in reality, he secretly unites with other countries to overthrow them. However, he completely miscalculates the effectiveness of the sorcerer kingdom and Ains, leading to low morale throughout the empire. At this time, Tgthegood sits in the hall of the palace, listening to the secret security reports sent by his spies. He has already installed enough undercover agents in the kingdom to monitor it effectively. Although the kingdom is blessed by nature, if it continues like this, it will soon no longer be able to compete with the empire. The kingdom has found an ally. Tgthegood frowned slightly, never expecting that a powerful nation would choose to help the kingdom at this point. What nation? It's called the GDI. The GDI. Tgthegod's face was full of confusion. Even though he was intelligent, he had never heard of this name. Teacher, have you heard of the GDI? Tgthegood turned his head to look at another old man beside him. The old man had a white beard that was almost half his height, snow-white hair that was thick and full. And his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of wisdom. A crystal necklace hung around his neck, and several unpretentious rings adorned his withered fingers. He wore a pure white robe made of soft cloth. This old man is the wizard, Flutter Paradine, the highest-ranking magic caster in the history of the empire. The imperial court wizard, a famous great sage, and a triple magic caster. His passion is everything related to magic. His knowledge can even be said to represent the peak existence of human magic casters in this world. Flutter is considered the strongest wizard of the empire and is said to be comparable to the 13 heroes. He operates in a field beyond ordinary people, combining 3 systems of magic, developing unique ritual magic, etc. And uses this magic to prolong his life. Flutter began to serve the empire about 6 generations ago, and 3 generations ago, he started to serve as a teacher, imparting various knowledge to the emperor. He has also had a decisive influence on political decision-making. Although Flutter has little interest in politics, preferring to devote his heart to the study of magic, he understands that his position and identity cannot ignore these issues, and he does not want his appearance to tarnish the reputation of the empire. He also possesses an innate talent that allows him to perceive the magical aura of other magic casters, enabling him to determine their power and the tier of magic they are capable of using. He has mentored successive emperors, and none of them were incompetent or foolish. Every generation was excellent and filled with talented individuals. Among the 6 emperors, the current emperor is extremely intelligent. Although 2 generations ago, the groundwork was being laid, the successful implementation of autocratic monarchy is still attributed to his outstanding talents. Flutter liked Tgthegood quite a bit. And educating him felt like raising a child. He could be sure that the emperor also respected him and loved him as a second father. However, Flutter's thirst for magical knowledge has reached such an extent that even his affection for Tgthegood could not prevent him from potentially betraying the empire. In the narrative, upon witnessing the power of Ains and the great tomb of Nazarick, Flutter immediately chooses to betray the empire, kneeling at Ains' feet and regarding Ains as the god of magic, willing to sacrifice everything just to pursue a higher realm of magic. At this moment, Flutter's withered face resembled crumpled paper. Even with a lifespan exceeding 100 years, he could be called the most knowledgeable human in the entire world. Even so, Flutter had never heard of the existence of the G. No, Flutter shook his head, but curiosity flickered in his eyes. The old man has never heard of it. Is there any other information about the GDI? Tgthegood continued to inquire. The specific information cannot be ascertained, but it is said that the GDI can send a large group of people from border cities to the capital in an instant. What? Collective teleportation of hundreds of people. Chapter 145, Fortress City. After Flutter heard that G could teleport at such a large scale, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although teleportation magic is relatively high level, it is not too difficult for him, as it can be accomplished by setting up a portal. However, the G can achieve teleportation on such a large scale, something no one in the world can do. Now, Flutter is curious about Sebastian and even eager to meet him. As the strongest magic caster among human beings, he can not only use the 6th tier of arcane magic, which ordinary people cannot use, but also has an absurd thirst for knowledge about magic. He longs to raise his magic to a higher level and is willing to pay any price, even if it means selling his empire. In addition, the leader of GDI seems to be a man named Sebastian, said the spy. Sebastian, while Flutter was mumbling, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked his beard. "Teacher, you must be very interested in the G.D.I., Tgthegood said, turning his head to look at Flutter with great interest and almost guessing his thoughts. That's right, Flutter didn't hide it, but while he spoke, his expression gradually became serious. Now there is a problem, how to deal with the relationship between the G.D.I. and the RSDI's kingdom. Although the purpose of our annual war with the kingdom is to deplete its forces, once this balance is broken, it will be difficult to manage. Almost every autumn, the Empire and the Kingdom go to war on the Katsa plains around the city of Irantal. There are two main reasons why the Empire wages war against the Kingdom every year. As a result, in the war between the two sides, the Kingdom adopted temporary conscription. So the number of civilians joining the army was at least twice that of imperial knights. On the other hand, the Emperor can use the war as an excuse to collect taxes from the nobles. If they refuse, he will directly ransack their homes. The purpose of the Empire's annual wars is to consume the kingdom's national power in this way. At the same time, the contradictions caused by changes within the country are transferred to the war. Although the Empire is now gradually able to suppress the kingdom, if the G intervenes, the current situation will undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, it may not be the kingdom but the Empire that will be ruined. They may even encounter an extinction crisis as they don't know the origin or the full power of the G. What do we do with them? Tgthegood narrowed his eyes and asked, wanting to know Flutter's thoughts. We have to understand their situation first and then create a plan, Flutter said. This time, I will go and contact them personally. Flutter rarely offered to investigate anything normally, he is not interested in anything other than magic. In terms of politics and war, it can be said that because he holds an important position in the Empire, he cares about it sometimes. But after hearing about Sebastian and the G, his interest was aroused. Flutter wanted to know exactly who Sebastian was and wondered how far his magic had reached. The RSDI's kingdom, the territory of Irantal. Irantal is one of the most important fortress cities in the kingdom. Its geographical location is very tricky, as it is very close to the positions of the slain theocracy and the Baharuth Empire. It is also the location of the annual battle between the kingdom and the Empire. Today is the day that Irantal is to be transferred to the G. The citizens in the city are worried at this time because, in their eyes, they are being sold by their ruler to a group of unknown people, and many of them are even prepared to escape. At this time, the king of the kingdom and other nobles also came to Irantal to witness the most unforgettable moment in the history of the kingdom. For the first time, land was ceded to others without a battle. Many people thought it was a cowardly act, and some even began to denounce the incompetence of the royal family. The incompetent king has thrown us to an unknown group. What is the origin of G.D.I.? Only Zanuck, the second prince, and Marquis Raven, who assisted him, understood that they had no chance to refuse because Sebastian and the G are a group of major powers. As long as they want, they can easily destroy the entire kingdom. The king and other nobles are at the gate of Irantal, preparing to welcome the arrival of Sebastian and others. Now we may be able to witness the army of G.D.I. with our own eyes. Let's see what they're really about. Is it just a hoax? The nobles don't care about the status quo of Irantal, they only care about the background of Sebastian and G. Zanuck and Barbro, is the G.D.I. truly that powerful? The aged king turned to look at his two sons. That's right, the two sons said in unison. The eldest prince, Barbro, has long been used as an experimental subject and is now merely a substitute disguised by a spy in front of the king. The second prince, Zanuck, has already surrendered and voluntarily became Sebastian's aide. It can be said that Sebastian has firmly grasped the lifeblood of the whole RSDI's kingdom, but no one knows. At this moment, the king heard a commotion in the distance, and even the ground beneath his feet shook. They are coming, Zanuck's expression became serious. He knew the source of the shock, the G was coming. Even the other citizens in the city could feel this shock as if the end of the world was coming. The king cast his eyes into the distance. And what he saw were large numbers of troops gradually emerging from the far horizon. Like a surging tsunami, they rushed directly toward Irantal. It was the G military. Not only that, but the army from the great tomb of Nazareth also moved together, as they had already become allies of the G. Chapter 146, The Handover Ceremony. The first thing that catches the eye is the infantry regiment. Double time. The hero units of the USSR and the allies, Boris and Tanya, each led a team. Behind them, the G. S were holding light machine guns, with over 10,000 of them present. Behind the G. S are the Guardian G. S, flak troopers, etc. In the face of absolute power, no matter how powerful a martial skill is, it becomes useless. Let's move out. Duh. Looking at the troops in front of him with uniform movements, Gazef couldn't help but be surprised. Judging by their movements, there is no doubt that this group of troops is the best of the best. He couldn't train a unit with such unified movements, as if they were a single entity. The same is true for others, who never expected that the troops of the G had been trained to such an extent. But they soon realized that their surprise had been premature. High speed, low drag. Changing position. Running, smooth. Behind the infantry company is the mechanized company. There are all kinds of vehicles, such as Grizzly tanks, Rhino tanks, and multigunner IFVs. But for the G, these vehicles are standardized. I cast a deadly shadow. Rolling thunder. Positional data received. Behind them are the Apocalypse tanks, Battle Fortresses, and Prism tanks. Their large size left deep impressions in the ground, and their engines sounded like giant beasts. Many nobles were shocked out of their wits. Is this a monster? No. It's just a mechanical creation. Why is it so oppressive? The GDI. There was much discussion among the observers, and only then did they realize that the army Gazef described was just the tip of the iceberg. In transit. Maneuvers in progress. Transporting siege weapon. While they were discussing, a roar came from the sky. It was the Air Force. Black Eagle fighters, Nighthawk helicopters, siege choppers, etc. All kinds of planes and helicopters soared through the sky. Flying with mechanical equipment. This is something only high-level magic can do. The GDI are strong. The nobles were all shocked by the scene before them, and even the king was no different. Such a sight was something they had never seen before. It was too shocking. It was beyond their understanding. It wasn't until this moment that the king realized that neither Gazef nor his sons had lied to him. If there were a war, their kingdom couldn't stand as an equal opponent. They replaced magic with technology. The king thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed a group of mysterious troops directly behind the mechanized company. They were wearing heavy armor, with no flesh on their bodies, replaced by dark skeletons. Death Knights. Controlling a Death Knight is a difficult task, even for the highest level magic casters. Surrounding the Death Knights is a necromancer in a gorgeous outfit. It is Ain Zulgown. All these Death Knights were created by him. The Great Tomb of Nazarick and the G were already allies. Sebastian provided Ains with technological support, and Ains also provided Sebastian with magical support. After the G army entered Irantal, Sebastian walked in front of the king under the watchful attention of everyone. This show of strength was meant to demonstrate the military might of the G and let the people realize the gap in strength between them. Sebastian also believed that other nations would hear about what happened here. Such a move was tantamount to announcing the existence of the G in this world. Mr. Sebastian, the king greeted Sebastian. Let's start the process. Somewhere on the streets of Irantal, an old man stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. After looking at the troops, he even sat down on the ground, unable to say a word for a long time. This is a miracle. Although he sat with exaggerated expressions, no one around him seemed to notice his presence, as if he did not exist at all. This old man was Flutter. At this moment, he had already used invisibility magic to infiltrate the kingdom. This was why no one noticed him. It can be said that Flutter's status in the empire was no less significant than that of the emperor. His every move could cause turmoil in this world, so such a task should not have been entrusted to him. He only sent his aid. But Flutter had an obsessive curiosity and thirst for knowledge. When he heard that the G possessed such power, he became eager to know all the information about them. After witnessing the army, he knew that his trip was worthwhile. All of this was completely beyond his comprehension. Amazing, so amazing. At this moment, Flutter talked to himself like a lunatic. He was eager to meet Sebastian in person and learn more about the Sebastian, I must learn more knowledge, and I am willing to pay any price for it. Chapter 147, Uninvited Guests, There is Nowhere to Hide. Not long after, Sebastian gained control over the entire city of Irantal and soon began to transform it. Although Irantal is a very important city in the G, it features relatively classical, old-fashioned low buildings, and the level of craftsmanship and construction materials can be considered outdated by their standard. Sebastian immediately summoned engineers and began to transform the city to meet his standards. Tall, towering buildings rose out of thin air, and the dirt roads filled with potholes quickly turned into wide concrete thoroughfares. Not only that, but Sebastian also arranged for electricity and vehicles to be introduced to the city, both high-tech solutions for this world, and completed the modernization of the city. At first, the citizens couldn't understand what Sebastian was doing. And they were unsure of the purpose of his innovations. But soon, they discovered that the effects of these cutting-edge technologies were remarkable. They could even rival magic, making life much more convenient for ordinary people. Sebastian started to develop Irantal as a stronghold. The resources here are abundant, and he arranged for the construction of many refineries around the area to ensure production within this world. At the same time, Sebastian also constructed numerous defensive buildings around the city to ensure its safety. It was now nearly impossible for any enemy to invade. At this moment, Sebastian was in the battle lab within the city and activated the system of communication. "Is this Mr. Sebastian?" Emilia's voice came through on the other end of the radio. "Is it Master Sebastian?" Through the connection, Sebastian could also vaguely hear Rem's voice. Before Sebastian traveled to the Overlord world, he left a large number of troops in the world of Re-0 and assigned Emilia to oversee that realm to handle any remaining enemies. In the world of Re-0, Sebastian has influenced the entire kingdom to join the G. But there are still many other countries eyeing it, wanting to take advantage of its unstable foothold. However, this situation instead provided Sebastian with an excuse to initiate conflicts that would influence other nations. More than half of the hostile countries have already been dealt with by the station troops, and many of the remaining nations have chosen to surrender and join the G. Well, what's the situation on your side? I sent General Budo there not long ago. Budo is a general of the Empire in the world of HIATUS, possessing power equal to that of his death. Since the Empire was already under the influence of the G, Budo became a reliable combat asset. Sebastian transferred him from the world of HIATUS to the world of Re-0 to maximize his effectiveness. Currently, we are pursuing the remnants of the witch cult and have already eliminated several of their archbishops. We will be able to wipe them all out soon. Emilia replied with a smile. In the story, each member of the witch cult's archbishop possesses very powerful and unique abilities. These archbishops caused significant harm to the protagonist group. Sebastian had previously informed Emilia and the others who remained in that world about their specific abilities and weaknesses to help them deal with these enemies more easily. From the current perspective, the members of the witch cult were no longer equal adversaries. "Good job," Sebastian responded, smiling and nodding. After hearing Sebastian's praise, a smile appeared on Emilia's face, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Rem has something to say to Mr. Sebastian." The voice on the other end gradually faded and was finally replaced by Rem's voice. "Master Sebastian, how is my sister's situation?" "She's doing well over here," Sebastian replied. "May I ask when Master Sebastian will return? I have learned many new dishes recently and want to make them for you to try." Although they weren't face to face, Sebastian could sense a shyness in her words. "Well, I'll come back sometime after I finish dealing with matters here," Sebastian said with a smile. For him, returning to that world only required sending his consciousness back to his body there. After a few more brief exchanges, Sebastian hung up the communication. At that moment, a purple portal opened slowly, and Ains stepped out. "Hello, Sebastian." Upon seeing Sebastian, Ains greeted him. Since the great tomb of Nazarick and the G are in a cooperative relationship in name, Ains views Sebastian as his ally and friend. "You're here, Ains." Sebastian smiled at Ains, motioned for him to sit beside him, and handed over several stacks of materials. "This is our blueprint for Irantal. This area can be used as a new experimental site for the Great Tomb of Nazarick. In addition, there may be an anomaly in the location of the city cemetery recently. Please go and resolve it." What Sebastian is referring to is Clementine and Hiatus Badantal. In the story, the two have been plotting for many years to destroy Irantal and create an army of the dead. However, due to Sebastian's intervention, the narrative has changed. Ains did not pose as an adventurer to gather more information, so he did not encounter Clementine and the others. However, Sebastian would not allow any forces to intrude upon his sphere of influence, and what awaited Clementine and her allies would be a more terrifying fate than that in the original story. "Leave it to me, my friend," Ains confidently thumped his chest, the bones colliding with each other to produce a crisp sound. At this moment, Sebastian received an alarm from the psychic tower. "Someone has snuck into my lab. How audacious." Chapter 148, I am willing to pay any price. Did someone sneak in here? Ains was a little surprised because it would be impossible for any normal person to do such a thing, as that would be tantamount to death. "I will get rid of him." "No," Sebastian had a relaxed smile on his face. "I'm a little curious about who is so bold." Battle Lab, 7th floor. Flutter was in it right now, looking at the surrounding scene with lingering eyes. He used the invisibility technique and was confident that he would never be discovered by others after all, he was one of the most powerful humans in the world today. Flutter observed the scene around him and couldn't help but admire the technology he saw. There are such miracles in the world, it's amazing. What is the origin of GDI? Why have I never heard of it? Flutter said to himself, wishing his eyes could record everything he saw. And at that moment, Flutter heard footsteps behind him. It seems that some people enjoy travel fair evasion. Flutter turned his head and saw Sebastian and Ains. The moment he saw the two of them, he knelt in front of them, his eyes full of surprise. Are you a god? Flutter's eyes were wide open, his pupils bloodshot, and his body shook uncontrollably, not out of fear but excitement. Flutter had a special ability, he could perceive the magic power contained in other people and could see through the highest level of magic that others could use. In front of him, Sebastian and Ains emitted a terrifying iridescent light. These two could use 10th tier magic, even Flutter himself could only use 6th tier magic, and higher level magic was a realm of gods that no human could reach, but Sebastian and Ains were able to do it. Ains himself was a top necromancer in his game world, and Sebastian had inherited the bodies of top magicians in various worlds and also had the protective effect of Reinhardt. A god, truly a god, Flutter knew that even he, the strongest magic caster of mankind, was as insignificant as an ant in front of Sebastian and Ains. Only then did Flutter manage to come back to his senses and turn his head to look into Sebastian's eyes, which met his own. His invisibility magic hadn't been released yet. But he knew that he had nothing to hide from his opponents, so he lifted the invisibility magic from himself and bowed directly at Sebastian's feet. In the story, Flutter, who had seen Ains' magical power, also knelt in front of the other party, willingly bowing at their feet. His long-cherished wish in life was to peek into the abyss of magic. And he was willing to give up everything for this, even the bloody emperor, Tgthegood, and the Baharuth Empire that he regarded as his own. He was willing to pay any price. God, grant me more knowledge about magic. Who is this person? At this moment, Ains looked at Flutter in front of him with some confusion. He is the strongest guardian of the Baharuth Empire, Sebastian said. He knew the real identity of Flutter the moment they met, and with the effect of Tgthegood's spectator and protection. He could easily see through other people's invisibility. Sebastian knew that Flutter had an obsession with the knowledge of magic, and it must be for this reason that Flutter took the risk of sneaking into the battle lab. God, I would give anything. Please grant me more knowledge about magic. Sebastian looked at Flutter in front of him and already had a new idea in his heart. The opponent was very strong in this world, but he was no match for Sebastian. He couldn't even pose a threat. However, Sebastian knew that Flutter held a lot of value because of his status in the Empire. Flutter was the teacher of several generations of emperors in the Empire. And his status could even be said to be higher than that of the emperor himself. If he could take Flutter as his aide, perhaps the entire empire could join him. But it was worth noting that the emperor of the empire, the bloody emperor Tgthegood Rune Farlord Elnix, had extraordinary intelligence. In the story, he quickly discovers Flutter's betrayal. Once Tgthegood considered a threat, he would seek help from the outside world to break up the cooperation between and Restais, and even launch a war at all costs. In this case, Sebastian would have a reason to attack the Empire and gain a chance to influence them. Thinking of this, the corners of Sebastian's mouth rose slightly. Are you willing to pay any price? Sebastian asked with a smile, like a bewitching devil. That's right. Without any hesitation, Flutter immediately said. Whatever it is, even my own life, I just want to step into the abyss and take a peek at the knowledge within it. I can promise you, at this moment, Sebastian narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Flutter. Flutter's heartbeat began to speed up, and he felt a strange sense of oppression. But of course, there is a price, you must obey and never betray me, and the whole empire is the price you also have to pay. Listening to Sebastian's words, Flutter knew that he was making a deal with a devil and that he would lose any freedom and autonomy. However, he wasn't ready to say no. As long as he could obtain more magical knowledge, he would give up anything, no matter what. He had already seen the magic of and the power contained within Sebastian. That was the abyss he had always yearned for. Even if it meant that his body would be smashed to pieces. As for the Baharuth Empire, Flutter didn't care at all. He was even willing to pay the price of the lives of the entire empire. Yes, I'm willing to give anything. Chapter 149, Undercurrents Surge. Sebastian nodded. Everything started to develop in the direction he had planned. Come with me, Sebastian took Flutter through the portal, leading him to the world of Re-Zero, and at the same time, Beatrice also accompanied him. The moment Flutter saw Beatrice, he could feel that she possessed a terrifying level of magic, and she could also reach the 10th tier magic, which was very powerful. Isn't this just teleportation magic? This is the magic of traveling between worlds. You're quick to understand, Sebastian said with a smile. The world you live in is just a small part of many worlds. Yes, Flutter, who had lived for a long time, felt that he was extremely inexperienced. Sebastian took him to his estate in this world. Roswell's castle was once connected to the forbidden library that Beatrice had guarded before. It was just that Beatrice and Sebastian had concluded a contract that allowed her to move freely, so she went to the new world with Sebastian. Welcome home. Pushing open the door, a maid with blue hair appeared in front of Sebastian, Rem. Her sister, Ram, followed Sebastian to the world of Overlord, but Rem was weaker, so Sebastian arranged for her to stay in this world to clean and organize the mansion. Rem's work efficiency alone could match that of 4 people. After seeing Sebastian come back, a joyful smile appeared on Rem's face, as if her sapphire eyes were fixed on him. Have you researched new dishes? Sebastian asked with a smile. Rem nodded like a metronome, with a smile on her face. I'm going to prepare now. Okay, Sebastian turned his head to look at Beatrice. Then let's throw him into the forbidden library first. Beatrice walked to a door, and pushing it open, a huge library appeared in front of Flutter. As the guardian of the forbidden library, Beatrice could connect the gate of the forbidden library to any gate in the mansion. When he pushed open the door, Flutter felt terrifying magic pouring out from the forbidden library, like a fountain. The forbidden library itself could generate magic, supplementing Beatrice, who could not generate magical power by herself. After signing the contract, Sebastian provided Beatrice's magic power, so she no longer needed the forbidden library to replenish herself. At this moment, Flutter couldn't wait to rush in, casually take out a few books, and read them carefully, but soon found that he couldn't understand the words on the pages at all. The languages from the world of Zero and the world of Overlord did not make sense. Sebastian threw a device to Flutter and asked him to wear it on his forehead. The moment he put it on, Flutter was able to understand the words. This was a language translator that had been invented. Although the system included the function of researching language technology, Sebastian still had to create a translator to prevent issues before they arose. Once the system parsed a language, the data could be translated and backed up within it. I'll give you 10 minutes, Sebastian said lightly. Depending on your performance later, you might be given more time to read. Thank you, thank God. Flutter said excitedly. At the same time, in the slain theocracy, 6 people in robes were sitting together, discussing matters related to the G. The whereabouts of Nigan and Sunlight Scripture are unknown, and even their bodies have not been found. Defected? No, it's impossible for Nigan to defect. So they were completely wiped out. They were the 6 cardinals with the highest status in the slain theocracy. The slain theocracy was located in the southern part of the kingdom, the oldest human country. Established by the 6 great gods 600 years ago. With a population of more than 15 million people, it was a country that strove to make humanity stronger and more prosperous by defeating other powerful races. Moreover, compared to other pure human race countries, the theocracy maintained the top power in the mainland and could even be said to be above the kingdom of Riestais and the Baharuth Empire. The theocracy advocated that humans were the race chosen by God and that other races should be wiped out. They instilled the idea in the people that they are surrounded by enemies and must unite as one, concentrating their power on a single goal, to enrich the country and strengthen its army. Originally, leaders wanted to build the kingdom into a hotbed of strong humans and make it, with its fertile land and stable situation, the hope of mankind. However, this comfortable environment instead bred corruption and greed in the kingdom and began to bring bias to the empire. Because of the kingdom's corruption and degeneration, the theocracy changed its policy and assisted the empire in annexing the kingdom, instigating a war between the empire and the kingdom. Sebastian and others first encountered the group of people who attacked Crane Village, disguised as soldiers of the Baharuth Empire. They were none other than the slain theocracy. Every year, when the empire and the kingdom engaged in small-scale wars, the slain theocracy would make a declaration, claiming that the outskirts of Irantal originally belonged to the theocracy but were now improperly occupied by the kingdom and must be returned to its original owner with legitimate rights. It could be said that the turmoil in this world was caused by the slain theocracy. The entire country was full of bewildered people who had been brainwashed by religion. At this time, the news of the alliance between the Riestais kingdom and the G had also spread to the slain theocracy, prompting the 6 cardinals to hold an urgent meeting to discuss how to deal with this development. After all, the slain theocracy was planning to support the Baharuth Empire in annexing the Riestais kingdom. Suddenly, A force that came out of nowhere had unexpectedly allied with the kingdom, directly disrupting their plans. They couldn't understand why the people in the kingdom had even taken the initiative to bestow such a significant city like Irantal to the G. Similarly, they had also heard about the powers and troops of the G. And the great tomb of Nazareth when the city was handed over. The slain theocracy had already regarded the G. as their imaginary enemy. I'm afraid that Nigan and the Sunlight Scripture were wiped out by the G.D.I., one of the cardinals said. Chapter 150, Situation. That's the only possibility, another priest agreed. The Sunlight Scripture accident happened next to a village around Irantal. But didn't Nigan bring the Dominion authority who sealed 7th-tier magic? Could it be that? We also have to learn more about the G.D.I., the head priest said. Do you need to use the power of the Black Scripture? He asked. The 6 scriptures are elite military organizations of the slain theocracy, and each scripture has its field of expertise, corresponding to the 6 great gods of the theocracy, and they are deployed according to their specific roles. Nigan's Sunlight Scripture is one of the 6, but this troop has been wiped out by Sebastian and given to the great tomb of Nazareth as a gift. And their trump card, the Dominion Authority, was also killed. Among the 6 scriptures, the most powerful of the 6 is the Black Scripture, and among them, there is an existence in a special seat, which is the strongest power. Go get them ready. In addition, we have to send people to the Baharuth Empire. We may also need to join forces. A few minutes later, there was a room not far from the priest's meeting hall. A slightly frivolous man was slowly advancing in the corridor, his eyes cast a few meters away in front of him. He is the captain of the Black Scripture, and he is one of the 3 only in the church who have awakened the blood of the gods. In this world. Others were otherworlder. The 6 great gods believed by the slain theocracy are the players who transited over. They even left descendants in this world. Some of these descendants will have the ability of their ancestors. A part of the player's power is called a divinity by the theocracy. Are you still playing with this toy? The captain smiled and looked at the person deep in the shadows in front of him. A pair of slender hands was rapidly spinning a Rubik's Cube toy that does not belong to this world. The owner of these hands is a young girl with an immature face. The color on the left and right sides of her long hair is black and white, and the color of her eyes is also the same. But in fact, she has lived for more than 100 years. She is the strongest combat force in the slain theocracy and has a special seat in the Black Scripture, Antiline Heron Fouché. Her mother was the original secret weapon of the theocracy, and her father was the elf king of the great southern forest. She was born of mixed blood with an almost impossible probability. The strongest monster in the Black Scripture that surpassed the human realm. The blood of the 6 great gods, and the hereditary inheritance god. In the original story, the strongest existence among human beings in the different worlds. With supernatural abilities that can rank among the top 10 in the different worlds, is fully armed according to the captain of the Black Scripture. It can be said that if there are no otherworlders, then Antiline is the overlord in this world. Boring, Antiline said lightly. The movements in her hands showed no sign of stopping at all. What was the outcome of the meeting? The head priest is very afraid of the newly emerged G.D.I., the captain smiled and said. It should be to let us join the Baharuth Empire to attack the kingdom together with us. G.D.I. Antiline finally stopped fiddling with the Rubik's Cube, and turned to look at the captain. Is there anything powerful among them? I don't know. We don't know anything about their G.D.I. Now, the captain spread his hands helplessly, but still had a smile on his face. However, I heard that there is an individual named Sebastian, who is the leader of the G.D.I., and possesses startling power. How fearsome! With a slightly sickly smile on her face, she threw the Rubik's Cube aside like garbage, stretched out her hand, and stroked her abdomen. Well, if there is a man who can defeat me, we could get married. Even if he is ugly and has a twisted personality, it doesn't matter if he is not human. If that man could defeat me, how strong would our child be? You're not ready to get married at all, the captain jokingly complained. No one in this world can be your opponent. A day later, Baharuth Empire. Flutter had already returned to the Imperial Palace. Now he is still in a state of stupefaction, and he hasn't recollected it for a long time. After only staying in Sebastian's forbidden library for some time, he saw a lot of knowledge that was not in this world at all. The knowledge stored in the forbidden library made Flutter realize that the knowledge he had learned earlier was worthless. If possible, Flutter would like to go back to the forbidden library immediately and spend his whole life in it. The knowledge contained in it, but he may not be able to learn all of it after spending his whole life. But Sebastian has offered to let Flutter return to the library in the future. Of course, there are conditions, and he must return to the Empire and act as a spy. Teacher, at this moment, after seeing Flutter come back, Jerkniv stepped forward, eager to know the situation of G. How is the situation over there in GDI? Behind Jerkniv were 4 warriors in black armor, the 4 most powerful knights of the Empire. Amazing, Flutter spoke in a dazed tone, seemingly lost in thought rather than addressing the Emperor. The power over there is far beyond our imagination, our Empire can't be their opponent in a fair fight. Flutter did not stay alone but returned directly to the minister of his mansion. Not quite right, at this moment, Jerkniv frowned slightly, his expression became more and more serious, and his gaze was cast on Flutter's back. What's the matter, your majesty? The 4 knights behind him asked suspiciously. Flutter may have betrayed us, Jerkniv said. Jerkniv is one of the most intelligent people in this world, and he has noticed the abnormality of his teacher. What? Hearing the Emperor's words, the 4 knights were startled, unaware that Flutter, who was the patron saint of the Empire, would have any possibility of betrayal. If what Flutter said is true, he must be eager to stay with Irantel at any cost, but he came back. Jerkniv knew Flutter's character very well. If the G had the power, he said, he would never be willing to return to the Empire. Chapter 151, must be restricted. So what should I do now? One of the 4 knights, Beziwood Peshmel, known as the Lightning Bolt, asked, a little at a loss. After all, it was just speculation, and there was no substantive evidence. What's more, Flutter's status in the Empire is too high. Among the court, Flutter's status could even be said to be higher than that of the Emperor. As far as the Empire is concerned, the Emperor can be replaced. But Flutter cannot be replaced, as he is the support of the Empire. The reason why other countries have no ill will towards the Empire is entirely because of Flutter's existence. If the Empire loses Flutter, it will probably arouse the malice of various parties, and the Empire will fall into a state of eternal doom. Jerkniv knew this. Flutter was a teacher he respected, but he had to find a way to deal with his teacher for the stable development of the Empire. Even if he demoted Flutter's position, it would cause an uproar in the Empire, and it would soon spread to other countries. For now, there is no way to move and split the stage. Pretend not to know, and we must not expose this matter. Jerkniv said. Once it is known by others, our Empire is likely to become their target. Jerkniv was holding a secret letter in his hand while speaking. That was the letter sent by the slain theocracy. Your Majesty, what is this? A letter from the slain theocracy, Jerkniv said with a serious expression. They want to unite with us and attack the Riestai's kingdom together. Isn't it just the time to launch a war, as in previous years? Peshmel asked. Every year, the Empire routinely launches wars against the kingdom to deplete the kingdom and take this opportunity to force the nobles to raise donations. Yes, Jerkniv nodded. Now the kingdom's threat to us cannot be ignored, we need more power to contain the Riestai's kingdom and the GDI. The other party was able to make Flutter betray us, which is enough to show that they can at least cast 7th tier magic. How can it be? The 4 knights exclaimed in unison. Flutter can be said to be the strongest human magic caster, but he can only use 7th tier magic. Although the Dominion authority summoned by the slain theocracy is a 7th tier magic. It is because of the particularity of the Dominion authority. Even if a large-scale ceremony is held in the slain theocracy and the Crown of Wisdom is used as a magic item, they cannot cast magic above 7th tier magic. That's the only possibility, Jerkniv said seriously. He knows that Flutter is only interested in studying magic and has nothing else to desire, whether it is money, beauty, or power. The only possibility is that Flutter saw magic beyond his ability. This made Jerkniv even more worried about the strength of the G. If that is the case, relying solely on the strength of the Empire will be difficult to match against the coalition forces of the 2 entities. At that time, the Empire may fall into a passive position and may even be divided. I will agree to cooperate with the slain theocracy, and we will fight with them. Jerkniv's eyes became extremely serious. A few days later, within Irantel. At this time, Sebastian has completed the transformation of the city, remaking it into a futuristic city full of technology. Towering buildings and vehicles, among other things that people could not even imagine, greatly facilitated their lives. In the story, Clementine and others who wanted to destroy the city were easily wiped out by Ains and his group. Sebastian controls not only this city but also the land surrounding it. In this world, many ores are not available in other worlds. The territory is not too small now, and he can freely develop it. Not only that, but Sebastian's G has also established several trade hubs with the Riestai's kingdom, exchanging materials for gold, silver, jewelry, and rare ores in this world. This has further increased Sebastian's income, as the amount of resources that can be obtained every day is large. System, build 50 more machine gods, alchemy and methods from the Great Tomb of Nazareth can also be incorporated. At this time, Sebastian is conducting research in the Battle Lab, as building the machine gods requires a lot of expenses. Moreover, Sebastian has upgraded their technology to improve their combat effectiveness, and the cost will also be further increased. But currently, such expenses are acceptable. The reason he built many was to prepare for future wars. He knew that the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy would not sit still. The reason he asked Flutter to return to the Empire was not really to have the other party act as his undercover agent, but rather as a spy satellite that could monitor every corner of the world so he could see at a glance what other countries were doing. Sebastian was going to let Flutter be his mouthpiece to warn and inform the other party how powerful G is. If the Baharuth Empire is willing to talk to them, then he can consider establishing diplomatic relations and cooperation with them. But if the Baharuth Empire wants to cause trouble, Sebastian can justifiably send troops to destroy them and take the entire realm. The same is true for the slain theocracy. With the spy satellite, he monitors the movements between the two countries. And it seems they are preparing to jointly deal with him. But he didn't care what the other party did, gave him a suitable reason to start the war. As long as the war is justified, he does not have to worry about a siege from other forces. At that time, there will be no existence in this world that can restrict him any longer. Chapter 152, If you want me to help, you must give something of value in return. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the room, and it was Ram who appeared at Sebastian's side using a portable chronoshift device. Master Sebastian, we have envoys, Ram said respectfully. Bring them forward, Sebastian replied. There could be only one reason for them to send envoys at this point: the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy had already taken action. As ordered, Ram bowed, then activated the portable chronoshift device. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Sebastian 3 seconds later. A short man also appeared beside Ram. It was Zanuck, the second prince. At that moment, he was still in shock. Although he had already witnessed the technology before, experiencing teleportation again left him feeling somewhat disturbed, fearing that his body might be torn apart during the process. It turns out to be your Royal Highness. May I ask why you condescended to visit us? Sebastian asked with a smile. We have just received communications from the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy, Zanuck said, his voice trembling. The two governments want to join forces to attack us. In the past, the kingdom had already faced considerable difficulties during wars and had to deploy twice as many troops as its opponents to maintain a balance of power. This had caused severe economic damage to the kingdom after each conflict, but at least none of those wars had led to substantial results. However, this time was different. The Baharuth Empire had the support of the slain theocracy. The slain theocracy could be said to be the human nation with the strongest military capabilities, even facing the theocracy alone. Victory would be difficult, let alone contending with a joint assault from two nations. If war broke out, defeat would be inevitable. The only way to secure a win would be to seek assistance from the G and enlist their help. Only then could they hope to contend with the other two. So, I came here to ask you, Sir Sebastian, and by extension, the GDI, for help, Zanuck said. I see, a smile appeared on Sebastian's face. Then let's return to the palace and discuss this. In the palace of Riestai's kingdom. At that time, the dignitaries in the palace were panicked. They had just received a joint declaration of war and were discussing how to respond. Why has the Baharuth Empire allied with the slain theocracy? It's already difficult to contend with the Baharuth Empire, and now we have to face the slain theocracy as well. What should we do? We can't defeat them, let's surrender. If we do that, the cost will be too high. The foundation of the kingdom was already very fragile. And many were contemplating surrender before the fighting had even begun. Many of them did not care about the outcome of the war, they were merely concerned that fighting would incur significant costs for them. In times of war, all nobles were required to contribute funds. At that moment, the king sat slumped on the throne, his already aged face seemed to have deepened with the weight of time. And the wrinkles on his forehead had become more pronounced. His thoughts were chaotic, and he couldn't focus. This was one of the most critical moments in the kingdom's history. He could only pray that his second son could successfully persuade Sebastian to allow the G to come to their aid. Just then, Zanuck brought Sebastian into the palace. All the palace attendants cast hopeful glances at Sebastian as if he were their only savior. Sir Sebastian. Even the king stood up at Sebastian's arrival, his eyes full of expectation. I look forward to your guidance. I've already heard about the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy, Sebastian said with a smile, squinting slightly to observe the king. I can help your kingdom. I can't thank you enough, but before the king could finish speaking, Sebastian interjected. Of course, there are conditions. Please, go ahead, the king replied nervously. I want to increase the size of my territory for national security, Sebastian stated. He aimed to take this opportunity to further expand his domain, particularly in the area bordering Irantal. Absurd. Several officials protested angrily. However, Sebastian did not show anger but smiled at them. This is my condition for providing help. If you don't agree, I won't force you. Haven't our two governments already established diplomatic relations? The king asked. The establishment of diplomatic relations is only connected to our trade agreement. We have no obligation to assist you in a war, Sebastian said with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the king. I won't pressure your country to agree, but I don't want to waste time. If you don't need our help, I will take my leave. After speaking, Sebastian turned around and prepared to leave. Zanuck quickly interjected, Father, this is a crucial moment that concerns our realm's safety. Without their help, we might. Though he didn't finish his sentence, the king clearly understood that without their assistance, the kingdom would face dissolution. He looked at Sebastian and felt as though negotiating with him was akin to a cunning businessman. By agreeing, he had already fallen into an endless trap with no option to withdraw. All right, I swear to you, those areas will be granted to you, the king resolutely agreed to Sebastian's demand. And Sebastian ceased his departure. Chapter 153, One-Win Rate. The current situation is within Sebastian's expectations, and the kingdom does not have the capital to negotiate terms. Since a friendly country is in trouble, we can't just sit idly by, Sebastian said with a smile. The king shook slightly but continued, the time of this battle will be 3 days later, on the Katsa plains outside Irantal. Understood, Sebastian waved his hand and left the palace. Seeing his fleeing back, everyone couldn't help but purse their lips. In their minds, Sebastian was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, one that may fall at any time. 3 days later, at the Katsa plains. In the clear blue sky, a fireball-like sun hangs, and the clouds seem to be melting, disappearing without a trace. The sun scorched the ground to an extremely hot temperature. A gust of southerly wind whipped up a wave of heat from the ground, burning and suffocating people. The originally empty plain was crowded with people today, including the coalition forces of the slain theocracy and Baharuth Empire. Their total number of troops exceeded 150,000, which could be considered elite among human countries. On the other side was the royal army, whose number was also 200,000, but almost all of them were farmers who had been drafted temporarily, without any combat experience at all, and they could be described as cannon fodder. At this time, Tgthegood chose to go on a personal expedition and brought his most elite troops here. He was going to put an end to the enemy in this battle. But at this moment, Tgthegood was a little confused because he could see in the distance that there was only the Riestai's kingdom army. There was no G. Which he feared most. Could it be that the GDI is not ready to fight? Tgthegood frowned slightly and turned his head to look at Flutter behind him, who was on the expedition with him. Flutter was looking into the distance right now as if waiting for something to arrive. In the slain theocracy, Antiline was, at this moment, playing with a Rubik's Cube in her hands. The cube toy in her hand was constantly rotating and deforming. The war is about to start. Why are you still playing? The captain of the dark ceremony walked up to Antiline and asked with a smile. So boring, Antiline said slowly, without moving her eyes from the Riestai's kingdom army. Initially, I was expecting an existence that could defeat me, but in the end, it was just a bunch of rubbish. Antiline's words were full of disappointment. On the other side, the soldiers of the Riestai's kingdom army had difficulty even standing still. Almost all of them were people who had never fought, and they had been forcibly drafted into the army while farming at home. Even if they had an advantage in numbers, they might not be able to defeat the elite troops of the Baharuth Empire. What's more, the Baharuth Empire at this time also had the slain theocracy as an ally. Zanuck, who was in charge of overseeing the battle, felt his heart beating faster, like a time bomb about to explode at any moment. He had never seen such a situation. If they fought directly like this, they had no chance of winning at all. On the Baharuth Empire's side were extremely elite cavalry, their silver-white armor gleaming dazzlingly in the sun. They were some of the most elite troops in the world. On the other side were the troops of the slain theocracy, most of whom were composed of magic casters, wearing strange masks on their faces, and many powerful monsters had been summoned beside them. These two nations could be described as two extremes. One had the strongest physical force on the planet, while the other had the strongest magical force on the planet. Gazef, do you think it would be possible for us to win this battle without the GDI? Zanuck turned to look at Gazef, who was currently the strongest individual in the kingdom. At this time, Gazef was wearing the treasures of the kingdom. Amulet of Immortality, provides regeneration. Gauntlets of Endurance, grants endless stamina. Guardian Armor, made of extremely hard steel or adamantite. Enchanted with magic, it can protect the wearer from lethal blows. Razor Edge, a magically enchanted sword capable of cutting through armor like paper. But even so, he still did not have the slightest relaxed expression. In an optimistic estimate, 1, Gazef said seriously. Is the optimistic estimate really only 1? Zanuck smiled awkwardly. There was no doubt that if only the kingdom's side fought in this war, there would be only a dead end. Fortunately, they now had G as their aide. But currently, there was no sign of them at all. Your Highness, Captain Gazef, at this moment, a few soldiers standing next to them asked. They worried that people from G might deceive them and would not come to fight at all. Why haven't the people from GDI arrived yet? They looked around, and a deathly silence surrounded them. If G appeared, they should have arrived long ago. Don't worry, they'll be there, Zanuck and Gazef replied in unison. Although they knew they could never be an equal opponent to the coalition forces, they also understood that Sebastian had no need to deceive them. It could even be said that they had not yet qualified to let Sebastian cheat them. At this moment, the originally sunny skies suddenly darkened. What happened? The people of the Kingdom Army noticed the changes in the sky. The dark clouds that appeared out of thin air covered the sun, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop in just a few minutes. From the far north came a gust of sandy wind, roaring like a giant beast, and the formerly blue sky turned a gray-yellow. All the scenery changed color, and the shadow of the sun could not be seen at all. The sky above seemed to be gradually becoming a heavyweight, about to press down on people's heads. The sky had been cloudless just moments ago, how could it suddenly be cloudy? This is a 7th tier magic, weather manipulation, this is a miracle only a god can perform. Flutter let out a shocked exclamation. But at the same time, a surprised smile spread across his face, as if a devout believer welcomed the arrival of the god he believed in. Weather manipulation was a high-level magic that ordinary people could not use. And if it appeared at this point in time, there was only one possibility, Sebastian and the G had arrived. For him, Sebastian was the god he believed in. Chapter 154, Unstoppable. Flutter's shouts echoed, disrupting the army's morale, and even many horses were agitated uncontrollably. Calm down. Tgthegood, who was in charge of the army, shouted. As the emperor, the reason he chose to march in person was to stabilize the morale of the army and, at the same time, to monitor Flutter to prevent him from doing anything odd on the battlefield. Flutter, as the empire's strongest, had to be dispatched in this battle at the very least, he needed to be present with the army. If he hadn't shown up, people from other countries would have guessed and concluded that Flutter had lost power. Not to mention other countries, even the slain theocracy, who was their ally, was likely to target them after the war was over. So, no matter what, Tgthegood couldn't do anything to Flutter, which also forced him to remain with the army to monitor Flutter himself. And the slain theocracy also noticed the changes in the sky. Is this weather manipulation? The captain of the Black Scripture narrowed his eyes, his relaxed expression had turned very serious. Antiline finally put down the Rubik's Cube in her hand, but a smile appeared on her face. What kind of power will it be? At this time, the sky was already pitch black, and electric rays were dancing among the dark clouds. This was the function of the weather control device. With it, Sebastian could not only release a lightning storm but also change the weather thus. Controlling rain, thunder, or hail was a breeze. For people in this world, this was advanced magic that ordinary people couldn't access. Then. Hum. Transport planes appeared from the clouds, and immediately after, infantry emerged from the cargo bay. Countless infantry suddenly appeared in mid-air and then opened their parachutes to land on the ground. The parachutes looked like huge dandelion buds, blooming in the air and covering the entire sky with a sea of people coming down. With the weather control device, the wind became their ally, helping the paratroopers land at their destinations accurately and safely. Destination, Commander. Ready, comrade. Lasher tank ready. Not only that, but the Real highlight was just about to be staged. Tanks also suddenly appeared on the ground via the Chronosphere Grizzly tanks, Rhino tanks, and Lasher tanks were among the first to bear the brunt. And behind them, even more powerful vehicles followed. Armageddon is here. Prism tank in order, sir. Battle Fortress, on the alert. Heavy weapons such as Apocalypse tanks, Prism tanks, and Battle Fortresses appeared out of thin air, instantly forming a steel wall. The sound of their engines resembled that of a fearsome beast, ready to tear apart anyone nearby. In an instant, the situation turned upside down. The size of Sebastian's troops made up for the lower quality of the Riestai's kingdom's army. Surrounded by these units, Sebastian and his associates, such as Ram and Beatrice, appeared as if from nowhere. Looks like I'm not too late, Sebastian smiled slightly. While he was speaking, the vehicles behind him spun their guns and aimed at the coalition forces. Just moving the gun barrels created a significant gust of wind, almost knocking the nearby troops off their feet. Sebastian. Sir Sebastian. Let's go and meet them, Sebastian said with a slight smile and then led his men and Zanuck toward the enemy's army. Is this Sebastian? How arrogant. On the other side, Antiline from the slain theocracy also came forward as a representative. She was curious about who Sebastian was and never took her eyes off him. Are you here to surrender? Jerkniv forced a smile onto his face. Zanuck's heart raced, but the others remained expressionless as if watching a very common scene. Is that all you have? Only this much? It's kind of boring. What did you say? Seeing Sebastian's contemptuous look, Jerkniv grew furious. Stop being self-righteous. Even if you summon these toys, the advantage is still with us. Although Jerkniv said this, he felt extremely uneasy. He didn't know what these vehicles were, but his intuition told him their power was extraordinary. Do you think my army is so small? Sebastian asked with a smile. What? Jerkniv was a bit surprised to hear these words from the other party's mouth. What he had said earlier was a bit of a bluff. If you only looked at the numbers, Sebastian's troops were around 100,000. He didn't expect the other party to call it a little. Even Antiline frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Sebastian's strength was substantial. Not only that, but the strength of the associates standing next to him was also quite formidable. For the first time, Antiline felt a little nervous and even a bit excited. Sebastian smiled slightly and clapped his hands, and at that moment, the Katzaplanes began to shake violently. Beside the Imperial army, rows of dense forest trees began to flicker. What happened? Am I seeing things? No, those are not trees. The armies of the Baharuth Empire and slain theocracy discovered that the trees on their side were just illusions projected. They were none other than mirage tanks. Aren't the trees lovely? Not only that, but countless dark objects erupted from beneath the ground. They resembled spiders, surrounding the coalition forces in an instant. Terror drones were creations of Soviet technology, intelligent robots that only knew how to kill, with sharp blades on their bodies capable of easily tearing apart human flesh. Not only that, defensive structures such as pillboxes and sentry guns rose abruptly from the ground. Sebastian had arranged defenses on the Katzaplanes, so all he had to do was wait for the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy to throw themselves into the trap. At this moment, Jerkniv was dumbfounded, unaware that the G had already built defensive structures. How had they managed it in just 3 days? Chapter 155, Shikutasur Fall from the Sky. Jerkniv's heartbeat became faster and faster, and he even started to regret this battle a bit. He had miscalculated the opponent's power. Do you think that's all? At this moment, Sebastian narrowed his eyes and continued. We, the GDI, also have other sources. What? Before Jerkniv had finished speaking, a portal opened in the sky. Ains and several of his guardians emerged from the portal. Just appearing, they exuded a menacing sense of oppression. God, Flutter looked at the scene in front of him and almost burst into tears. He never imagined in his life that an existence with such a level of magic power would appear here. Sebastian, at this time, Ains, and the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick were allied with Sebastian and the G. The appearance of Ains and the other guardians of the Great Tomb of Nazarick was beyond Jerkniv's expectations. At this moment, Demiurge, the guardian beside Ains, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He is the guardian of the 7th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, possesses very powerful strength, and has been in charge of the exchanges between the G and the Great Tomb of Nazarick. When you see the leader of the GDI, and the lord of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, why don't you kneel? With a shout from Demiurge, creatures of lower ranks couldn't be disobeyed. In this world, every person or subhuman can be divided by level, and Sebastian and his men undoubtedly have hundreds of levels. As for human beings, beings over level 30 have already stepped into the hero realm, and there are very few of them. Therefore, ordinary people cannot resist Demiurge's orders. Listening to his words, almost all the troops of the coalition army knelt on the ground together. The sound of knees colliding with the ground resonated throughout the area, almost tearing the ground apart. What? Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by a boulder physically, and they couldn't resist. With just one action, the military spirit of the empire was destroyed. How is it possible? Jerkniv, who has the title of Blood Emperor, was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his troops were terrified. You guys let me down so much, Sebastian shook his head and said. Right now, I can still accept your surrender. Jerkniv bit his lips tightly, feeling extremely tangled in his heart. They can't win this battle. If there is a fight, I am afraid that the Empire will suffer heavy casualties. But if they surrender, it will have a huge impact on the prestige of the Empire. Not only that, but it could also allow G to make progress, and even ask for reimbursement. He changed his mind. Maybe he could use this battle to make the whole world aware of the threat of Sebastian and G. Although it may be possible to catch up with large-scale troops, it will be able to obtain the unity of more countries. Only the union of all countries can defeat them. Therefore, after careful consideration, Tgthegood prepared to use these troops as sacrifices to let the whole world realize the threat of the enemy. But before Tgthegood could finish speaking, Sebastian had already spoken. Are you sure you won't regret your choice? With the effects of the spectator and protection effect, he can easily read people's thoughts. Sebastian had guessed Tgthegood's thoughts, but this emperor with superb intelligence was like a child in front of him. Tgthegood swallowed, still tangled in his heart, but finally nodded. That's right, our empire will never surrender. That means you are also declaring war on our GDI. At this moment, Sebastian's corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he turned his head to look at Antilene. It's the same for you, slain theocracy. Since the war has started, we have to exchange courtesy. What do you mean? Tgthegood's brows were almost locked together. He felt an ominous premonition. At this moment, Sebastian's smile became more obvious. System, activate the chronosphere on the HIATUS. In several cities of the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy, countless rays of light emerged. What happened? The citizens in the city looked at the light in front of them and were a little puzzled. However, after the light gradually dimmed, giants appeared in front of their eyes one by one. The HIATUS. What is this? The citizens chatted a lot, not knowing what was waiting for them. At this time, the HIATUS was like a statue, motionless. Purge mode, activate. The HIATUS suddenly moved. Its body changed at the same time. The originally exquisite body began to distort. Countless huge eyes appeared on its joints and chest, almost coveting all life around. Its hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Its body turned black. Its armor seemed to be covered by black flesh and blood tissue. A huge tail grew from its back. The red gemstones in its eyes were completely shattered, replaced by a pair of red eyes. Its pupils were full of madness and desire to kill. At this moment, the HIATUS has turned into a deformed monster. It was originally the strongest Tgthegood to protect the empire, but it was desecrated and transformed into a terrifying giant beast with a horrifying evil aura emanating from its body. The HIATUS moved, hammering the ground violently, shaking mountains instantly. Behind it, countless missiles rushed out like terrifying flying eagles and began to attack entire cities indiscriminately. The cities were engulfed in flames with constant screams. Moreover, what Sebastian attacked was not just one city but 2 countries. There were more than 20 cities that were targeted. In just a few minutes these cities were set ablaze. Roar! The footsteps of the HIATUS created huge movements. With every step on the ground shook and the mountains shook. They raised their heads to the sky and howled, shouting like the roar of a dragon, and the eardrums of citizens on the street were shattered. Chapter 156, In the face of absolute power, you are vulnerable. At the same time, within the Katsa plains, Tgthegood, who had just listened to Sebastian's words, was puzzled and unaware of what had happened. He also had no idea that a group of HIATUSers was destroying his country at that moment. A HIATUS is more powerful than a nuclear strike and can easily destroy an entire city. What's more, Sebastian now owned more than a few dozen HIATUSers. Sebastian smiled and took out a small device, a projector. Ram, show them what's going on, Sebastian requested. As commanded, Ram bowed deeply, then took the projector and displayed an image. The spy satellite had caught the destruction of cities. Watching the familiar streets and buildings being destroyed, Tgthegood was dumbfounded. This is the capital. Not just the capital, Sebastian said with a smile, and the projector in Ram's hand displayed more images. More than 20 cities had been destroyed. At this moment, Tgthegood was in shock and felt extremely remorseful. However, he couldn't be sure whether the scene presented was real, so he didn't give the order to retreat. Only by waiting for information from the capital could they be sure of what had happened there. This is just the beginning, Sebastian said with a smile. Isdeath, get ready to do it. Isdeath waved her hand immediately, and countless fighters made of ice appeared out of thin air. Thousands of troops made of ice and snow suddenly materialized beside her. Their uniform army was exquisite. And they rode horses that were also made of ice. The translucent armor seemed to emit a faint light, and heavy snow fell and mingled with the ice soldiers, sharpening the blades in their hands. This is at least 9th tier magic. Looking at the situation in front of him, Flutter said in surprise. Of course, we won't let you die in vain. I will also give the enemy a chance to resist, Sebastian said while Demiurge adjusted his glasses, a smile on his face. Free time. Sebastian used the portable chronoshift device and brought his group back. Antilene and Tgthegood hurriedly left the center of the battlefield. Now they could fight against it. At the same time, Sebastian's military was advancing, rushing toward the enemy coalition forces. The coalition forces recovered from Demiurge's control, and their legs were already numb from kneeling for a long time. But now their morale had been completely shattered. It was the same even for the Black Scripture. The strongest force in the slain theocracy. The captain of the Black Scripture was a powerful individual, even stronger than the battle maids of the great tomb of Nazareth. He was very confident in his strength. Any enemy could be easily dealt with, not to mention that they still had a trump card. But after witnessing the military strength, he was shaken for the first time. Even though the captain had already stepped into the hero's realm and was immune to Demiurge's demonic words. The military filled him with dread. What's more, he also knew that several people around Sebastian possessed terrifying powers. Sending air mail. Quick, get the whole army ready for defense. While speaking, the military launched an attack. The huge rocket behind the V3 rocket vehicle flew out, like a meteor falling from the sky. Intercept. The magic casters of the slain theocracy cast their spells in panic, trying to block their attacks. Although they didn't know what these things were, their instincts told them that they must not let these objects land. But despite their best efforts, they could only stop a small portion of the missiles. Missiles rushed in and disintegrated their formation. In the aftermath of the explosions, pieces of bodies flew everywhere. Several vehicles also rushed toward the army. Neither cavalry nor foot soldiers could stop them. And they were crushed under the wheels of the trucks. But the survivors didn't yet know that dying under the wheels might be the best way to die. Because this was not an ordinary vehicle, but a weapon created by the system known as demolition trucks. Let's make a delivery. The demolition truck was a special unit of the Soviet faction. This truck, carrying a small nuclear bomb, was a suicide weapon. When it exploded, it resembled a miniature nuclear bomb and emitted nuclear radiation. A truck detonated. And all the surrounding kilometers were engulfed by a massive explosion. Nearby soldiers were wiped out, leaving no trace of their existence. Even if some survived the explosion, they would still be affected by nuclear radiation. The dose of radiation could cause their bodies to fester and fall apart in a short time, leading to death in extreme pain. A swarm of terror drones rushed out together, like an ant colony that had discovered prey. Although their size was much smaller than ordinary vehicles, they posed a great threat to ordinary organisms. They jumped into the air one by one, like huge chainsaws, tearing apart their targets with ease. The hard armor of ordinary knights could not withstand the sharp blades of the terror drones and was cut open like paper. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed across the battlefield, and the strong, metallic smell of blood lingered on the vast plain for a long time. Moreover, the advance of the ice knights created by his death was also difficult to resist. These soldiers made by Tgthegood could easily dispatch 4 to 5 enemies at a time. They were constructs and had no life. So there was no concern about being destroyed. In other words, even if the Ice Knights team were destroyed, it would not have any long-lasting impact. Tgthegood was shocked by the scene in front of him. His mind went blank and could not devise a way to escape the situation. He felt no emotion at all except despair. "Your Majesty, let's retreat first." The 4 Imperial Knights came to Tgthegud's side, ready to take him away. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of them. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. It's Reinhardt." Chapter 157, Power of the Juggernaut. Sebastian threatened Reinhardt with the lives of the people of an entire nation, so he had no choice but to obey his orders. However, after witnessing Sebastian transform the kingdom and improve people's lives, Reinhardt began to admire him sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Now, Reinhardt's allegiance to Sebastian comes from sincerity rather than intimidation. Now under Sebastian's orders, he is responsible for intercepting Tgthegood, who might attempt to escape. "Protect the Emperor." The 4 knights shouted simultaneously, drawing their weapons one after another and aiming them at Reinhardt. Just looking at him, they didn't feel too much pressure. This person doesn't look very strong. Don't take it lightly. Although the 4 knights thought they were superior in terms of numbers and combat power, their intuition warned them that the person in front of them was no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, how could he have been positioned at the rear of the Imperial army? At that moment, wails echoed throughout the battlefield, but they were soon overwhelmed by the sounds of grinding tracks and artillery fire. Reinhardt did not care. He focused on the 4 knights before him, then looked down at the weapon at his waist. "Although it's a little rude, you should not be my opponents," Reinhardt said politely. "Because my sword didn't respond." The sword at his waist is called the Dragon Sword Reed, the highest-ranking sword in the Re-Zero world. It has been passed down through generations of sword masters, and only they can wield it. Moreover, the sword possesses self-awareness and will only be unsheathed against a suitable enemy. When Reinhard looked at the 4 knights in front of him and found that the dragon's sword did not respond, it indicated clearly that they were weaker than him. Dragon sword? What are you saying? Don't be too arrogant. We are the 4 imperial knights of the empire, different from those everyday fighters. Tgthegood, the head of the 4 imperial knights, said angrily. As a knight, the most unacceptable thing is to be underestimated by others. The 4 imperial knights are the most powerful force in the empire, with no one being able to surpass them in terms of martial arts accomplishments. In terms of levels, the 4 imperial knights should be around level 30 or even lower. At least regarding individual combat power, they are far inferior to the warrior commander Gazef. In the Re-Zero world, Reinhard possesses the most terrifying power at his peak, with numerous divine protections. Therefore, in this realm, Reinhard is effectively level 100. This does not mean that his strength is limited to level 100, but rather that it is the upper limit. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be equivalent to hundreds of levels. In this world, the gap created by level differences is insurmountable. No matter how many lower-level warriors are present, they cannot compare to high-level existence. As quality always outweighs quantity. The existence of a level 100 is not equivalent to 5 level 20s. In fact, 100,000 level 20 warriors cannot damage even a single hair of a level 100 person. For high-level existences, low-level attacks can be ignored. In the plot, even Ains, a mage, can rely on his high level to easily defeat enemies using physical means. Therefore, Reinhard has no qualms about how many knights, be it 4 or 400. I'm sorry to be at war with you, but due to different positions, this battle is inevitable. If possible, I hope that everyone can surrender to avoid unnecessary fighting, Reinhard said. How is that possible? We are the 4 knights of the empire and will never surrender to you. I used to be a knight, and I pay high tribute to your chivalry, but I'm sorry, I have to take you down here. Reinhard stepped aside and picked up a dusty sword from the ground. The battlefield was a mess, with corpses strewn across the ground and the weapons of the dead scattered to the side. Using random weapons? Tgthegood sneered. It seems that we have been underestimated. At this moment, Jerkniv, who was being protected by the 4 knights, became serious. His intuition warned him that the man in front of him was extremely dangerous. Reinhard held the sword and pointed it straight at the 4 imperial knights. At that moment, there was a powerful force surging in the air, gathering around the blade a display of its magic. Reinhard's magical power was very low, preventing him from using magic, but he had a unique physique that allowed him to absorb the surrounding magic power. What happened? We can't use magic anymore. At that time, the army of magic casters in the slain theocracy was thrown into disarray because Reinhard had drained all the magic power around them, preventing them from using their spells. Without the ability to use magic, no matter how powerful a magic caster may be, they become indistinguishable from ordinary people. What is this? Has it been taken away? He could perceive the ranks of other people's magical power. Initially, he didn't regard Reinhard as a threat because the latter had too little magical power. He even thought Reinhard was merely a warrior under Sebastian. But now, Flutter realized how formidable Reinhard truly was, capable of absorbing the magic from others. Sebastian's subordinates all possess powers that far exceed anything this world can offer. Any one of them can easily destroy the empire. It has only been 10 minutes since the outbreak of the war, and the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy are already experiencing irreversible defeat. However, Flutter hesitated to intervene because he knew that his actions were futile. In the face of the overwhelming strength of Sebastian and the G, he feels insignificant. What's more, now that Flutter has pledged his allegiance to them, he no longer cares what happens to the empire. Chapter 158, A Battle Without Suspense. Seeing the magical light bursting out into the sky, the 4 imperial knights and Jerkniv felt an unbearable sense of oppression, as if they were facing the giant hand of a god. No, I'm running away, I don't want to die here. At this moment, Lena's rock bruise, known as the heavy explosion, chose to throw away her weapon and ran away in the opposite direction. She was originally the daughter of a noble family and was proud of killing monsters in the territory with her own hands. However, when she was fighting against a certain monster, she was cursed by it, resulting in a wound that continuously secreted pus on the right side of her face. The curse could not be lifted, and her family, fearing scandal, drove her out of the house. Her fiancé also abandoned her. The betrayal of her family and fiancé distorted her personality. To break the curse, she would do anything. She even once said to the Blood Emperor, "I will do anything to lift this curse, even point this sword at your majesty." Among the 4 imperial knights, only Lena's had no loyalty to the empire or Jerkniv. Everything she did was for her own purpose, and she would choose to run away immediately if there was any danger. Lena's Beziwood, the captain, berated her angrily, but Jerkniv, the Blood Emperor, stopped him. This is the content of the contract between me and her, let her go. Jerkniv chose to let Lainez join the 4 Imperial Knights because he appreciated her talent and was clear about her thoughts and goals. Ready to attack. Beziwood no longer cared about the fleeing Lainez but gripped his weapon along with the other 2 knights. Attribute strengthening. They used their martial arts one after another. It was a skill utilized by physical fighters that could greatly improve their power. Maybe there is a chance. After using their martial arts, they believed they had a slight chance of winning against Reinhardt. Reinhardt looked at the 3 people in front of him, waved his arms. And a terrifying slash swept over them. The moment the blade was swung, an aura over 10 meters long surged forth, tearing the ground and air apart. The magic absorbed from the surroundings lingered on the sword aura and emitted a sun-like light. Immediately, the sword's energy exploded, and the terrifying power hit Beziwood and the others like a meteorite. They wanted to escape but realized there was no time. This was because of the protective effect of Reinhardt. Divine protection of first strike, this ensures that Reinhardt's first attack always hits, making it impossible for his initial strike to miss. What kind of monster is this? Help. The remaining 3 of the 4 Imperial Knights possessed more courage than ordinary people, yet in the face of Reinhardt's attack, they still showed fear. Their power was not on the same level in front of Reinhardt, they were like ants. Boom! The explosion bloomed like a flower, sending up a curtain of smoke and dust that obscured everyone's view. Am I not dead? Jerkniv covered his nose and mouth with his hands, desperately trying to keep his balance and stand up. It wasn't until the dust dispersed that Jerkniv regained his clear vision. The land before him had become extremely dilapidated after being hit by Reinhardt, but the area under his feet was safe and sound. The other party had spared his life. As for the remaining members of the 4 Imperial Knights, they had long since disappeared. They were wiped out by Reinhardt's blow, not even a corpse remained. This illustrated the gap in strength. Why didn't you kill me? Jerkniv's eyes were wide open, his gorgeous clothes covered with dust, looking like a mess. The once high-spirited young emperor now appeared larger, decadent, and desperate. Sir Sebastian said that he wants to spare your life, Reinhardt said lightly. He let you watch the ending of this battle. Hearing Reinhardt's words, Jerkniv's eyes glazed over. Originally, he had planned to use today's army as a sacrifice to warn people all over the world of Sebastian's military strength and, in the future, unite the world against the G. Jerkniv was prepared to lose at least half of his army. However, he did not expect Sebastian's military strength to be so fearsome. All troops would be buried here, and that was not all. At this moment, a person hurriedly rushed to Jerkniv's side, ignoring the Emperor's distressed appearance and Reinhardt's presence. The person spoke in a hurried panic. Your Majesty. The imperial capital, Arwentar, has fallen. Not only that, nearly 10 cities across the country were attacked, causing heavy casualties, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. At this moment, Jerkniv could no longer bear such news. The images Sebastian had shown him earlier were all true. The instant he declared war, the other party launched an attack on the Empire. Sebastian was able to attack the capital at the center of the Empire while the large forces were on the Katsa Plains. How is this done? He did not know exactly what method Sebastian used. At the same time, a terrifying thought arose in Jerkniv's mind. Sebastian had said the soldiers present were nothing more than a little bit. This implied that the G may have an even larger force. Millions. Even tens of millions. Jerkniv regretted this. He was the most talented emperor among the successive emperors of the Baharuth Empire. But because of one wrong step, almost the entire empire was ruined. If given the chance to do it all over again, he wouldn't dare to attack the G. Even if he had the guts. No wonder Flutter was willing to surrender to the G. Because he saw an alarming existence. Jerkniv originally thought that no matter how powerful Sebastian and the G were, they would only reach the 10th tier magic at most, but he did not expect Sebastian and the G to reach such a terrifying level. Not only himself and the 4 Imperial Knights, but even the entire Baharuth Empire was just an insignificant existence before them. As long as the other party was willing, they could easily crush him to death. A monster. How could such a being exist in this world? Chapter 159, Overwhelm. His Majesty. The guards saw Jerkniv faint and rushed to help him. Reinhardt, on the side, didn't make a move. He just watched the situation in front of him silently. The sword in his hand gradually crumpled, turning into dust and dissipating with the wind. The sword was extremely sharp and durable, but it still crumbled. Reinhardt's power was too strong, so ordinary weapons couldn't support his strength, only the dragon's sword could do it. This battle will not take too much time, Reinhardt said, his eyes cast into the distance. In the distance, the Empire's army crumbled and became powerless due to the mechanized troops. In the plot, after witnessing the power of Ains and the great tomb of Nazarick, the Baharuth Empire chose to ally with them. However, the purpose of the Baharuth Empire at that time was not pure, it was the same as the reason for launching the war now. Jerkniv wanted to pretend to be an ally with the other party, observe the strength of the great tomb of Nazarick, and make countries all over the world realize what they brought. As a result, they secretly allied with other countries and wanted to destroy the great tomb of Nazarick on the same front. At that time, the Baharuth Empire united with the great tomb of Nazarick to launch an attack on the Riestai's kingdom, but after witnessing Ain's power, the Empire's military morale collapsed. Ains killed the kingdom's 70,000 troops with one blow, transformed them into a terrifying monster named Black Goat Cub, and severely damaged the kingdom's forces. In the end, the Riestai's kingdom had to surrender and cede the city of Irantal to Ains, who then established the Sorceress Kingdom based on it. But now, the plot diverged. Ains and the great tomb of Nazarick allied with Sebastian and the G. And after seeing the terror of Sebastian's army, the Riestai's kingdom could only choose to cede the city in advance to avoid becoming an enemy, while the Baharuth Empire became the enemy of G. In the original story, at least on the surface, they were teammates of the great tomb of Nazarick and the Sorceress Kingdom. But now, they are enemies. What's more, the army of Sebastian and G. is more alarming than the great tomb of Nazarick. At this time, the Baharuth Empire had collapsed, and the slain theocracy on the other side was not having a good time. Reinhardt's blow just now had almost consumed all the magic power in the environment. And with most of their troops being magic casters, they lost their power in an instant, leaving only a few members of the Black Scripture fighting. However, the creatures summoned by the slain theocracy were vulnerable to Sebastian's troops. They couldn't even stop Sebastian's tanks, leaving only a little scratch after all their attacks. These tanks were made of special metals and fused with alchemy, allowing them to regenerate like living creatures, so the troops of the slain theocracy were torn apart in an instant. Damn, why are these guys so scary? In the middle of the battlefield, only the troops of the Black Scripture had room to fight back. The strongest army in the slain theocracy was considered to be the last and most powerful guardian of humanity. All members were strong men who had reached at least the hero domain, with a level of at least 30, and were equipped with magic items left by the 6 great gods. The captain of the Black Scripture held a special spear and destroyed the surrounding terror drones. Terror drones were terrifying for normal soldiers, but the Black Scripture's team was more than capable of handling them. They didn't know that these units were nothing more than cannon fodder. Sebastian could get a large amount of funds every day, and the cost of a terror drone was only a few hundred points. Even if the technology was upgraded, the cost was not an issue. As long as Sebastian had the will, he could easily flood an entire country with terror drones. The troops of the Black Scripture thought they were facing the main force of G. the entire time. Care, use the downfall of castle and country, said the captain. It was a world-class item in this world, a world item guarded by the slain theocracy, and it could permanently control a person's mind. In the original story, this item could even control Shaltir, the strongest guardian under Ains. This was a super artifact that would never be used unless necessary, but now it had to be employed. An old person named Care was ready to begin the allurement, but the most urgent task now was to find a suitable target. Once the downfall of castle and country was used, it would fall into a long cooldown. Therefore, it was necessary to choose a strong individual who could control the battle situation and turn it into their power. Care cast her gaze toward the center of the battlefield, and a fast-moving blue and white figure became her target, Isteth. At this time, Isteth's face was filled with an excited smile. Only war could bring her great pleasure. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to follow Sebastian to another world. Isteth only admired the strong, and Sebastian was not only stronger than her but also able to satisfy her desire to fight. Her strength at this time was already much greater than in her original world. She waved her hand, creating a huge ice pick. Its size was enormous, bigger than any previous ice she had created. With a diameter of more than 100 meters, it looked like a gigantic iceberg standing upside down. The iceberg crashed down, turning all the surrounding soldiers into minced meat. Their bodies were smashed to pieces, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Such terrifying power had already reached the 10th level of magic in this world. Not only that, but countless ice knights were fighting beside Isteth, and their sharp blades could easily kill ordinary soldiers. Care set her target on Isteth. At this time, she had shown terrifying power and could also create beings like the Ice Knights. If they could turn this woman into their power, they would not only gain a strong warrior but also have these ice knights as support. Care didn't hesitate any longer and immediately used the item on Esdeath. A pink light gushed out, passed through the middle of the battlefield, and shrouded Esdeath's body. Chapter 160, The Witch of the Battlefield, Freezing the World. The pink light shrouded Esdeath's body, and her movements also stopped, standing in place like a puppet with broken strings. Care knew that the power had already taken effect, and a smile appeared on her face. Follow my orders and support the slain theocracy. Order. You dare to order me? What? Care was dumbfounded. It must have taken effect, but Esdeath had not been affected. Why didn't it work? The others in the Black Scripture, including the captain, were dumbfounded. Nothing works. Esdeath walked towards them slowly, and the smile on her face became more prominent. From your words, this thing seems to be an item that uses spiritual dominance. I'm sorry, but nothing can overwhelm me. What's more, we have someone stronger than you, Esdeath said. She possessed the demon god manifestation, Demon's Extract. Legend has it that it is the blood of a superclass beast that lives in the extreme north. The mark on Esdeath's chest is the sign formed after drinking the blood, but everyone except Esdeath will be killed if they taste even a little bit. However, Esdeath suppressed the influence of Tgthegood with her willpower. What's more, Yuri's technology can control the mind. Before entering this world, Sebastian had already prepared for the possibility that there may be enemies with mind control abilities in the future, so he developed technology to make his subordinates immune to such control. This is also the reason why the downfall of castle and country does not affect Esdeath. Esdeath stood up straight, showcasing her body to the fullest. The wind and snow swirled around her, and her long blue hair fluttered like the rough waves of the sea. This is a trick I just developed, and I want to try its effect. It's an honor. You are the first test subject to let me use this trick. Esdeath folded her white, slender hands in front of her chest. Under her uniform, in the slightly open collar, was the imprint left by the demon god manifestation, Demon's Extract. Immediately, streaks of cold light shot out from her blue eyes, wanting to swallow the person in front of her along with their bones. It's time to put an end to it, ants. Esdeath's uniform was pulled and swayed by the sudden gust of wind, and the mark left by the Demon's Extract emitted light as if it could suck the souls of others. In front of her hands, a blue ball of light appeared. Just looking at it, everyone present could feel the countless energies contained in this ball of light, as if they would be frozen. This was the first trump card called Mahatma that she had created. Although it was not fully utilized yet, it could freeze time. In the story, this was the trick she developed to prevent Tatsumi from escaping. Although the duration is not too long, and it can only be used once a day, for a superpower like Esdeath, even just a few seconds is enough to reverse a disadvantage. No matter how powerful an opponent is, if it cannot be defended against, it is nothing more than a fish to be slaughtered. The blue light sphere expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire area, and everything was dyed in this deep blue, just like Esdeath's long blue hair and ocean-like pupils. All things turned to silence. Esdeath slowly walked in front of Care, took out a weapon that pierced the opponent's heart, and then took something from the opponent and held it in her hand. Sebastian should be happy, Esdeath said, and then snapped her fingers. The blue light disappeared, and time continued. In the eyes of everyone, Esdeath, who had just stood in front of them, suddenly vanished and appeared behind them in an instant. Boring, Esdeath said, and then quickly moved to the other side of the battlefield, looking for new prey. The ability to teleport. The captain of the Black Scripture couldn't help but sweat. We couldn't even get into her eyes. In the slain theocracy, his strength is great, but in front of Esdeath, he is not even qualified to be looked at. His gaze was locked on the back of Esdeath, who was gradually moving away, and he saw the downfall of castle and country held in the enemy's hand. What? The captain was dumbfounded. When exactly did Esdeath get it? He quickly turned to look at Care. At this time, Care's eyes were vacant, and blood spurted from her chest. She didn't know what happened. Her life was taken away by the other party. Before she even had time to feel the pain, she was fatally injured. Not teleportation, is it manipulation of time? What kind of monster is this? Before Care finished speaking, her body became limp and lifeless. All the members of the Black Scripture didn't know what just happened. They stood in place like statues, their hands frozen, and the surrounding sounds faded from their ears. How can we win this battle? There was a trace of despair in the eyes of the Black Scripture. At this moment, Antiline quickly walked to their side. Just now, she had smashed the enemy vehicle with all her strength. We still have a chance. We must kill the enemy leader, and then we still have ways to turn things around, Antiline said, picking up a weapon and pointing it at Sebastian in the center of the G. Military. As long as he can be killed or captured as a prisoner, the battle may be over. It's also our only hope. Chapter 161, Overwhelming Strength. Target Sebastian. Hearing Antiline's words, the captain of the Black Scripture was a little surprised. He looked at Antiline and noticed that there was a meaningful smile on the other party's face. You don't care about winning this battle at all, do you? You're just curious about Sebastian's strength. The captain of the Black Scripture narrowed his eyes, looking at Antiline as if interrogating her. She did not speak nor did she deny it, but the smile on her face became more evident. The captain pursed his lips. Now was a time when the entire slain theocracy was in crisis, so he was unable to reprimand Antiline. Antiline held a special place in the Black Scripture. And he was not in a position to order her. What's more, Antiline's strength was far superior to his own, and only she had the potential to turn things around. Go, I will leave it to you. The captain nodded. After hearing the captain's words, Antiline immediately moved, rushing towards Sebastian's position. There were countless soldiers and vehicles along the road blocking her path, but she avoided them nimbly, leaving a series of explosions behind her. With such power, Antiline could be considered the strongest combatant in this world, aside from the otherworlders. Even the captain had no room to fight back against her. In the story, Antiline was an entity that could at least fight Shaltir, and her level was only around 80 or 90. Ordinary soldiers and vehicles had no way to stop her. Like a Valkyrie on the battlefield, she easily tore apart the formation of a certain unit. In just a split second, Antiline had already arrived in front of Sebastian. At that moment, Sebastian was sitting on a chair that seemed to materialize from nowhere, with his head tilted slightly. His eyes lightly resting on the other person, as if in front of him was a clumsy performance that could barely attract his attention. Beside him, Ram's expression was very serious. Such behavior is disrespectful to Master Sebastian. Horns emerged from her forehead, and with a wave, a gust of wind was set off. Ram had lost her horn in the story, and her magic power diminished daily, leaving her strength at less than 1% of what it used to be. However, after treatment from Sebastian using knowledge from the Forbidden Library, Ram regained her horn, and her strength returned to its peak. At her best, Ram was a monster and ranked among the top powerhouses. In this world, she was akin to a boss-level entity. Even the strongest among the natives, in their desperation, could not hope to stand before Ram. Countless sharp blades sliced through the wind, cutting Antiline's skin open. Blood spurted from the wound, drawing lines in the air. However, there was no painful expression on Antiline's face, only a smile of enjoyment, as if intoxicated by a kind of happiness. She had always longed to meet a powerful opponent, and now, even one of Sebastian's maids possessed such power, making her anticipate the extent of Sebastian's strength. Sebastian was aware of Antiline. Ram, there's no need to stop her, occasionally, I have to exercise my muscles. Sebastian said with a smile. Antiline's character could be useful, and perhaps she could become one of his allies. Sebastian would not refuse the fighting power gained in vain. Understood, Master Sebastian. Ram replied, her words full of respect. In the next instant, Sebastian disappeared from his seat. What? Antiline was taken aback. She had seen Sebastian right in front of her. How did he vanish in an instant? But in the following moment, Sebastian reappeared behind Antiline. It seems that you are very curious about my strength, Sebastian said with a smile. I look forward to someone strong, stronger than me and able to defeat me. At that time, I am willing to dedicate myself to them and give birth to a more powerful heir. Antiline had a trembling smile on her face. It sounds similar to someone like Isdeath. Sebastian spread his hands helplessly. Isdeath could arguably be considered the pinnacle of sadism, but Antiline exuded the aura of a masochist. Isdeath? Who is that? But who cares? Are you so confident that you possess power greater than mine? Antiline remarked with a smile. She carried the equipment of the 6 great gods on her body and wielded formidable abilities. If her existence were exposed, it would lead to a full-scale war among neighboring countries, and the slain theocracy had always been a deadly entity. After learning of G's existence, the theocracy could no longer hold back. Even at the risk of becoming targets for other countries, they had to eliminate G and Sebastian. However, they underestimated Sebastian and G's strength. Confidence. Sebastian narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm merely stating facts. While Sebastian spoke, Incursio had already covered his body. This was the Taigu he had seized from Bulat in the world of Akane Ga Kill. Unlike the original version, the version created by the system reduced the burden on the body while maintaining its original power and ability for continuous evolution. Because of its power of continual evolution, after repeatedly battling Sebastian, it had become an indestructible armor. Are you ready? Come here. From her current perspective, Sebastian was using melee attacks. As long as she could see Sebastian's movements, she had a chance to counterattack. However, just as Antiline was thinking this, Sebastian disappeared before her eyes. Mahaptama, Sebastian had already returned to the seat he had just vacated when she came to her senses. What are you doing? Just as she was pondering this, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. Antiline hadn't even realized she had been struck. Chapter 162, The End. The severe pain made Antiline kneel on the ground, retching continuously. She had no idea what was going on just now. Sebastian launched the same trick as Esteth, Mahaptama. Because Sebastian had already analyzed Esteth's genes, he inherited Taiju's ability and physical power. After the research, he immediately carried out a reenactment study. Sure enough, he could also use this trick. During the frozen time just now, Sebastian moved in front of Antiline and delivered a heavy blow to her abdomen. He did not choose to kill her because Sebastian knew Antiline's personality. As long as he showed enough strength, she would be willing to become his aide. Moreover, she held many special items from this world, which could be studied. That was why Sebastian chose to spare her life. Why don't you kill me? At this moment, Antiline clutched her abdomen, knelt on the ground, and curled up, but there was an excited smile on her face. In her eyes, he had enough power and was a suitable person to be with her. I'm giving you a chance to pledge your allegiance to me, Sebastian said lightly. If you refuse, I will naturally give you death. An opportunity to serve such a powerful being. Antiline's body trembled not because of fear, but because of excitement. Such an opportunity was simply a gift from heaven to her, and she would never give it up. I do, no matter what I am asked to do, I am willing. An excited smile spread across her face, her cheeks slightly flushed with enthusiasm. Looking at Antiline in front of him, Ram's brow twitched slightly, sensing a possible future rival and another enemy on the battlefield. I don't have that particular quirk. Sebastian approached Antiline and extended his hand. I am willing to serve you, Lord Sebastian. Antiline immediately grasped Sebastian's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. As long as Lord Sebastian gives an order, I will obey. Very good, Sebastian nodded in satisfaction. On the other side of the battlefield, everyone in the slain theocracy watched the scene before them, speechless in astonishment. Their only chance was to attack the enemy's commander in utter desperation. However, as the most powerful fighter, Antiline had been smashed to the ground. Not only that, she had even chosen to betray them at the last moment. You, the captain of the Black Scripture, gritted his teeth, acknowledging that this possibility did not exceed his expectations. The defeat in this war was already a significant loss for them. What's more, the person they had sent at the risk of becoming the world's public enemy was also lost from now on. There would likely be no place for the slain theocracy in the world. At the same time, he received news that his nation had been attacked by the Shikutazar. Retreat, retreat. Among the remaining troops of the slain theocracy, they finally remembered the call to retreat. In the center of the battlefield, Sebastian observed the situation and realized the battle had come to an end. At this moment, a red figure descended from the sky and landed firmly in front of him. Reinhard. Another person was slung over his shoulder. It was the unconscious emperor, Jerknev. The imperial army was almost wiped out, but Reinhard had obeyed Sebastian's order to take Jerknev away. Sebastian intended to use Jerknev to persuade the empire to join his organization. Beatrice, wake him up. Sebastian turned to Beatrice, who was dressed in luxurious clothing beside him. Always thinking about Betty when doing these things. Beatrice pouted as if complaining, but deep down she felt happy because she could help. She stretched out her hand and cast a little magic, causing Jerknev to wake from his coma. My empire. My army. My people. Is it a nightmare? I'm afraid it's not a nightmare. Jerknev Rune Farlord Elnix of the Baharuth Empire, Sebastian said with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Jerknev. Your troops are fleeing. Jerknev's pupils narrowed, and he looked at Sebastian in despair. You monster. I'm sorry, but you were the first to declare war on our ally, the Riestai's kingdom, Sebastian replied calmly, without any emotional fluctuations. These soldiers and civilians in your land have died because of your decisions. Listening to Sebastian, Jerknev clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms as he felt remorse. Sebastian was not wrong. The instigator of all actions was himself. Jerknev was the most capable monarch in the history of the Baharuth Empire. And under his guidance, the empire had been destined to flourish. But now, it was in an irreversible downward spiral due to its enmity with G. Now your troops are all wiped out, and Flutter has joined us, Sebastian continued, stating an unchangeable reality. Meanwhile, my other army is still fighting in your empire's territory. What Sebastian referred to was his HIATUS army, which had been sent to key locations in the Empire and the Church, as well as nuclear missiles. While the battle was underway here, the invasion had also begun elsewhere. As long as the declared war isn't over, they will not stop, Sebastian added with a smile. Until the entire empire falls. At this point, Tgthegood understood what he meant. As long as the empire did not surrender, G would continue to destroy it. Even if Tgthegood harbored anger and hatred toward G, he couldn't allow his country to be obliterated. No, the Baharuth Empire surrenders, tears welled uncontrollably in Tgthegud's eyes. Chapter 163, Absolute Threat. At this moment, Tgthegoud knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He didn't expect that the empire, which he had worked so hard to carry forward, would one day have to surrender. The G was not an opponent he could deal with. Now, Tgthegoud regretted his actions, lamenting his decision to provoke the G. Why is there such a terrifying entity in this world? Looking at Tgthegoud in front of him, Sebastian's expression was calm. System, put the HIATUS on standby, Sebastian said. Understood, Commander. Following Sebastian's order, the HIATUS inside the Baharuth Empire stopped moving and returned to a statue-like state. It had been more than 10 minutes since they arrived in the territory of the Baharuth Empire. During these 10 minutes, at least 10 cities had suffered devastating blows. Historical buildings with a long history had been burned to the ground. And the defensive forces inside the empire had no power to fight back. As for the slain theocracy, it too was forced to surrender just like the Baharuth Empire. The coalition forces of the slain theocracy and the Baharuth Empire suffered many casualties in this battle, with only a few thousand surviving. On the other side, the troops of the Hiatus kingdom stood dumbfounded. They didn't even have a chance to take action before the battle was over, and only 10 minutes had passed. What the hell are those things? Monsters. Fortunately, they're not enemies. Although the soldiers had heard that the strength of the G was fearsome, they never expected it to be so dreadful. Gazef and Zanuck, who were watching the battle, were also shocked by the situation before them. Even though they knew that Sebastian's military strength was high, it was beyond their imagination. Fortunately, we are not enemies, Zanuck said in a quavering voice, looking at Gazef beside him. Yes, Gazef nodded in agreement. Sebastian and his aides were like monsters. As long as the opposing party wanted to, they could easily tear apart the entire kingdom. Zanuck was even more fortunate that he chose to cooperate with them instead of defying them otherwise. The whole kingdom might have to be buried with him. After this battle, several more cities joined them. Not only that, although Sebastian would support Zanuck in ascending the throne, by then, the entire kingdom would become a part of the G. Because of their military and economic power. This was the only way for them to prosper. Let's retreat, too. 3 days later, the surrender ceremony of the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy would also be held. Sebastian chose Irantal as the site for the surrender ceremony, and leaders from various countries had also come here. At this moment, the king of the Hiatus kingdom was also present. He had heard of the results of this war. And he was all too aware of the atrocities committed. The important thing was that the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy surrendered not to them, but to the G. They surrendered to the G. And only they could obtain the benefits. The kingdom did not get anything. At this time, in the auditorium, high-ranking officials from the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy had gathered, and the surrender agreement was placed on the table in front of them. Emperor Tgthegoud looked at the agreement in front of him, clenched his fists. And his face became more and more hideous. The content of the treaty was very simple: the entire empire would become a part of the G. This was Sebastian's condition. If they did not comply, then Sebastian would once again send his army to pacify them. Having witnessed Sebastian's strength, Tgthegoud knew that he had no right to disobey him. They couldn't stop the G. army, let alone the steel giant that could appear out of thin air. On the other side, the parliamentary representative of the slain theocracy also looked at the agreement in front of him. His face was livid. But he couldn't say a word. Not only did they have to become part of the G, but they also had to hand over all the artifacts and items entrusted to them. These artifacts were supposed to be the secret weapons of the slain theocracy, and no one should have known of their existence except for the high-ranking officials of the theocracy. But Sebastian seemed to know about them as if they were the palm of his hand. They were the ones who had suffered the most losses in this war. Not only did they lose troops and land, but even their most powerful asset chose to betray them. They had aimed to join forces with the Baharuth Empire to eliminate the Hiatus kingdom and the G. together, but they did not anticipate this outcome. However, they had no room to refuse. Sebastian's machine still stood inside the city, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. In the end, the people of the slain theocracy and the Baharuth Empire had to sign the agreement. Since then, these two countries had become a part of the G. And the HIATUS, which could be activated again at any time, made them dare not revolt. After the contract was signed, Sebastian began to transform these two countries, completely turning them into futuristic cities. He first sent his engineers to rebuild and repair the damaged buildings. New and tall buildings suddenly appeared in these lands, as if God had created countless objects with a wave of his hand, allowing the severely damaged cities to be repaired in an instant and evolve into high-tech cities. The people of the two countries realized how advanced the G was. At the same time, Sebastian also dispatched a large number of people to infiltrate the political higher-ups of the two countries and ensure their loyalty. The next step he needed to take was to maintain Irantal and ensure that a steady stream of funds and resources poured into his pockets. Chapter 164, Traveling Through the New World, Where is it? After getting things under control, Sebastian gained a series of top-level artifacts, including the Downfall of Castle and Country. Sebastian immediately chose to put them into his research queue. Master Sebastian, I think you have been working for a long time now. You should take a break, Ram said respectfully beside him. While she spoke, she used wind magic to move cups and tea leaves in the air, as if there were invisible hands at work. Please taste the tea made by Ram. Thank you for your hard work, Sebastian said with a slight smile as he stretched out his hand. Ram controlled the teacup to fall precisely into his grasp. When Sebastian was working, Ram would always be by his side silently. Whenever he worked for too long, she would remind him to rest. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Sebastian said, busy dealing with matters and not caring about the identity of the visitor. Just after the door opened, a petite figure rushed in. Lord Sebastian, we're going to start making. The person who rushed in was Antiline. Her criterion for choosing a partner was very simple, he had to be stronger than she was. During the war, Antiline had fully witnessed Sebastian's power and was mesmerized by him, almost only thinking about him in her mind. During this period, whenever Antiline had a chance, she wanted to have a little more intimate contact with Sebastian. Others would not give Antiline any opportunity, Ram being a prime example. At this point, Ram immediately released magic, creating a strong wind that threw Antiline out of the room. However, she quickly rushed back in the next second. Don't disturb Master Sebastian's work. Ram said slowly, though the suppressed anger was evident in her tone. Are your motives so pure? You don't want to share Lord Sebastian with anyone else. So what? Ram narrowed her eyes, regarding Antiline without any change in expression. You were only able to step into this territory because of Master Sebastian's kindness. You have no right to waste his time. An invisible flame ignited between Antiline and Ram. Listening to them, Sebastian sighed deeply. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Sebastian's ear. Commander, your technological level has reached level 4, and you can assess the new world. Am I unlocking the new world again? Sebastian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Having studied the magic technology of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, along with many artifacts and items, his technological prowess had made a qualitative leap. While there was still a long way to go before completely conquering the world, there were not many strong opponents left. If Ains and the Great Tomb of Nazarick existed, it would not be too difficult to conquer the rest of the world. Ram, please call Ains over for me. A few minutes later, a purple portal opened in a combat laboratory, and Ains stepped out. Ains, I will be leaving for another world soon, so I will leave the other matters in this world to you, Sebastian said. In the story, Ains is portrayed as a highly intelligent person, capable of successfully dealing with various forces and subduing them through his strength and wisdom. It shouldn't be a big problem to leave him in this world. You are going to another world? Ains was a little surprised. He never expected that Sebastian could travel through different worlds so freely. Sebastian nodded. Don't worry, leave it to us, Ains said confidently, patting his chest with his skeletal hand, which made a crisp sound. After finishing his work, Sebastian left Ains and Antiline in the world of Overlord, as they could be considered the strongest fighting force in this world. Meanwhile, Esteth, Ram, Beatrice, Reinhard, and others continued to follow Sebastian into the new world. At the same time, Sebastian also brought along a few dozen infantry. As usual, the purpose of each first junction was mainly to explore the specific situation of the new world and then decide how to develop there after gathering information. The door to the different world opened slowly, and Sebastian and the others stepped through it immediately. After traversing the long space tunnel, they arrived in a brand new world. The space tunnel existed independently of all time and space. And time did not pass there. Thus, for the other worlds, Sebastian's travel did not take any time. The surrounding environment gradually brightened, and Sebastian could see what lay around him. It was a huge, exquisite palace with golden decorations and pillars supporting the entire room, giving it a holy appearance. On the black and white tiled floor lay a massive pink square carpet. In the center of the carpet was a unique and intricate pattern that seemed to be part of a special ritual. However, after Sebastian and the others arrived unexpectedly, the lines on the ground were disrupted. Where is this? Sebastian frowned slightly. This journey was quite different from the others. Every previous journey had placed him in an open-air setting, whether a wilderness forest or a bustling street. This was the first time he had arrived in an indoor space like this. Sebastian's gaze continued to move, and then he saw a woman standing in front of him. Ah, what's going on? I haven't started summoning the hero yet. Why did they suddenly appear, and why are there so many of them? No, I must ask Goddess Ariadoa. Chapter 165, This is the Divine Realm. Listening to the name, Sebastian frowned slightly. He seemed to have some impression of it. He continued to observe the woman in front of him. She had long golden hair, fair skin, and a gorgeous face. At this time, the woman was in full panic mode, like a child who had encountered a crisis. Where is this place? Sebastian wanted to gather information about this world first. This is the Divine Realm. The woman scratched her head, messing up her hair. Is it because the Gaybrand mission is an S-rank difficulty world? Gaybrand? The name gave Sebastian some ideas. Is this the world of the cautious hero? Excuse me, is your name Ristart? Sebastian asked. This was the name of the goddess before him. Huh. The expression of the woman changed dramatically, replaced by shock. Who the heck are you? And how do you know my name? Sebastian smiled helplessly. From what he gathered, this was indeed the world of the brave cautious hero. The woman named Ristart was the female protagonist of this world, the goddess of healing, and her qualifications were relatively low. In this world, every god was responsible for saving another world from the hands of the demon lord, but as a newcomer, she had gotten an S-rank world, Gaybrand, that did not match her strength. In the story, the goddess needed the help of a hero to save the world, and the hero chosen by her was the protagonist with overpowered abilities. However, from the looks of it now, her summoning plan had been interrupted by his group. My summoning array was drawn after several hours. Ristart knelt on the ground, crying helplessly. It's too noisy. I think her behavior is disrespectful to Master Sebastian. Do you need me to eliminate her? Ram asked suspiciously. Well, she is a goddess, so let's not act rashly for now. Besides, she is not our enemy in the current situation. Sebastian stopped Ram before she could strike. A goddess? I haven't killed a god yet. Control your thoughts, Death. Sebastian shook his head helplessly. The person next to him was dangerous. After hearing what Ram and Death said, Ristart was frightened and stayed in place. She hesitated for several seconds before choosing to run out the door. Sebastian sighed, already knowing what would happen next. A few minutes later, countless people surrounded the entire room. All were inhabitants of the Divine Realm who had gathered after hearing what had occurred. I am Cerseus, the sword god. The leader was a muscular man holding a sword, exuding a powerful aura. Sebastian remembered this character from the story. He was the god responsible for training the protagonist. However, in just a few days, he was surpassed and crushed by the protagonist, leaving his self-esteem shattered. In the end, he never wanted to see a sword again and took up the more passive pastime of cooking. But at this moment, he looked very high-spirited. Demon Lord, how did you come to the Divine Realm? For the gods, this domain was sacred and inviolable. Only the goddess's portal could lead to it. How did they get here? Is it finally possible to fight the gods? Interesting. Sebastian squinted and scanned the surroundings, saying, We are not the Demon Lord, nor are we your enemies, but if you insist on fighting us, you can F around and find out. Sebastian's tone was calm, but his words made all the gods hesitate to take a step forward. At this moment, a seemingly aged goddess stepped from among the gods. Her status was evident. I am the great goddess, Ishtar, and the guardian here. What are your identities? We are wanderers from another world and came to this realm by chance, Sebastian replied. Is it a coincidence? Ishtar sensed that they were not hostile, so she signaled to the others to calm down. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. May I ask for your name? Sebastian, it's Alexander Sebastian. Then, Mr. Sebastian, would you please join me in another location for discussion? At her invitation, Sebastian moved to an empty room. Ristart also followed but remained slightly wary as she stood behind her goddess. He is quite handsome. Ristart looked at Sebastian, her thoughts drifting away. After a simple exchange, Ishtar learned of Sebastian's true origin and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to possess the ability to open the portal, that is already at the level of gods, Ishtar sighed, even suspecting that Sebastian and his party were gods from another world. It seems this is just a misunderstanding, Ishtar said. She paused for a moment, carefully observing Sebastian. Just a moment ago. Sebastian and his party had demonstrated impressive strength, and her intuition warned her that it would not be easy to compel them. Moreover, Sebastian and the others had appeared in the divine realm at this time. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. Ristart, please apologize to Mr. Sebastian, Ishtar instructed. I'm sorry. Ristart bowed to Sebastian, feeling a bit embarrassed. Mr. Sebastian, I have a small request, Ishtar said with a smile. She wanted him to assist Ristart in saving the S-rank world, Gaybrand. Before she could continue, Sebastian spoke first. Help you save another world? Sebastian smiled, his words surprising her slightly as he had correctly guessed her thoughts. He could easily read people's micro-expressions. Hiatus dropped.